And welcome to Not Merzenhammer. We're
So,
taking a little break from that for a Halloween special, which will be using the Chronicles of Darkness rule system, 2nd edition. And for most of these guys, it's their first actual experience of it. So, what we're going to be going over today is character creation. So, you all open up your character sheets. First item to think about, that's your concept. This is the core of your character. Who are they? Just try to boil this down to a couple of words, maybe a sentence at most. Say like,
before
Doomsday Preacher. Sorry?
before we start doing character concepts, can we talk about where this game is and what the idea behind it is?
Yes, yes. Uh, Good call, Saven. Sorry.
See.
Little excitable.
What do you mean? You tell me I can't be a tech barbarian?
I mean, we don't know yet.
So-
You might be able to.
You
With a
might.
million eyes?
Because Dark Eras is very, very long to read, and it's kind of complicated, I'm not actually going to be doing that. Instead, I'm going to be using... sorry, it's just
Dark what?
so much more reading, Saven.
I mean, I'm not going to read anything either way, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, this map's really big.
Yep, well... I mean, if I'm making a city, then I need to be able to go into a decent level of zoom. And so this game is set in more or less this era, like
What era?
2017, 2018.
Oh crap, that's terrible.
Yep. And it's set nebulously in small town America, the town of Griston, somewhere in the US South. I'm not going to get into too much detail about which state it is, because, to be honest, I don't really know that much about all of them, but... It's... yeah, it's mostly a place that you would all be able to recognize. Griston itself is a reasonably small town, little over 4,000 people, and it used to be a coal mining community. But ever since they opened the nuclear power station a couple of miles north of town, the coal trade has dried up.
Ever since that damn Umbrella Corp came into town.
I was about to say I'm getting some Silent Hill vibes, but yeah, that works too.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
I guess it depends on what more we're going for. Are we going for Silent Hill or Resident Evil?
Oh, dude, if this was the UK and it was like maybe 20 years ago, it could be Margaret Thatcher. We have the union strikes all over again. Get back our jokes.
No, we just got angry old miners shouting, "They took our derbs!"
Yeah, is this Silent Hill mood or is this Resident Evil mood?
This is going to be a sort of suspense thriller horror. I'm not really going to be able to make it too scary, but it will be somewhat serious.
Why not too scary?
So more
You haven't
Silent
seen-
Hill than Resi. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, Silent Hill creeped me the fuck out as a kid, okay?
Right, that's what we're saying, but Resident Evil is like Chris punches a boulder now, so...
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Resident Evil before 4. Because if we count Resident Evil 5, then everything goes out the fucking window anyways.
Aren't you afraid of everything though, DCL?
No. What? No.
Oh,
I mean, I'm afraid of fucking American taxes and debt, but that doesn't constitute. Actually, I'm an American, so yeah, that does constitute everything.
Oh,
And
does
the
mean like
IRS literally scares Superman. So
does that mean that if you have the choice between fighting a zombie and a tax collector, you'd pick the zombie?
every time.
I mean, yeah, every time.
Who wouldn't?
Exactly.
Unless
The
it's one of those weird Romero zombies that you can't even kill with destroying the brain. Those are
Yeah.
bitches.
I mean,
We've established that if a zombie outbreak happened in America, and unless the zombies were like literally superhuman, there would not be an outbreak because too many people would be hunting them to say they killed a zombie. And with the amount of access America has to guns, it wouldn't take long.
I don't think it's that simple.
I mean, give it like a winter and maybe 2 winters, and all zombies will have decayed enough anyway.
I think these things are never that simple, but either way. Well, so, just so you know, we got the background that we're in America. It's the current year. Are we just being dumped into an area like last time, or do the characters, like, are we on a objective, or...
So the idea will be that you're either long-term residents of Griston, or you're drifters who are rolling through the town, you know, stopped at a motel or something overnight, and something, well, and, you know, the plot of the horror movie starts.
Alright, cool.
Wonderful.
So, I'm not going to be using any of the monster splats. Well, I'm not going to be using any of the monster splats for players. You guys are all relatively normal people.
You're a normal person.
Which means we no.
Nah, we're alright. We're cool.
The normal American. What's that like? Do I use you guys as standard, or are you guys not quite normal?
Well,
You know what? Yeah, use us as a standard.
Really?
you guys
You
can just
more?
say you're Englanders coming for a foreign exchange student field trip or something.
You guys, I'm the only player here who's English.
Well, I guess that's what your excuse is. Otherwise, you're gonna have to learn to be American real fast.
I mean, it's just
Or I've got
cheeseburger.
apparently, I'm gonna be a porn addict who's a fairy. Fucking bang on, apparently.
Alright, well, do you have any more questions about the feel or about the setting so far?
This is small town America,
Yep.
so everything sucks. Got it.
I mean, I'll have you know, we made America great again.
God damn it.
Please be a MAGA enthusiast.
That was literally what I was going to do. But
Oh God. Please, I'm trying to play a black character here.
Be a
You
black
know what? They
MAGA
should be
enthusiast.
best friends. Just for
Besides,
whatever reason.
Besides, you guys forget we're in the good timeline of World of Darkness where Arnold Schwarzenegger became the president.
Yeah, but that's in Alaska. We're not in Alaska.
Are we, though?
We're not in Alaska. We're in Crispin.
No, I meant the good timeline.
Yeah.
No,
Arnold Schwarzenegger became president.
you're in the worst timeline.
Oh,
Oh,
everything is bad and awful.
well, looks like we're getting back to the old coal mine then.
But we're
We
not.
should all
Let's
just
not get too political. Let's
Speak
not
for
get back to
yourself.
character creation, something less
Yeah.
depressing.
Yeah,
it's
let's
something-
get into this.
So, and I will also just point out the the town itself is currently sparse. Or things I thought were relatively important, like the town hall, the 2 major churches. St. Crispin's is, I think you guys call it Presbyterian, and Griston Baptist is naturally Southern Baptist. But after character creation, I'll be having you guys fill in some more details on it.
I mean,
Okay.
it's a small town, so it's got fuck all.
I got a bowling alley.
It's got one all.
I think having a bowling alley at this point in American culture is just a negative.
It is. That's why it's a small town.
Huh. I've actually not been in a bowling alley in years, so I do not know which exactly you speak of. Have they been on the, character creation? Character
Yeah.
creation.
Yeah, I can go
Yes.
more in it because it's on every military base.
Alright then. Yes, character creation. So the first thing you need to think about is your concept, like I was saying before. So some examples: Doomsday Preacher, disgruntled teacher, hard-boiled detective. They don't have to be that stereotypical or tropey, but they need to cut the essence of what your character is. Everything else builds around that.
So your concept, is that your job or the character's core identity?
The, the character's core identity. For a lot of people, that will mean their job.
Important question.
Yeah,
You will actually get to add merits this time around.
we will, yes.
Yes.
Nice.
But
Cool.
let's cool off on the merits, Snippy.
No.
So, have you guys all... Well, I know a lot of you have been thinking about this in advance. I've heard rumours about Snippy's character. So,
Oh, dear.
what concepts are you guys coming up with?
Urban legend pursuer.
You want to find Bigfoot?
Yeah, some of the like, yeah.
Or aliens.
It's out there, man. I'm gonna prove it.
Anyone else?
Yeah?
I've got torturer / tattooist. Say Damascus.
Huh. That's... okay.
All right.
How long ago did the mines close down? And I assume this is standard Americana where the mine closed down and everyone lost their jobs. But maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah, about 20 years ago, give or take.
20 years ago. Okay. Okay.
We've been salty and mad about your job forever.
The power plant was opened just before the turn of the millennium, and, well,
I guess how far away is the power plant from here?
you know, since there's nothing actually on the map, I can, well, nothing on the front page that I can just bring you back to the map. It's about 5 miles to the north of town,
Oh, okay.
other
Could-
side of the highway.
Could I be a fucking nerd and just work at the nuclear power station?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well then I will do that. I'm a nuclear engineer. And
Can I
everybody
work
in the
in?
town fucking hates me.
Why? Because you're liberal? Damn it!
Because he's rich.
Stop!
No,
I'll stop.
because I work at
Christ,
the
Casey.
power station.
He's got a
Obviously,
government
he
job.
like joined the army and learned his skills on like a nuclear submarine or something. Wait, join the navy. The army doesn't have submarines.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Can I technically work for both the police and the tattooist?
Since I generally know the system, and kind of concerned about the fact there will be 6 people, and most of them will be new and probably wanting to get more in character and want more of the spotlight, I'll wait to see what everybody else does before I choose my character. TLDR.
Okay. I mean, you technically, yeah, yeah. You could be a part-time deputy. I mean, it's a very small town.
I don't mean deputy. I mean, the person that used to get information out of suspects.
Interrogator.
Yeah.
That's just a detective.
I mean,
Yeah.
interrogator, detective. One is just. You know what? I'm
DCL,
not gonna
please.
finish that joke. I'm not gonna finish that joke.
As a serious note, like that's not a dedicated position in like American police departments. That's just the detective's job.
Yes, I could just be part time, and they can. That's just the one thing they actually ask me to do. Otherwise, I'll be in whatever's tattooist clinic. I'm pretty sure most.
I'm fairly
shit towns
certain
even have tattoo.
torturing suspect is unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a tad.
It's a
Are
small
you some
town.
kind of fucking commie?
It's a small town. No one's gonna blink an eye.
I mean,
mean,
Yes, other than the people that will lynch you that when they get out of prison.
it's a small town. You wouldn't have many people to torture. I mean, if
Yeah.
you want to be a serial killer, that's something different.
yeah, like you could
I-
be a serial killer, I guess.
Yeah.
I could do
It's a
that.
possibility.
I could be a serial killer. Let me just change my thing a little.
This is the sort of place where there are like 5 full-time employees of the police department, and one of them's the sheriff.
Yeah, I was
Which is
about to say,
why-
I don't think this is a police department. This is just a
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Due to popular opinion, I have changed my character to be a serial killer / tattooist. I hope you're happy.
Oh, this can only go well.
Boy.
I mean, it's a World of Darkness game. If you want to talk about a game system where you could be that and the game would be like, yeah, that's a valid concept, it would be this.
Yeah?
Which
Can't
is
wait
why
for
I
the-
com- which
No,
is
go
why I
ahead.
completely straight-faced suggesting that.
No
Can't
problem.
can't wait for all of us to end up dead by first hand then.
Be dead by whose hand? Sorry.
By your hand, the serial killer.
I mean, just because you're a serial killer doesn't mean you kill everybody.
It could just be that I've killed multiple people and I eat my cereal at the same time.
That,
No, shut
that
up.
is the
That's a horrible
definition
joke.
of
Alright.
All of them fell into my knife, so therefore it is manslaughter.
I mean, there's such a thing as like premeditated manslaughter, but whatever.
Bob, haven't heard much from you. What are you thinking?
Bob?
Was
know what snippy
thinking
idea.
high school student, but I think I might be too young to.
More like the fact that if you're an American high school student, you have no skills.
Yeah, he does. He can slack. He might be like the best person on the football team.
He
I mean,
might
he would-
have been one of those nerds that actually learned something in high school.
No one learns anything from high school. You just learn something
I-
during high school.
Yeah.
yeah, that is factual.
You don't actually have with in America. You know how they have bounty hunters. None of them can actually kill people, can they? Do you actually have bounties for dead or alive?
No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, I don't think.
I mean, look, if the person you're trying to collect the bounty on resists violently, then yeah, you can probably get away with that.
Maybe that could be my excuse. Well they resisted.
You're not a. You might as well just be a police officer.
You should actually be a
please.
corrupt police officer.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
you
don't
could be
like
Max Payne in the tiny sheriff's office, I guess.
If you want to be a bounty hunter, you would most likely be trained in capturing people alive. As it's very hard to justify self-defense and murder if you're not actually in the police department. Jokes aside.
Yeah.
Well, my characters
Yeah.
don't necessarily want to kill people. They're just a sadist. So maybe police officer would be better.
Then just be a sexual pervert in a small town.
Hey, I'm a sexual pervert.
I mean, I was about to say, like, you could run the town's, like, tiny little dominatrix ring or something.
This is World of Darkness. You don't want to know how many times there is the BDSM club featured in the lore and setting build up.
I mean,
literally all the time.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna
I
say I'm
I don't want my
culturally
character to be
aware
a
enough
BDSM
about
person.
role-playing games to know that World of Darkness is some kinky shit.
Yes, but
I don't want to fucking be. I don't want to be a BDSM dominatrix.
look,
All
if
right,
you
well,
want to be
here,
if you
you
want to
can-
be
Go ahead.
if you want to be an actual hardcore, serious, I hurt people and get off on it, sadist, you're going to rather be a BDSM queen or a serial killer who literally captures and tortures people. Either way, you're probably not going to be a good person.
That's fine. Serial killer's good.
Alternative, run the local lion's den or whatever.
Small
Alternative,
town.
be an actual like clansman or something, and just
Oh,
be
I
an
could be a mafia
actual
person.
evil piece of
What
shit.
What about mafia? Can we have mafia in this town?
Small town.
I mean,
Small
no,
town
hold on.
mafia.
This is small town southern USA. It's not the mafia. It's the hillbillies who run the drugs around here.
Yeah, that's more accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have the moonshiners and everything.
Not moonshiners.
be-
Like these are the
No,
guys who
no,
grow pot and cocaine.
I
Alright, yeah,
think
fair
you
enough, fair
put
enough.
that.
Come on,
Yeah, but
if you're talking
woman
small
can't-
town,
A woman can't be the leader of a hillbilly. Thing, can they?
I beg to differ. I know a lot.
Yeah.
I know hillbillies.
I mean, maybe they're a progressive gang. Nobody cares as long as you're keeping the drugs flowing. But
Yeah,
also
that's basically
cocaine.
how it is.
Okay, so I'm not the most knowledgeable person of cocaine, but I'm pretty sure cocaine is too high priority a drug to be wasted on small clientele that are probably going to be too pure to like take it. Because once one person gets on cocaine, the whole town knows.
Yeah, but like this is the southern United States. There's a horrible drug epidemic going on.
Is there-
Actually, it's probably less
Yes.
cocaine and more like crystal meth. But yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crystal
probably.
meth. I lived in Chattanooga. I live in Chattanooga, one of the biggest areas for what's it called? Human trafficking and methamphetamine.
Man, that's dark. But
Yeah.
okay, crystal meth then.
Can we
So
just
good, my
set this game
character-
in Tennessee?
Hmm.
Bob and I
I
can
mean,
be
it,
at home.
it effectively is. It's just that I don't know enough about Tennessee to, describe it accurately.
So could my character be a hillbilly gang leader then? I didn't realize it existed.
Yeah.
And do the tattoo with
Yep.
power. Awesome,
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah,
Simple.
absolutely.
Idea down.
Mhm.
Problem solved.
Like any good like hillbilly gang obviously has some sort of business front they use to launder their money through, which absolutely could be the local tattoo parlor.
Also, I'm just gonna say this now: poshest hillbilly I've ever heard.
I mean,
I know
have
that's
you
not your
seen
thing.
any?
They came
Go
from
watch
Britain.
Justified and watch Boyd Crowder talk. Like, if you're gonna lead the hillbillies, you're either the hickest hick to ever exist, or you're super educated and eloquent because you have to deal with people who aren't hillbillies.
Fair
and
enough.
the hillbillies you keep in line by beating the shit out of them.
Yeah, but you gotta think, no one's gonna get a tattoo for someone who goes, "Oh hi, hey, how you doing today, farmer?"
That's
Like,
that's
what? Who the fuck's gonna tattoo from you? They're like, "Whoa, wrong
That's-
start. Sorry, I'm out." I can't. Plus, I can't do a goofy accent the entire fucking way through. I'd
I mean,
slip
you
up.
could. It would just not be taken
I'd slip up.
seriously.
I mean, I'll have you know, I spent like an entire session once doing like the most Texan accent ever until my throat ran dry and I couldn't talk for
Yeah,
2
but
days. It was
In
great.
America,
You should
have
do
those,
that.
You have
but
those accents, and
an
not only
entire
that, I feel if I do a lot of RPGs, I'll get into doing more different accents. At the moment, my own accent's probably the best one to stick with to start off with.
yeah,
But yes,
that's fair.
sadistic hillbilly gang leader who keeps her members in line through fear of torturing because she's just that much of a bitch.
But the thing is, though, if I torture someone, I could say, actually, no, they bought scarification from the tattoo parlor. Here's the receipt. They're just being bitches about it.
I don't think anybody's gonna buy that, but I mean, the
Well,
police can't touch you.
If they want to argue about it, they can come into the tattooist parlor.
There you go.
They might come
So-
out. They might come out with some fresh merchandise on them.
So,
So, with that one settled, does everyone have a concept, or are some of you still deciding?
I have too many concepts.
All
Give
of
me
them
at least 5 more sheets.
all of them end in suicide.
Yes.
No, only 2 of them end in suicide. The rest, one of them dies in a drug overdose.
That's just
The two
another
other
kind of
ones-
suicide.
Look, the 2 other ones that can live a perfectly happy life, as long as they pay the child support.
I mean, that's just less more a normal thing in today's America than wanting to admit. Either way, I'm still waiting for the rest of everybody to see what I should be.
Oh, they have mummies as well.
Also, you could be a high schooler if you really want to. I'm not sure if Merz will enforce the younger rules.
I mean, I don't know if
I-
17 is a younger rule.
I literally said there, yes, Bob, you can play a high schooler.
Ah, okay.
I'm not going to mandate the whole, you're not an adult, you have massive penalties to everything stuff.
7 yes.
Yeah, it's, if the military will take you with your parents' permission, you count as an adult.
Yeah.
My character looks like what my picture is. They're wearing combat boots, they're not like heels, in case you get confused.
I mean, I can't really see the picture, it's small.
Really? I can see it really, sort of clearly.
There's settings.
It's kind of blurry on other
It is
people's
kind of
stuff.
blurry. 1 second. It doesn't
Yes.
matter, I'm just waiting for everyone else to decide anyway.
Yeah.
There.
So, it's just got an urban legend pursuer, we've got a high schooler, we've got a sadomasochistic hillbilly gang leader, got a nuclear engineer, and we've got a legit lawyer. I love, Snippy, that you've said legit lawyer.
Hello!
Cle-
Name's
wait, wait.
Harold Smith, or Smith Harold.
Clearly,
look on.
I should.
Practicing lawyer. You
Clearly,
might
me and
need it.
Snippy. Me and Snippy should clearly know each other beforehand.
Why?
Mhm.
You're once again small town. You don't.
Yeah,
You don't need.
You might
That's
want a
true.
lawyer.
I
My
don't need a
client
lawyer,
is
do I?
taking the fifth. This conversation
Oh,
is
wow.
over. We will see you at court.
So, why would you use a lawyer? The lawyer's like, don't answer that question.
Pays good.
So yeah,
So everyone
so
apart from
that's
DCL.
everyone's concepts. What are you gonna go?
I'm almost afraid to say sheriff. Because in this
Yeah.
situation, there's not much law to go around.
To be fair, if you play a sheriff, it might end up like Merzenhammer.
The only question with being the sheriff is, are you actually a legit sheriff or are you on the take?
I'm afraid to answer that question. Even now. But let's for the moment say up and up, please, sheriff.
Alright. Now, next up, moving on from concept, as virtue and vice. So, these are traits that your character has. They're part of your personality. They're part of your motivation. Like virtue. What do you want to be? But it's really hard to actually do. Like honesty. It's a good virtue. You want to tell the truth, but sometimes it's easier to just tell a little white lie or not tell the whole truth. That way you don't hurt people.
Could I have my virtue to be I really fucking want to hurt people?
No,
Sounds
That's
like
not
the
a virtue.
opposite of a virtue.
that would be a vice.
Oh,
Yeah,
my bad. So virtue has to be something that's considered good by normal people.
No. It's what you try to do, but you find really difficult to actually achieve.
I mean, hurting people could be your virtue if you're a very skinny, frail white girl.
Whereas vice, it's a short-term comfort. It's something that normally people want to move away from, but it's real easy to just slip back into it. So, like an alcohol problem could be a vice. I, you probably want to get over it, but it's real easy to just slip into the bar after work, have a beer, and then the beer is 6 beers. And then the beers are staggering your way home with a person that you don't even recognize on your arm. Again, vice doesn't have to be bad, but it's what gives you short-term comfort, not long-term satisfaction. So you could, in fact, have like honesty as a vice. You just you keep on telling the truth, even. Well, it's actually no, that one you can't really do. That was a bad example. Sorry, but I mean, you guys get what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me just bust this here.
Well, is there a
Nice.
concise word or term for someone who like retreats into Twitter and just loses themselves online?
A millennial.
SJW.
No. Fuck off.
I said millennial.
Also,
Are you
That's
laughing at what I said, boy?
I mean, look, if you really, I don't know a concise word for it. At best, I could say social media addict.
No, I wasn't asking for DCL's opinion. I was saying DCL is the word for it.
No. Like what? What? I use Twitter to look at art. What?
Yeah.
Well, there is a Greek word for it.
I'm so confused.
Alright, I think I have a virtue and vice.
I don't have a virtue, but I got a vice. I need to think of a virtue. What does my character try really hard to do?
Hold on.
Probably be a leader. Must
Fuck
be
off.
hard. Yeah,
They're
look, you're
amazing.
talking about South America. You're being a woman trying to lead a bunch of hillbillies is probably not the easiest thing to do.
I just want to make sure it's prayer could work for vice, right?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah.
So when shit hits the fan, you might just slip into praying, which could really fuck you over if the monster tracks by hearing.
Yeah. I think it works. I was gonna have this guy be a Catholic anyway.
Catholic.
Is that too big of one, Merzendi?
Uh,
I'm not quite sure if there's a better way to do it.
yeah, that's a bit vague.
What would you cut it down to?
Try to put it in like a personality trait rather than an action.
Also,
Loyal?
I feel sorry for Saven since the internet is always the first thing to go down during big spooky moments.
yeah, I can totally see myself like just sitting like curled up in a ball on Twitter, like help, help.
What about
To be honest, that would be me. Fuck
Merzendi,
no, the
is that
internet's
good?
down.
Pardon, sorry?
Yes. Is that okay?
I mean, I don't see a change.
Let me just try and see. I put loyalty as a virtue.
Oh yeah, yeah, that would work.
But it's only to people that she actually cares about. Not just anyone. She's perfectly happy to stab someone.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be like your hard thing doing. You're hard to get loyalty with, or hard to find loyalty
Yeah.
with people. Just
Yeah,
like
cool.
how it's hard for me to get actual truth out there when I don't really know the truth.
Hot
Or
takes.
be truthful. Everything's a twist of a lie and a false word and everything like that with me. That's why I have to do prayer all the time, because I tell so many lies.
Gotta pray the gay away.
You'd be a horrible lawyer.
What's the lawyer's one?
He's a greedy fuck.
What's his
He'll
virtue?
nickel and dime you because he knows there are no other lawyers in the area. That's his vice. I'm not sure if I have a virtue for him though. Still thinking on that.
Well, I mean, virtue and vice are kind of important cornerstones for your morality, so I'll,
Morality, what's that?
They also have mechanical benefits and
Yes.
disadvantages.
I have my virtue and vice done.
I don't want to move people ahead of everyone else.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
Otherwise, that would just get too confusing.
Do.
DCL, writing things on your character sheet sure helps.
Sorry. Don't wait for me. Like I said, I'm still trying to decide, and it won't take me that long to come up with things once I do, since I'm more familiar with the system.
Fair enough. Then in that case, it does actually look like everyone has filled one in, so... Then we will move on to attributes. So you see on the character sheet, it's 3 big boxes: intelligence, wits, and resolve, and strength, dexterity, and stamina, and then presence, manipulation, and composure. Those are the 3 categories: mental, physical, and social. Now, you have to prioritize them. Which are you the best at? Are you best at thinking stuff, at lifting stuff, or talking to stuff? Don't talk to stuff, talk to people. Talking to stuff generally gets you labelled insane.
To give you the mechanical benefits for doing so, you get 5 dots total for your main stat, 4 dots for your secondary, and 3 dots for your tertiary. And if I am wrong, Merz can correct me.
No, you're quite right.
You get 1 each stat to start with for free.
Whoa!
Yes.
My ears. Wow.
Also hide pets.
Alright, I've got mine filled out.
You are max.
Wait, it was 5, 4, and 3, right?
Yes.
Yep.
The first dots are for free, so they don't count.
What's wit do?
Wits is your ability to think quickly, think on your feet.
And resolve?
Resolve is your willpower.
And intelligence is just intelligence, cool.
Yep.
I assume shooting men's is going to be dexterity, right?
Yep.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Keep in mind, I'm going to tell you this now as a freebie. Almost every gun, including even small caliber guns, requires strength of 2 at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
With melee weaponry, is that
Strength.
dexterity or strength?
Strength.
There is a merit which allows it to be dexterity, but normally it's strength.
Oh, so I could just not take strength and I can get dexterity to do it.
Yes.
You need to have at least dexterity 3 in order to do that.
Okay.
Also, generally speaking, some weapons require a modicum of strength to wield as well as melee, which is really weird because 1 dot is like an average strength. 1 dot is like an average in something, and then 2 dots is a little bit above average, and then 5 is like the best of the best.
Yeah, 5 is Captain America, like
What's
peak of
stamina do?
human ability. It's
In
like
the
your
game,
physical
when do you use
resistance to stuff. It's part of the calculation for your health, and it's used to resist poisons, and a lot of rolls for lifting and moving are strength plus stamina.
Yes.
All
If
right.
you want to be a healthy boy, get stamina.
Gotcha. Stamina is good. I understand.
Well, it's 543, right?
Yep,
Your
with the
willpower-
first dot and everything being free.
You can develop them, can't you? Though later on in the game.
Yes, in theory, but it's
it is expensive.
yeah, it costs quite a bit of experience, and I would not suggest you're going to be getting that much in a game that only lasts for a month.
Also,
wait. I suddenly clicked composure and it suddenly boosted my willpower.
yes, that
Yes.
Yep.
I thought resolve was willpower.
resolve
It
and
is.
composure is
Oh
willpower.
yeah, it is.
Resolve
Yeah.
plus composure makes your total willpower.
Yep.
Willpower
This is-
dice are, if you remember correctly, you can spend them to get a +3 to rolls.
Yep, or a +2 if you're trying to resist something.
Really,
So-
it's different if you're resisting.
Yeah, it's only +2 to a resistance roll.
Never
So
knew.
if you get tied up in the basement of the tattoo parlor and you're being tortured, you can spend willpower, but it only gives you a +2 to resist,
Oi.
rather than a
Stop
+3.
helping them get through my my problems. They get stuck there. That's their problem at the end of the day.
Well, you get to
should've
make a
thought-
resist roll.
No, you just get stabbed.
They get to make a resist
No,
roll.
we get to do resist stuff,
And then I'll stab you again.
and then we get to do other things. We have actions we can do against you.
Oh yeah, that's also something you should keep in mind. Defense is also a stat, which is based off the lower of your dexterity or wits, plus your I think
Athletics.
Yes, I have to remember because I always have merits that change that, and those just take away dice that people roll at attacking you. So
My character has to be athletic though, 'cause just to like punch hillbillies, you get out too rowdy.
I mean, if you want to not get punched back and then go down in a single punch, then generally yes. Also, whose mic is that?
I don't think it's mine.
I think that was Pet's, or maybe I.
Was it? I heard it myself, so it wasn't me.
Wow, pet's loud. We can turn pet down.
But yes, having no athletics means you probably have low defense, and will get punched very hard in the face.
I understand. This is a one shot. I can reuse my character out for a different game as well, can't I?
You
Or
could
is that
do that
frowned
anyway?
It's frowned upon, isn't it?
I mean, it's frowned upon, but no one can really stop you.
Yeah, but it's a one shot.
I mean, it's a short shot.
Yeah, this will be going on for at least a few sessions.
Basically all of October.
Alright, now, since looks like you've all done your attributes, right?
Yep.
Oh my god, Saven.
What?
I'm almost curious.
Oh no, sorry, that wasn't Saven, that's Freya. Oh my god, Freya.
What do you mean?
She probably maxed out something.
Last time I maxed out 2 stats, I think.
Oh, next along
Oh yeah,
is
real.
skills. Oh,
Also-
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, another quick tip: you don't get to apply your defense to firearms. You cannot dodge bullets.
Okay, I'm not gonna dodge bullets. I'm gonna stab
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
Just
figured I
wanted
wouldn't be able to.
Just wanted to give that a quick tip.
Yeah, the only thing we
But-
get against bullets is like if we get Kevlar or something that reduces that damage.
It's
Yes.
not dodging
Yeah.
so much as just enduring.
Can you not like hit the
Yeah.
bullets out of the air like some sort of weeb?
No, not unless you're a certain splat that lets you hit bullets out the air like some kind of weeb.
What about a merit?
No, there's no
No.
merit to let you do that.
Feels bad, man.
You
the
should.
key-
There's
the key is
only
not to get shot.
there if you're not a mundane human, there are splat powers that may let you do that. But if you are a Mundy human, no, you do not get to do that.
I will rely on my manipulation and presence skills just to make them stop.
Fair enough.
You could always just buy a riot shield.
Exactly, that's what I'm gonna do.
Well, anyway, let's move on to skills. So, like attributes are divided into 3 categories: mental, physical, social. Now, when you make a roll, you roll an attribute plus a skill. So, my little test NPC here is going to roll his academics. So,
What's larceny? Sorry to interrupt.
that's-
Stealing shit.
Generally involves lockpicking and pickpocketing.
Yep.
Ah.
So as you can see there, 4 dice, 2 successes. But if test NPC wasn't trained in academics, he would have a -3 penalty, which is quite substantial. Even though test NPC is a smart boy, that would give them a chance die. Now, physical and social skills, they only have a -1 if you're untrained. But mental, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to have a hard time guessing. Now, just like the attributes, put these as 3, or put these categories in order. They don't have to be the same order, but they do have to be in order. I believe you get 11 points in your primary, 7 in your secondary, and 4 in your tertiary. And you do not get 1 dot in something for free.
So it's 11, then what, sorry? 11, 7,
4.
4, cool. So larceny's lockpicking and shit, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I am not being a driver.
How does defense work again?
Lower of your wits or dexterity plus athletics.
Ah,
You gotta get good.
Generally
11.
speaking,
And that does mean if you have athletics untrained, you are taking a penalty to your defense.
fine, I have no defense.
you generally do not care about it unless you plan to be getting in fistfights.
Just to, sorry to re-clarify, I know I've asked it already.
I mean,
Is,
out of character, I do plan to get in a lot of fistfights. In character, no.
it was 11, 7, is it 3 or is it 4?
4.
Cool. Cool. Animal Ken, does that mean I can speak to animals?
It means you can make them do things or understand them. It's animal
Can I have a-
persuasion.
Can I have a pet wolf?
And these don't have to. That order doesn't have to be the same as the one we did in attributes.
No.
Correct.
Okay.
So what's Streetwise do in this game compared to Subterfuge?
That just
Subterfuge is
street
obviously lying. But what's Streetwise?
Yes.
Streetwise is
Uh,
like how much you know about like the local gang scene and shit. So if you had Streetwise, you'd be able to go like, oh yeah, I know where the best place to get fucking meth is or something like that.
So your character
That'd be
should probably
pretty-
have that.
I kind of have to have Streetwise, otherwise I'm not really in character, am I?
Nope.
That's right. Yeah.
What is the expression skill for?
Art. It's
Creating art.
Oh, okay.
pretty useless to be honest.
Wait, actually I have to get that as well, because I'm a tattooist.
I mean, if you want a font as a good tattoo artist, then yes.
Guys,
also
I'm a
good.
fantastic runner.
I forget how speed is calculated. I think athletics does not come into play in it.
No, speed is purely attributes.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
so I'm faster than you.
is,
Strength and dex.
Yep, strength, dex, and size.
You
Is it
strength?
size? I thought it was just +5.
Nope. It is size.
Well, yeah.
It is +5 because you are a size 5. If you were to get the
Wait.
giant merit, which we will discuss later when we talk about merits, you would get a +1 to your size, and then you would also be one faster because you are size 6.
What do we use academics for?
Book learning. Law, knowledge of the law, knowledge of history.
I'm gonna have to go through
So-
those
Rules
skills
of the
then.
law?
How much overlap is there between academics and science? Like, if I'm a nuclear engineer, do I need academics, or would everything in my field of learning be in science?
Science would have all of the actual operation of the nuclear reactor. Academics would tell you all about the history of nuclear reactors, and who developed it, who designed it.
Okay.
What's empathy
And
do?
you-
What makes it
Craft would be like
explode?
repairing said reactor, right?
Yep.
Okay.
To answer your question, empathy is basically, can you tell if a person is lying or how they feel?
Really? Oh.
Yes.
Yes. It's
What about Animal Pen?
empathy. Doing all of the other social things with animals.
I use so many social skills.
Yep.
So wait, what's socialize do then?
Socialize is just like fitting in and talking to people.
Yep.
Do I need to fit in?
What's the difference between weaponry and brawl?
Brawl is
Weaponry is weapons, brawls is fists.
Yeah.
Okay.
generally speaking only like knuckles in your bare hand body or brawl, and then weaponry would be like literally anything else.
Yeah, pick up an iron pipe, that's weaponry. Pick up a sword, that's weaponry. And if you want to use grenades and other thrown weapons, that's athletics.
Alright. Hmm. Okay.
Do I need socialize?
No.
Not really.
What
Well,
does...
no. I'm a gang leader. I have to have socialize, don't I?
No.
No?
No?
Socialize is fitting in certain social situations.
Uh,
You would not need socialize. If anything, you would want persuasion, the subterfuge. If anything, you'd want intimidation as a gang leader.
How
I've
do
got
I roll?
intimidation only. I always have high temptation.
Okay, not bad.
Subterfuge. I guess I want to be to lie. Yeah, I'll go with this. Whatever. What do you think of my spread, Merzenhammer?
Give me a minute, I've got something to look at first.
You guys have a rollback?
How do you make...
Yes, I put a
Yeah.
link in Discord.
I'm not going to confuse myself with a book, which is probably like a million pages big.
You're going to need it when we get to merits, let's put it that way.
Oh,
Because you have to read through the book to find what merits and what does what. Also, Amaxel. Oh yeah, the books are fucking inconsistent as shit, and you have to basically read everything to make sure you got everything, because it likes to intersperse its rules of fluff, and it does not differentiate between the two.
Yeah. I'm starting to see that.
If it wasn't for the fact that Merzindi was able to remember like 99% of the rules off the top of her head, we probably would not play World of Darkness as much as we do.
I can remember it. If
But
I read
it
all
does actually turn out that in this case Amzol is right. Giant is very nice and clarifies exactly what +1 size does. It gives you more health. It does not, in fact, affect speed.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No,
You can't-
I confirmed it by looking in the werewolf book.
Before...
No, that's
They get-
exactly that's exactly where
my
I'm.
God. Shush.
Wait, shut up, Freya. Okay.
Can you let me finish, though, DCL, please?
Okay.
Because Gauru
Yeah.
gives strength +3, dex +1, and a total of speed +4.
Yeah.
The bonus size +2, that would add up to a total speed +6.
So you're saying Giant is completely useless as it only gives you an extra point of stamina, basically.
I mean, that's not useless.
Yeah, it just gives you the the health. Yeah.
I am pretty sure it's also dependent on size, your speed. I feel like
would
that's
say-
just the werewolf book being weird.
I mean, that's probably the case. These books are weird, but
Because it's stated several times that size depends on your speed. That your speed is affected by size. I'm about to get the books up and start looking through, because fuck this shit.
eh.
Did you really want to be a giant?
No, but I'm playing a giant in another game I'm in where I am in another World of Darkness game. So this is important for my other
Jesus
characters.
Christ, Freya.
What do you mean, Jesus Christ? What's wrong?
You know what you have done.
What have I done? I have a nice spread of skills that are good for my character, which suit the character. Do you think I would go streetwise, persuasion, and subterfuge, and empathy, if it wasn't character fitting?
Yes.
No, I'd drop everything intimidation.
You've also mathsed wrong. You should have one more dot in your physical skills. You've only
awesome.
got 10, not 11.
I appreciate this. Do you think I should get another stealth or another? What does survival do?
Outdoor survival, like what you know about, like your ability to, find shelter, identify what's okay to eat or not.
Do I need that? Would my character have that?
At least according to the core rulebook, no, you're right, Merz. It's just strength plus dexterity plus 5. So size does not affect that at all.
Or do I want to be more athletic?
I would have sworn it did, but
I swear I've seen it say specifically that size affects that. And it makes sense, because, being big...
it maybe it just says that in one of the 1E books. We do end up using those a fair bit.
Merzi, should I use drive or survival, do you think? Well, what's that point?
Go with drive. Survival is... I can tell you survival is fairly unlikely to come up. And, for something to put one dot in, it may as well be being drive.
I don't know if anyone else is going to bother with drive, so...
I got a
I
dot
have
drive.
2 dice.
Keep in mind, you do not need a dot of drive to be able to drive. You need a dot of drive to be able to do...
Like crazy
Special
stunts and stuff like that.
But if I have a dot in drive, then I could argue my character to the motorcycle.
Possessions are a different thing that we'll get to in a bit.
Yeah.
Those will cost resources, which will cost merit stuff, which we'll get to in a bit.
Yeah,
Can't find a good pick of what I want.
Let's look at mental merits.
Not without deadly giving it.
Area
don't
of
go
expertise.
ahead of me yet.
No,
Because then you're
reading
gonna-
them 'cause-
I mean, if you go ahead, you're not allowed to ask questions, and you're going to get bapped the second you ask a question.
no, but you guys said that I had to read them anyway.
I mean, you do.
You will, but let's
Should I- Do you want me not
let's
to read
finish
them?
with skills first.
I would say, well, okay, listen to Merz since she's the actual DM, but I'd say you could totally look at them, just don't ask questions when we're still on skills.
Oh, I
Yeah.
won't do.
Exactly.
I wasn't going to do that.
Okay, as long as you know.
Yeah, because it says here common sense. That's one I've got installed in real life. Don't worry, Merzen. TCL. It's all good.
Say that. Just remember, second you ask the question, bopped.
Snippy, it looks like you've got one too many mental dots. I'm counting 8 there instead of 7.
Well then, let me fix that real quick.
Danger sense. My spidey sense
I don't know
are
how to
tingling.
use computers now. Fixed.
Better call
You know
Saul.
how to use them.
You're just not, like, super tech savvy with them.
Yeah. You
This
can't
website says
code.
I got a virus. I'm just gonna remove one from politics.
That's probably not going to come up.
I'm
Okay, never mind.
Politics regardless.
Okay, that's weird.
You clicked the
rolled
wrong
initiative.
It wouldn't let me roll sheet roll. I was sitting there clicking.
You gotta
If-
click
if
the
it's-
little dice.
Yeah, if you click the dice,
What dice? I just see
the
roll.
dice under roll initiative, where it actually is a picture of a dice.
A red
I don't see a picture of a dice.
Can you
Oh,
print
there
that?
it is. Let me-
You see? It's pretty
I'm
big. Not hard to miss.
no, you're.
I couldn't spot it either personally. Don't worry.
You just scroll up. It's at the top of your sheet.
I was being polite, you see that? I
I'm
knew it
sure.
was.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop this picture here.
Yeah,
and
let
then
me
you tell
see.
me.
Please do.
Yeah.
And then
Where you
If
dropping
want,
it?
By the way,
voice chat
Bobby,
apparently.
what would be good is if you go into Microsoft Paint, you can erase the circle there.
Oh yeah, you might want to enlarge your sheet just a tiny bit.
Is that what happens when you shrink your sheet?
Wait, what?
No, that's not what
That's
happens.
how
when
it
you
popped up. That's how it came. I haven't messed with it.
I think.
That's weird.
Are you using Firefox? I think it's because
I-
you're using Firefox.
I am
I'm
using Firefox.
Okay, then I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just you.
Oh, and guess what, guys? I can see the dice now.
Weird.
That's good. But yeah,
I just had to go to YouTube first, apparently.
but yeah, but where it is, sheet roll, attack roll, and simple roll are you select those that's a type of thing. Like sheet roll, you click on your two attributes, well, your attribute and your skill, or your two attributes, so your attribute and your whatever, and it rolls those together. Attack roll, it rolls the selected attack you have, and simple roll just brings up a pop-up that asks you how many dice to roll.
What's a speciality?
Oh, we.
The thing we're getting to next.
Okay, never mind
I'm
then.
bapping you, Freya.
No, because it's completely separate from merits. I didn't say anything about merits. I was wondering what speciality was.
Yeah, but we're getting to say next, so you get a bath.
Fucking well,
So-
bad unit.
Have you guys all decided on your skills?
Do mine look
Yes.
good, Merz?
That's the point, Merzen. You never told me mine were good. You're just like, oh my god, Freya. That's not a good. That's not a yes or a no, is it? It's not a good job. It's not thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs middle. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck does that mean? I'm not even religious. Come on.
Seven, yours look good. And Fred, look. When you have 3 things above 1 across all of them, then yes, you're going to get an. Oh my god, Freya.
Are you not? Not everyone's gonna have like average stats. Are you telling me everyone else in the group has got ones and everything? Just
Keep
straight
in mind,
ones
having
everywhere.
nothing is the average. Having anything more than that is above it.
I'm
Well-
sorry, I don't want to be jack of all trades.
Not quite. The way they've set it up is kind of weird. Like, 2 dots in a skill is meant to be your average at the skill, but obviously that's average for a person who's received any training at all. The common person has
No.
probably not actually got any dots of occult or science, or most things. It's just... It's kind of a weird setup, and one of the things I'm not so keen about. But fortunately, it's just the description, but, 2 is average.
I get where it's going for it. It's basically saying average people don't do any of this shit in their life, and probably at most have 1 skill, depending on their job.
Yeah.
Tolerance for biology. Does that mean I can tolerate black
BAP.
people?
BAP.
So, skill specialties. So, you look at these skills, and they're quite vague, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, crafts, that's every type of creation. That's, like, milling the receiver on an AK to maintaining a nuclear reactor to playing with Lego. That's the crafts skill.
Can I be specialized in Legos?
Yes, that's actually
Yes,
what
you could.
specializations are for.
You can be. I would kind of advise against putting a specialization in Lego, because what on earth are you going to make with Lego? But, yeah,
I know what you mean.
specializations, that's where you narrow it down to that one thing. So, crafts, nuclear reactor, that's a specialization.
Liberal
Firearms, rifle, it's a specialization. Academics, law, specialization. Empathy, detecting lies. But specializations, when they apply, give you +1 die to your roll. But only when you're using that skill and only in that area. So if you've got empathy detecting lies, hey, you're a great lie detector, but as soon as I ask you to, as soon as you try to figure out how someone's feeling, if they're upset or if they're angry or whatever, specialization doesn't apply, you just roll your standard wits empathy.
Academics has a specialty called erotica.
Yes.
Well, shit, I should just be playing myself then, shouldn't I?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could have expression pornography.
But yeah, real quick, Merz, as the book describes it, 2 dots is professional, as in you have received like college or actual training in it. So it's not like the average of just somebody who's like been like, oh, you know, I've decided to take up a passing interest in it.
Yeah, I think my specializations work pretty good.
Oh, wait,
And
so
you
actually
get
mentioned specializations.
3 of those.
3
Yep.
specializations.
I thought you only got 2.
Nope, you get 3.
We got
Wait,
4
really?
boxes.
This is what now?
Yeah.
Specializations?
In Innocence, we started with 2 because we were actual young kids, but we should have
Babbies.
3.
I thought you got.
Now we're adults.
I have only 2 in Vampire as well.
Well, bloody fix that, you.
Okay,
Doof.
okay. Yeah, okay. To tell you, Bob, specializations basically think of a skill and think of a specialized like area in that skill, and you get a +1 wherever that comes up, and you use that skill.
Yeah, like what are you really good at? Are you a great runner? Then take an athletics runner specialization. Are you amazing at remembering like urban legends and lore? Maybe an occult monster lore. Are you great at handguns? Firearms handguns then.
Well,
It's basically
oh, yeah.
what are you the best at?
What if I'm the best at not getting hit?
No, you cannot use you cannot boost up your defense with a specialization.
But I could put
I
in
mean,
specialization.
athletics dodging then.
No, you
Uh,
okay.
So you would be able to use that when you take the dodge action, but it would not add to your passive defense. Specializations give you an extra dice to roll. They don't add into derived characteristics.
Gotcha.
Firearms, rifles is actually one of the things I said, I thought. So,
Fair enough. Just wanted to make sure.
yeah.
Because rifles is a lot of guns.
Yeah,
Is there
but
Yeah.
Is there a status in this game where your character can be broken? Like, or is it just role played?
Yeah, that's called a breaking point. We'll get to those.
So can I have a specialization? Can I have trying to break people with intimidation?
generally you can't get them into the broken condition with just an intimidation roll. Or actually, let me see what the broken is, because that might just be an intimidation thing.
What can you do with intimidation? Just so I, 'cause I want to do something regarding that with.
You can
my thing.
intimidate people into forcing them to think your way, basically, I think, right? That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Usually intimidation is I want a thing, and they're like, but I don't want to give you the thing. And then you intimidate them, and they're like, okay, you can have the thing. Or do the thing.
I want a thing. Too bad if you don't want it. I'm getting it anyway. You're going to follow my way. That's intimidation.
I don't know what intimidation does. I'm saying but then you said you have to be specific with what the specialization does within the skill.
So, intimidation torture, you could do that, and when you torture someone, you'll get an extra dice, which makes it more likely they'll succumb to a breaking point.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it for something different. Can I have
Well,
fearful presence? So
you'll be able to get to that, but let's use specializations first for.
oh, that's right. No, that's not. I don't know if that's a merit. What I
That
meant
is
was,
a
can I
merit.
have that? Can I have that as an actual skill for the specialization? So my character looks scary. So they're intimidating when they try to get you to back down.
Yeah.
How do I word
Intimidation looks scary. That's
that? Okay. Intimidation
Uh,
looks like potato IRL.
Bob, what do you mean damage with athletics?
Because you said that's what
Throwing.
determines your health and
No, athletics
No.
does not determine health.
or DR. I forget something
Defense.
to that effect.
Athletics goes into defense.
Okay.
Defense.
With weaponry,
Wait, let me answer this question. Defense minuses any melee attack. Because you're a normal human, it does not apply to guns. So if someone was going to punch you and they have basically a brawl and strength combination of 4 dice, before they roll, they're going to subtract your defense. So let's say you have a defense of 3, you take away 3 dice from their 4, and they only roll 1 dice against you.
Like that.
with the specialization in weaponry, do I have to pick a type of weapon?
Yes.
But as with firearms that go firearms rifles, they can be pretty generous.
Yes.
Can I be...
But yeah, that's something I forgot to say. You do have to be trained in the skill to take specialization. You can't specialize in something you have 0 dots in.
If I want to manipulate people, will that be intimidation again? Or is that persuasion?
If you want to do what?
Manipulation, get specialization in that.
Oh.
It could
that-
be either. Depends
would be-
how you go about doing it. I'd say persuasion most of the time.
That could be persuasion or subterfuge. So yeah. If you want to manipulate, as in like socially manipulate and lie to people, then yeah, probably persuasion.
Can I intimidate someone, then manipulate them afterwards?
I mean, yeah.
Or is that a waste? Like, can you in real life people do that? Or is it not?
I mean,
You use that as to get yourself an advantage.
most of the
against-
time, if you lead with intimidation, you've kind of set the tone for the rest of it. It's a bit hard to go from that to more peaceful manipulation. But you know, if you can sell it at the time, then yeah, you can do that.
I don't mean that. I mean, if you intimidate them, then manipulate them to thinking someone's done something.
I mean,
I don't
it's
mean
some.
subtle manipulation.
It's something you could do, and spoilers, the game does have a rather in-depth social engineering system. Also, spoilers, we're not going to use it.
Yeah, the doors and leverage system is a neat concept and very ham-fisted in its implementation. It's my least favorite thing about this game.
We never use it. It's there. It's basically the red-headed stepchild we just kick in the basement.
Could I have weaponry improvised as specialization? So I'm really
Yep.
good with improvised weaponry. Cool.
Yes. That means it would have to specifically be improvised weaponry.
Yeah, but it means that if I have to use improvised weaponry, I ain't gonna be dog shit with it.
I mean, generally improvised weaponry, if I recall correctly, basically just does damage based on the size of the object and also takes damage as well whenever you use it.
Yeah, so you can pick up a chair and use it, and you don't take penalties, but it'll break after a while.
Yeah. So you get a +1 to using a chair. It's just it's gonna break probably after 1 or 2 swings.
And I'm just thinking, if I
Though
have no-
there is a
no-
merit about
Yeah.
fighting with improvised weapons. So.
Bap.
I didn't say anything about that. Don't bat me.
No, I'm bapping Merz.
Oh, thank God.
Mm.
Back away.
Uh,
What else did I
so
get?
let's see. Yes, Bob. Yes, that looks good. I love the last one.
Now I'm curious.
What?
Oh,
So-
Yoshi's doing the thing. Give me a second, Bob. I need to poke around in your settings to fix your defense.
Oh yeah,
I should
mine is
probably-
fucked too.
Oh,
Athletics
yeah.
I
is
should
contortion,
probably
right?
check everyone's.
Yeah, defense is 0.
No, athletics is contortion, right?
No.
No, athletic is just like athletic stuff,
Okay,
running,
what's-
all that kind of general stuff.
Which specialization would I use for contortion?
Athletics, probably.
Athletics,
Yeah.
contortionist.
Yeah, that's what I said. So
Yeah, that.
Oh, yeah,
was
proportionate.
very much what she was asking you guys.
Oh, I thought
And
I thought she was saying.
He was like, nah. And I was like,
You
oh,
said
okay.
you said athletics is for contortion, right? So I'm like, no, you don't just use that for contortion only.
Why would I ask something like
Hell,
that?
some of you people's defenses.
What? I only have a 6.
That's actually really high.
Is it?
Generally
How do I work
speaking,
Yes!
keep
Normal people's is a 3!
How do I
Oh.
figure out my defenses?
I thought mine was actually pretty low.
keep in mind, like I said, athletics is you taking away dice from somebody's attacks. So unless they are a extremely strong boy who is specialized in punching people in the face, you're pretty good at dodging.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that at 6.
Wait, but how? What's the calculation for defense?
The
Lower.
lower of wits and the dexterity plus your athletics.
Oh, I should have got more wits.
Yeah. There are merits
Yeah.
you can take later to change that, but all of them are pretty weird, to be honest.
Oh. Imagine if mine's dexterity and my athletics are added together.
I'd rather not, thank you.
Yeah. Generally speaking, unless you are a certain splat, if you have 10 defense, you're pretty fucking. If you have 8 to 10 defense, you're pretty untouchable by most human means.
But then you get shot and it doesn't matter, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Firearms
well,
ignore defense.
Someone
So
brings
you-
along the pea shooter goes bang bang and just like. What if I drive a car into you? Do you use defense for that?
No. Car is just fucking into your shit.
Exactly. So drive skills
You-
less skill.
People could take the active dodge action.
Yeah, you
But-
could try to dodge out the way of a car, but if you will get slammed by one, you're taking a certain thing called aggravated damage, which we'll explain later.
Yeah,
Can I
we'll get to
dodge
it.
bullet? Can I use a dodge
No,
skill
you
to dodge-
cannot dodge bullets.
Not even with the dodge skill.
No. Specifically, no.
They're
Bullets.
bullets. You
How fast do you
I've-
think bullets go?
We're
Can you
playing
dodge it in
we're
that
playing
time?
We're playing an RPG. I'm just making sure. Okay.
I do actually want to check if they specified that with the dodge action. They probably did, but
Well, I mean,
If they
considering
don't-
how you don't get your defense, it'd be really weird if suddenly you could dodge. I mean, I guess you could explain it the way if you see the gun pointed towards you and you try to duck for cover. But spoilers, there is a specific merit you have to get within CQC. No, I am not
Ah.
joking. To be
Ah.
able to duck for cover whenever someone points a gun for you. So I'm pretty sure you cannot just do that as an action. Pretty sure. Could be wrong. So I will let Merz do her research.
You have to take a merit to be double jointed.
yeah.
Yes.
Does that mean I've got a merit in real life then?
Yes.
Yes.
Get me. I like how when you read Giant, it specifies your character as being female. It's one of the only books. Normally, every book specifies you as being male. Your character's massive. She's well over 6 foot tall and crowds apart when she approaches. She's size 6.
Yeah, the World of Darkness books like to use females for character specifications. So you'll see like she a lot.
Normal
They
books will
they use about equal number of both pronouns actually.
Really? Normally I notice it more when it's like she, because it's usually on combat stuff. Ironically
Yeah,
enough.
It's not like
You
an-
say
I don't
ironically,
care
but that's
what they
clearly
use.
intentional.
Because crack driver's a he. Clearly, women can't drive. Nothing new there. But we're giant,
Giant Amazonian women.
who can't drive.
Mm-mm.
We're not completely in the realm. We're just being progressive. We aren't being in the realm of fantasy. I say as we talk
so-
about vampires.
In melee combat, you can apply your defense against guns, and that allows you to dodge. But normally,
Gun
if you
Oh yeah,
if
that's
you
right.
can't apply defense, you can't dodge. that is specified.
Yeah, if
I
you
get to mount, like, dodge.
Oh right,
It-
guns are like an improvised crowbar in Melee, aren't they?
No. In melee, you can shoot someone with a handgun.
yeah, but
Yeah,
if you're
But because of the fact you're in melee, you're wrestling and writhing and stuff. That
Something like
does mean they
not
can
fighting.
push the gun out of the way, and that gets easier for them to do the bigger your gun is. So if you're in melee combat and you're trying to use a gun on the person you're in melee with, they apply their full defense as normal.
Oh, this looks dope. I just found the parkour skill.
Plus, their defense against firearms attacks is increased by the
The
gunner's
size of
size +1. So if you've got a rifle that's, I think, size 2 or 3, if you're trying to use that in close combat, then they'll get a +3 or +4 to their defense.
All right, what I'm hearing is if there ever is a gun pulled on this character, I need to get up as close as possible.
If you can.
Negro.
If I can.
Keep in
Yeah.
mind, because you're talking about running towards a gun, and if initiative says that you are slower, then you probably want to duck for cover.
Yeah,
But if
exactly.
initiative-
roll.
What you do is you intimidate them and make them drop the gun.
Because keep in
Intimidation
mind, they can
special.
also move and shoot back at you. So they could just move
Not-
out of range and then shoot at you.
not
Because
if they're
opportunity
too-
attacks are not a thing.
Yeah.
Not if they're too intimidated. Just intimidate them dropping their gun. Drop down.
That's going to be pretty hard if someone's got a gun on you.
You need to max
And I
out
pull out my gun.
You max out your presence, max out intimidation, job done, no problem.
I will say it's not impossible if you're scary enough, but I would say it's not something you can generally do easily. I'd say that might be within the realm of exceptional success.
I'm going to be honest, if someone is armored and you are not, they are going to have a bonus to resisting your intimidation. Like, if you're at gunpoint, the person with the gun is going to have a lot of confidence from the gun.
If you look scary, does that help?
I mean, yeah, but once again, you got a gun. Like, unless you were...
If you take a hit and you haven't died and you're still walking towards them, then you'd be scary.
I mean,
You're
yeah.
not gonna really be able to do that much. Bullets hurt very much in this.
Stack the HP roll.
So, I will be using the beaten down and surrender optional rule.
Because we're human.
So, yeah. So if you take more than your stamina and bashing damage or any amount of lethal damage, you get the beaten down condition. Which means that if you want to continue fighting, if you want to take a violent action yourself, it's going to cost you a willpower.
If you're a supernatural creature, generally you have something within you that lets you keep fighting past that. But as mere humans, getting hit with lethal is a big fucking deal and makes us want to stop.
Yeah.
Though I will say, I will also be using the intent rules, and if someone's intent is just kill you, then you don't suffer beaten down. If it's like, if someone's intent is stop them from getting away, then they're not necessarily trying to kill you. Beaten down will happen.
I'm guessing that's to keep us from getting completely killed when something deals a bit of lethal damage to us.
Yeah, and it is specified in the book. If one side's intent involves violence for its own sake, the other side can't surrender, not without being killed or harmed in either way. If that's the case, the aggressor's intended victims don't get the beaten down tilt and gain no benefits from surrendering.
Fair enough.
When someone wants to kill you, the only thing you can do is try to stop her, whether you run like hell or unload a shotgun at her.
I like how it's a her again.
Yep. They knew about you in advance, Freya.
They're prepared.
So, with specializations done, that little bit clarified, now we can move on to merits.
Ooh, yay.
So, everyone open up your rulebooks. This is going to be some reading.
You take it back.
I'm glad I read ahead of time.
Yeah, we'll go straight to page 44. That has the merits. So you'll see each merit, next to its name, there are some dots. It's from 1 to 5 dots. That's how many points the merit costs. Now, as mortal characters, as little
Oh
humans,
wow!
you have 7 points.
Oh, really? Only 7?
You mean only 7?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's
Seven, nine.
supernatural creatures all have 10.
I never knew there was a difference. I thought that was just because, like, the standard. Because 10 feels way better as a number than 7.
So we can get.
I know, but it's you can get 7 points worth of merits.
Yes.
If you go all in 1 dot merits, then sure you can get 7. Now there is one thing I'm going to say. There's a category called supernatural merits. You're not allowed to take supernatural merits.
You're all normal humans.
No, because I could be a normal human with a true friend, and the storyteller is not allowed to kill my true friend without my permission. I'm reading it right now. I can have an unkillable buddy.
Well, I mean, technically, but your buddy cannot go on adventures with you or be involved in the main story. So...
That's not what it says.
But usually, companions are not something you, like, take around and use for things. You don't get another character sheet who can't die. Your buddy is like somebody informing you on the story outside.
Well, at least not with just true friend. If you take retainer, then you do actually have a little minion who follows you.
But that one can specifically die.
Oh.
Yes.
Get a level 5 retainer and make it like a grizzly bear.
I have a question.
And I would also say, just because your true friend can't die without you agreeing to it, doesn't mean they can't be hospitalized.
Don't threaten Bobby like that. It's not his
Can I
fault.
make a capitalist raised with a bunch of small children as my retainers?
No. What the fuck?
What?
Orphanages are
You
a
heard
thing,
me.
you perverts. Jesus.
Yeah, but those aren't slaves. Those are forgotten and abandoned children.
I don't see the difference.
One doesn't have to work in a sweatshop.
Wow.
Supernatural merits look pretty cool.
We just said you cannot take supernatural merits.
Yeah, but I have to scroll through them to get to fighting merits.
Fair
This
enough.
is true.
Armed defense. What?
Armed defense lets
If
you use your
a
weaponry.
weapon- Yeah, but I don't want to help them not die.
No, it lets you make your defense with weaponry.
No, armed defense
no,
means you can stop people from.
That's
People are
defensive
so
combat.
Oh, I must be thinking.
DCL. Defensive combat is a prerequisite for armed defense, but armed defense is like it's an in-depth fighting style.
Typically, it's to rather than kill them, it's like
You
what
subdue
defenses
them.
use. Yeah. Thief of Fate.
Okay, so each dot is how much it costs, right?
1 EXP.
Yep.
If you see 3 dots, it costs 3. Also, keep in mind it's prerequisites.
Yeah.
Yes. Many things do have prereqs.
Some
Yes.
scale.
Yes. So. Yeah. When you're getting one of the scaling ones, you don't have to spend 1 point on the first one, then 2 points on the second one, and 3 on the third one. You just buy it at the level you want, and it costs that many points.
Where's the skill which allows me to use my dexterity? Because I deliberately took no strength for that.
Fighting finesse.
Is that what that is? Oh yeah, fighting finesse. I thought you meant the
Some-
defense thing.
Page 61.
I love the font they use. It's really neat.
Wait a minute, so we can buy like a 3 dot merit for just 1 point during character creation?
No, 3
No,
exactly.
it costs 3.
3. Okay, just making sure then. Alright, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying for like, say this one I've got in front of me, close quarters combat. It goes up to 5 dots. If you want the 4th dot, you just pay 4 points. You don't have to pay 1 point, then 2 points, then 3 points, and then
Okay, yeah.
finally pay 4 points.
Alright, I see what you're saying. Alright, cool.
I'm gonna take
Alright,
that
then, yeah.
character sheet.
My merits are good to go then.
Mine aren't. I'm still doing them. Do I have to put? So I need to get this. Sorry, I can technically use guns, alright? Because most firearms use dexterity.
You
Four,
have
out of
strength 1.
I could use some guns.
No.
No, you literally can't. There's like Strength.
Well, you can, but you have a further -1 because you are too weak.
Yeah. You got weak
Fine.
little noodle arms.
Yeah, but I'm fast as fuck, boy.
So yeah, you could, even untrained and as weak as you are, still have
Stop calling
3
my character
dots
weak.
on shooting stuff.
My character's plenty strong.
Your character, by definition of their attributes, is not strong.
You can't see my character's stats. Leave them alone.
You just said they have 1 dex. I don't need to see them to make fun of them.
One dex.
One
They've
strength.
got 5
One
dex.
strength.
1 strength. 1 strength.
They have
My
5
bad.
dex.
So you made a DCL character.
It's not a DC. Excuse. Don't lower me to your level. My character is intelligent. Has plenty of social skills. Has lots of pips and socials. And
But
is,
you got
and,
5 dex, so it's a dex fag character, so it's in my realm.
No, because it's women.
Welcome to dex faggotry.
No, I'm not a fairy.
Hey, Merz,
Puzzles
should
are
we make
shit.
a general note for people now, like, to get equipment and stuff later on, you should probably have some dots and resources.
Yes, yes. Resources covers your disposable income. So
It also
One-
covers what you are available to get, so you cannot start off with an
Yes.
M14 if you don't have like 5 or 4 resources.
yeah, so 1 dot of resources, you've got some cash on occasion. 2 dots, you're middle class. 3 dots, you're upper middle class. 4 dots, you're actually quite wealthy, and 5 dots, you're a billionaire.
How do you get these dots? Sorry, where do you get
It's
them
a
from?
merit.
It's a merit
Resources.
you buy them.
Oh,
It's one of the social merits.
Also, I'm pretty sure once again it determines what you can actually start off with in
It
character.
does very much.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
certain things are, even if you have the money, it has an availability and you might not be able to get it because you
Yeah,
just
like
don't have connections.
like a good example is guns are usually like availability 2 or 3 for most of them.
Which is a little weird being that we're in America. So insert commentary here.
Well, because
what-
you can
to be
buy
fair-
above your resources, but it damages your resources for a month.
Because let
Sorry,
me,
Freya?
With the character I was making last time, close quarters contact would have made them lethal as fuck.
close
Yeah.
quarters. Yeah,
No, you can do so much with this. It
I
scales up
I made a
really
character
heavy.
with it once, so I know it intimately. If you use the grappling rules, which let me tell you, you do not want to be using because you are a dex fag. Grapple is all strength.
I know that, but
Which
I
makes
meant
sense.
close
Grapple
quarters looks really
doesn't work well in any game. You don't want to grapple anything.
good. Grapple's good.
No, grapple works incredibly,
You choke
incredibly
people
well
and
in
just,
this
they get
game.
fucked in
It's
seconds.
it's nice and simple and streamlined. But
Yeah,
you can actually
surprising.
take a specialization in brawl, grappling, and then apply fighting finesse to that to DCL.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I did, isn't it? Technically,
I don't think you did. I
For,
don't remember
for
though.
Zaire. Yeah, I remember him being a dex boy.
Heavy weapons, what's this do?
But then again, I think whenever you make a contested grapple
Need
rule,
fucking strength.
it is always strength and brawl.
Well, I mean, when you attack someone, it's always strength and brawl, unless you have fighting finesse.
I guess.
So here's what fighting finesse says. Choose a specialty in weaponry or brawl when you purchase merit. You may substitute your character's dexterity for her strength when making rolls with that specialty. It's not just attack rolls, it's whenever you would make a strength brawl roll.
All right, so
with
you
that
just
specialty.
you would just need specialty in grappling, and then you could be able to use your dex.
It's martial arts, so there's
Yep.
so many skills.
Yeah, there's a. I've said it
Kid.
before. If I ever wanted to make a martial arts campaign, I'd actually do it in World of Darkness, since
The
there's
touch
so
of
many
death.
fucking fighting styles. So if everybody just wanted to be kung fu fighting, you could do it pretty well in World of
There's
Darkness.
street fighting as well. Oh, this is so hard. I want to use cool social skills, but my character should be able to fight if they're a gang leader. I want
Generally
to fight them.
speaking,
Light weapons.
you should be rather able to fight or shoot a gun really well.
Street fighting, I can't get that because I don't have. See, I didn't know you had all these fucking prerequisites.
Yes.
Prerequisites. until after.
This
In
is generally
street fighting is one of the stricter ones, meaning
Yeah,
like
I can see
2
that.
stats at 3 and 2 skills at 2. That's
to be fair, if I remember, street fighting gives some pretty good things.
yeah.
Let me check again. Street fighting. Oh yeah, duck and weave. Yeah, duck and weave lets you use the higher of your wits or dexterity to calculate defense at a -1 for your attack.
Where is Duck and Weave?
It is under street fighting. It is the first dot.
Oh, I can't even get it. Fuck.
Yeah, you need stamina 3, composure 3, in brawl 2, and streetwise 2. So it's pretty heavy in its prereqs.
Now, so
To be fair, if I had that, I'd be a god.
So all of these merits have got these pretty in-depth descriptions, and the page 1 of the character sheet just gives you enough space to put the name in. If you go to page 3, it gives you little boxes you can make, so you can put like what the merit actually does in there.
Page 2, actually. Page 3 is for your flaws and stuff.
No, page 3.
Really?
Page 2 is for special powers. Page 3 is where you would want to put your merits.
I guess. I usually put them on page
Why, there are some merits on there, like mentor and resources and contacts.
Yeah, you're right. I usually just use page 2 because I can summarize the powers I need in a quick little box without having to clutter up with everything else.
Yes, Bob, that is experience. Increasing a skill costs 2 experience, and then a merit. Each dot of the merit costs 1 experience.
Generally
So,
speaking... Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Generally speaking, if you have something that's a good merit that you can get, it is almost always more worth it to take the merit before anything else, unless you're a special splat, and then getting your splat powers is often good. We are not special slats, so if we get any EXP at all, it will probably go towards merits. If we get any EXP.
That reminds me. Is there any way to take like a flaw or something to get extra merit points?
Fortunately, I don't
So, there aren't any that I've been able to find listed in the core rulebook. It's something that's discussed in other books, and each point of the flaw costs you, each point of the flaw gives you 1 merit dot. But, like I said, it's not shown in the core book, so...
And generally, anytime I've seen flaws, they are always involving some kind of mechanical role in situations you do not want to be put into.
Now, if you wanted some, we could go over them, but that's something that's something I would want to discuss over the week, because it'll involve a lot of me looking stuff up.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah, to answer you, Bob, he was asking, are there ways you could take flaws for extra merit points? TLDR, if you really wanna, talk about it over the weekend, because that'll have some lookup things to do.
I mean, I do have this book that does just oh, what the fuck have I done? That does have this whole chapter, merits and flaws, but it's an old book, not even a new one. So it would need a bit of working with.
Also, what was that question, Freya?
I want to know, with improvised weaponry, what is considered improvised? Because a pipepine's not going to break very quickly. Is that an actual weapon? Because a crowbar has weapon stats, but technically it's an improvised weapon. It's not meant to be a weapon. So what's classified as improvised compared to not improvised?
Well, way later in the book, there's appendix, and like tire iron is an actual weapon in it.
Yeah, to be fair, in World of Darkness, anything that can even be a decent weapon is usually classified as a weapon, oddly enough, and usually things that aren't are improvised. So if you want to use like a stapler as a weapon, That's improvised, obviously. But
With,
things
with
like
the improvised, with the improvised weapon, there's an in harm's way and there's a breaking point. Can I use those two skills and stuff like pipe irons and crowbars? Read what they do.
Sorry, what's the first thing you're saying?
Well, there's loads of weapons in real life which are improvised, but in game they're not considered
Yeah,
improvised
yeah.
weapons. So,
The other example you're giving, you're saying crowbars and something else.
and pipe irons, a pipe iron,
The Pied Pipers? I've never heard of.
pipe iron, a pipe iron.
Oh yeah.
It's just a length of pipe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, for example, in this game, if I got a crowbar, could I use in harm's way and breaking point if I had the skills? It's on improvised weaponry. It's like page 63 or
Yeah,
62.
I'd allow it. Yeah.
Pardon, sorry.
I would allow it. Is what I
Alright,
said.
well, thank you.
Alright, so that's so done.
bypassing durability. Equal amount of damage to the improvised weapon, bypass durability.
Is fighting style its own merit?
No, fighting styles are different merits.
Like I see something called street fighting. I'm like, I
Yes.
don't see that on my.
Street fighting is a merit. It is a merit style. It is a fighting style. Fighting styles are their own merit trees, and they cost 1 EXP per dot. So yeah, just if you see the dots next to the name, it's a merit.
Yeah. Fighting merits are a whole other own big category, or after supernatural merits. So
Yeah.
Is that any good, breaking point in harm's way DCL?
Not that I know of. Generally, like I said, if you're trying to use breaking point or beaten and like bruised or whatever the rule is for humans, generally speaking, doing lethal damage, which any actual weapon will do, is enough.
Ah, Saven, I see you found the best merit.
Did he find professional training?
He found professional training.
Yep, he found
so that's
professional
what.
training.
What does that do?
So at 1 dot, it gives you extra merits.
At one dot, it basically gives you a resource merit for whatever two skills you choose.
2 dots of contacts. So contacts is a social merit, Saven. So
Oh,
note those down.
is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as long as it's within the asset skills that you have, you can be able to have contacts within it.
So I get 2 dots of contacts for taking 1 dot in professional training. Okay, sure.
Yep.
Yes.
And it only gets better the more you go up on it.
God, I wish I had more merit points.
2 lets you take the 9 again quality on your asset skills, and I believe you get 2 of them to start off with. So whenever you make an asset skill roll, anytime you roll a 9 on the 1d10, you get to roll again instead of having to only explode on a 10.
And you should also note down your asset skills on probably page 3.
Ms. Andy, could you do me a favour and explain to me how in harm's way works? Because I'm not quite sure I get the mechanical benefit of that.
Okay, so weapons have durability, and within harm's way, what it lets you do is when somebody hits you, and you get to use your weapon to absorb the damage of the attack. So you use your weapon, and then they'll do damage straight to that item, ignoring its structure, which is usually its like our own armor.
Other way around. They do damage to structure, bypassing durability.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, durability is the armor. So if you got
So can I do that normally if I had a sword or something? Could I do that without the skill? Or is this
No.
a unique thing that I can make my weapon absorb damage for me?
that is a unique thing.
That's a unique thing to improvised weapons, because it's okay for an improvised weapon to break a lot more than a sword.
What about breaking point? Do you
Or-
think that's any good, Merz and D?
Nightstick.
Nightstick would not be an improvised weapon.
We all need collapsible batons, guys.
What's the other thing you were asking for?
You said breaking point wasn't very good, but I don't know why is it not very good.
Let me see. Breaking point. If that's what I think it is.
Because it requires using an all-out attack, which forces you to. When you take an all-out attack, you get +2 to hit, but you cannot apply your defense against any attacks that turn.
So you need to basically win with that attack.
Yeah. Or have friends who are willing to be meat shields.
Yeah, and generally speaking, even with an all-out attack, +2 is not enough to end a fight.
Yeah, but the breaking point would give you more than +2. It could give you potentially up to +4.
One way to win.
Yeah, so let's have a look at
Make-
crowbars. Crowbars, of course the melee weapons chart doesn't have structure listed. Why would it?
That's one to the weapon modifier. To the single
Here it is, so yeah. Structure is 4, so the crowbar, if you're willing to break it over someone's head, you can choose to drop that structure and get +2 damage.
But once you drop the structure, your weapon breaks. So if you do not end it in that fight, not only have you lost your defense, you have also lost your weapon.
So in harm's way is a good perk. The breaking point is just a bit of a But then again, a crowbar is pretty strong to start off with. I'd say pretty strong. It's better than the average improvised weapon.
Yeah. Generally speaking.
But couldn't you use breaking point on anything?
No. Breaking point is specifically... Actually, let me see. Breaking point is specifically improvised weapons.
I was going to say, if you could use that on anything, that'd be pretty good.
But yeah.
The real best one of improvised weapon, it is just always armed.
Yeah, basically. Always armed and maybe number 2.
Wits plus weaponry, if you succeed, bam, you have a weapon now, and it's a reflexive roll.
That's basic.
With some of you guys, we've been over the action stuff, but to quickly explain that. A reflexive roll is something you can do almost without thinking about. You do it on reflex. And whereas an instant action, it's something that takes you an instant to perform, but combat goes by in instants. You get 1 instant action per turn. You also get to move, and you get an almost unlimited number of reflexive actions.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Also, real quick, Saban, I just want to tell you the bullshit that is 5 dots of professional training, which, as long as it's not in combat and it's your asset skill, whenever you make a test, if you spend a willpower before making that test, you get the rope feature, which just lets you straight up reroll every dice that is not a success. Once. I think Saban was busy docking something else.
I heard you.
Okay. But yes.
There's no way I can ever get to, like, 1,000,000 dots of anything. I barely had I have insufficient talent points for everything I feel like my character should have, just as, like, a middle-class working individual.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get...
Yeah. It's alright, Saban.
In a first world country.
I kind of want to get small units tactics, but
I also considered that, but again, couldn't.
I don't think anyone in my group would want to listen to what could be seen as a scary individual.
No.
Everybody like, I want to do my thing, screw you.
Yeah, trying to be a leader in an RPG game is like herding cats. It's great.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not trying to be a leader with it. It's more of it's something my character could necessarily have.
If your character is like somebody who's used to having bodyguards and stuff and is like train them to make sure to be effective in like street fighting, then yeah, small units tactic would be something they'd have, and it'd be something that makes sense. Depends. I don't know how much action you can narratively justify having that in a small town with only like 5 cops and you being the only gang. Yeah, if you're like coming out of town, or if you're like an old gang veteran who came down for a quieter scene, then yeah.
We might go to different towns now and then. It should be the hometown.
Generally, in World of Darkness campaigns, you do not move towns because the towns are almost always a character unto themselves.
Unfortunately, because Halloween special, it's going to be a surprise. We have demons. It's not going to be, everyone knows. Some people know about demons, some don't. So yeah.
What are you about to say, Merz?
I would just like to say, your character is not that dumb. you're just
I'm
you're
done.
not grasping what quite how good your character actually is, because you have shitty dice luck, and you're playing that a little too much into your calculations.
Who?
Bob,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
he's got 6 willpower, and he's saying it's so low.
oh no,
It's
fucking 6
not-
willpower is great.
I don't even know how
Oftentimes,
to
I'm the
willpower
only one with crazy amounts of willpower because I love resolve and composure as a thing to have at the
Bob, we can
sacrifice
just
of
shit
everything
together.
else.
I'm trying to think of what I want. Inspiring. Whereas indeed, for how much WoW you give me for like putting a lot in one stat, a lot of these merits require you to have high level stats, like some of them like 4 in resolve and stuff.
Usually,
Which ones need 4 in resolve?
Iron Will.
yeah. Usually, if you want something that's specific, it's going to be rather a high stat or sometimes. Okay, so merits are widely balanced between this is a lot of cost for something that isn't worth to get, and sometimes it's 1 dot for nothing and it's super good. But yeah. Generally speaking, shit. Merit requirements are the ways that keep you from being one-trick ponies because you'll miss out on a lot of merits.
Mm-hmm.
Iron Will requires 4 resolve because you only get a bonus for it.
Wait, is it 4?
When yes, when you have 4 or more resolve, because you see what it's doing. You may substitute your character's resolve for the usual willpower bonus.
And you roll with 8 again if it's contested. That's actually
That's
really
really strong.
Yeah, like normally that you'd be rolling you'd be spending that willpower to get a +3. If you're the defender, sure, only a +2, but then it's 8 again. That's
Why
Which
do you
is-
do the factor over?
It's super strong. Like,
And
I've
it's-
only got one thing that even comes close. Like, Trained Observer gets me, like, 9 again on just observing things, but that's it.
Iron Will's really good because if you're somebody with that much resolve, you probably have a lot of willpower to burn, and as a human, you get it back pretty easily. So if you want to dominate social situations by just having a strong will, that's a real good merit. But prepare to dump your resolve, and prepare to have to like dump your stats into resolve for it.
I don't really like dumping stats, not gonna lie.
Yeah. For someone like me who likes to have high resolve, that would be a good substitution for social skills. So I would want that. Someone like you who wants to have a more balanced character would never touch that without having lots of EXP.
I am staring at my microphone, almost speechless.
Why?
You have
Triggering
called
her.
Freya's
Triggering
character
her.
balanced.
Okay, so I
It's
forget.
not balanced from what we've heard.
Okay, so I
No.
forgot about the 5 decks for a moment. Forgive me.
I love.
He was
how
so adamant about this not being a DCL character that my judgment lapsed for a second.
I did it deliberately. I said that just to trigger someone. I knew someone would notice. Someone would be like, "What? But Freya, you've got what in what was that skill you said you had lots of?"
I mean, typically speaking, your primary thing, you generally will have maybe a stat you just dump everything into, and then like the one other dot.
But you
It's not
said
always
you're-
the worst idea, but generally speaking, people do not do that just because they do not like being one-trick ponies.
I'm not a one-trick pony. My physical attributes only have a 4 in them. I have a 5 in my social attributes. So I put more in social than I did in being fast.
Oh, fair enough. Man, you're going to fucking drop to the floor if you ever get punched.
I mean, I got lots and lots and lots of defense.
Fair
I-
That
enough.
doesn't
I-
matter
I-
until you get hit by a gun.
If I could have got street fighting, my defense would have been 9.
Well, your defense would have been 9 once you sacrificed your attack on your turn.
No, that's not.
So, has everyone finished with merits?
I need to spend one more point. I'm probably just gonna. If I can't find anything good, I'm probably gonna just slap it on that looks one. What's it called?
Resources.
Striking looks.
Striking luck, because I can't get stunt driver or anything I like. Relentless
Also-
is good as well, but don't know if I need it.
Also, quick aside: every time you get attacked, you lose a point of defense for that turn until it's your next turn.
Yeah, I know, but there's nothing here which says Freya don't die as a skill. So we don't have a skill saying do not die. We don't have vampiric regeneration. We don't have those. We don't have gain armor.
Oh, yeah. Fortunately, vampires are real good at those skills, but you're not a vampire.
I'm sure there are lots of people who are good at those skills, but I'm not one of them.
So,
I want to hear
I'll-
what Snippy and Savin did.
Yeah, they've been oddly quiet.
Hmm?
I squint.
Look, I'm not saying that I've been looking at token material for my character's true friend, but I have several tabs
went for a
open
true
of
friend.
Ebony BBW. Just saying.
Fair enough.
What's BBW?
but yeah,
Big
Seven. Please do actually note down who you have contacts with.
Should I do that? Because I don't have any skills for it. I would have thought my contacts would be part of my character's concept.
Yeah, they will be, but they will not be as useful as someone who has the contact merit.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
The contact merit actually obliges me to
Make sure
them
that-
somewhat useful.
Yeah. Can't just say you come in from a family or a situation where you should have contacts and get to just use that due to that merit's existence.
I can't imagine what kind of contacts I'd have as a lawyer.
You could have
Probably
six
like
months.
a judge and a cop.
Yeah, a small town lawyer, you're not
How
going to
many
have
can I
that
get
much
with
power.
two?
Oh,
2.
I got two
You-
to spare.
Yeah.
I could go for spin doctor.
So yeah,
Like-
each dot of contacts gives you a field of contacts. So like
And it's
Cops.
two
Well, no people in the police
individual
department.
contacts.
yes.
Okay.
I could have staff as a skill.
I want to put both of those in there. One of them is going to be for the cops. And I'm not sure I have enough for a judge, but I might have enough for a prosecutor?
Are we likely to get more merits? we
Nah.
play?
It's possible, but it's gonna be a
Ooh,
little
I
difficult.
could know a local reporter. And the
Um,
cops.
Yeah, and so because it's contacts, it doesn't have to be so specific as this one guy for press, this one judge. You can have like contacts courts.
Okay,
Lovely.
I've got my merits, I think. What do you think of them, Merz?
Let's see, nice, 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 nice.
It's okay, guys. It's not like I have no contacts at all.
it's fine. Generally
I don't have any
speaking,
either.
So, with that done, I need to step away for a minute, and then I have some questions for you.
fair enough.
How long is a minute? Don't answer that.
About
please,
60
well, 60 seconds.
Yeah,
Don't do
60
that, yeah.
seconds.
Don't be that twat.
Well, you asked that question, so everyone's going to be that twat.
It's about 1/60th of an hour.
See, now I understand how to be American. Gotta be literal. Literal reminds me of the liberal. Does that mean you're liberals?
Well-
No.
You didn't sound very happy to be called a liberal.
Well, he's Republican, so.
What's a Republican? Is that like the people who had the what's it called, the clone troopers?
Yes.
Yes.
If only we were in that timeline, we'd actually be in the lighter timeline. Actually,
I'm not
now that,
sure that's
Would
true,
we?
DCL.
I don't
now-
think that's right.
now that we have Trump, I understand how Palpatine got to power. But no.
I mean,
You
Palpatine.
know that Palpatine was literally Nixon.
Yeah, we.
Like George Lucas has said in interviews, when he was creating the Emperor, he just looked at Nixon and wrote him into the story.
Yeah, unfortunately, Palpatine had none of the subtlety. So,
Are you kidding?
he fucking watched
Palpatine.
the. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna move on before this becomes a nerd fight. If anybody had taken the time to just be like, I sense Dark Force around this guy, if this movie would not have been
You can't send Dark Force is not real.
whatever.
Social construct.
Whatever. The point is
Shush you.
the point is the movies are dumb and needed like extended canon to make any
okay.
sense of them.
DCL, I'm gonna stop you now. We're not getting into another Star Wars thing. I've
Okay.
seen enough of it. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
Good.
Moving on.
Alright, so some questions now. These are the questions. These are how we are actually going to work out what are the lines your character has? What do they actually what is the moral code they live by?
Good joke. What's a moral code?
You can't just play an absolute sociopath. I mean, you can, but shut up.
I can, but I won't. Because I hate myself.
So I know some of these might be a bit vague, so if you want me to go into more detail about them, just let me know. Alternatively, you can look at page 30 of your rulebooks, which has these questions and the full context.
What options do we have for moral code?
Answer the questions. They're
I'll scroll to the
in the
page.
little handout I just sent. And while you write these, please do put them
I
on
didn't see
the
this.
yeah. Please put them on the answers on the bio and info section of your character sheet, or actually on page 2 or page 3 of your character sheet. Actually, bio and info would be something everyone can see. So if you don't want everyone to see it, then put them in the more hidden place.
Where do we
It's
put
up
them?
to you.
Okay, place 2 is not the place to do that. All right.
Right, so where do I put them if I don't want people to see it?
Page 3, just like everything else.
Whereabouts on page 3?
Oh, you can just
I don't
add
have
your
a-
own boxes.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm gonna add the box and call it Merzendi's questions.
Probably easier to do one box per question.
You know,
Okay.
that's a valid point.
Add. Oh, the box title isn't large enough for your question.
Oh. Well, you can summarize.
What is the worst thing you could do? These are very negatively oriented questions, aren't they?
hmm
It's very
This is the world of darkness, not the world of happy magical unicorns.
Oh well, I'm out then. Fucking, where's my pony? It's
What if I
ironic.
take a shitload of LSD?
I feel like that's not the worst. Yeah, never mind.
Will it
Drugs
become
are a
happy
valid
and
coping
unicorn then?
mechanism. They're not a valid coping mechanism. Please don't resort to drugs.
Damn you, Merzendy. Why must you deny me?
What is the worst thing you had to do?
I think you'll enjoy my third one on my page, Merzendi.
Okay, I think I might need to flesh that one out. That one might change.
Oh yes, yes. I do quite like that one, Amazon.
Yeah, yeah, it's very nice. Could you elaborate on the what has your character forgotten?
So, during your early life, most people have run into something weird. Something that doesn't quite make sense. And in the Chronicles of Darkness, that is a supernatural event. But now you're an adult, it's not something you remember. So
Yes.
decide what you saw, what you forgot.
Really? Because I wasn't gonna put anything remotely like
Yeah,
that.
I almost said shock. I almost said any. I almost said a math class.
Does 2018 count? Because boy, has that been something weird.
It's not even
But yeah,
finished yet.
the point of this is it's a breaking point that's already happened to you, and it helps determine what more has to happen for you to trigger another one. So you know, if you really want to avoid the supernatural, then it could be you forgot that your father beat you. It's not so much what has your character forgotten as it is what has your character repressed the fuck out of.
And the last one, traumatic thing. Uh,
So some examples from the book are being mugged, being again beaten as a child, car accident, getting kidnapped by one of your parents while they were getting a divorce.
Getting kidnapped by gypsies?
Yeah,
We
okay,
can't
I
just
won't go that
always
way.
make fun
No.
of the gypsies. I mean, we can, but shut up.
Please no. If there are any gypsies, I will murder them in cold blood.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to put this down, and then I guess I'm gonna have to. My mom wants me to come get a salad.
oh,
Yeah.
well, most of the character generation stuff is done for now, so you can go and do that. We'll be working out relationships between characters and then building the town afterwards. So
Okay. I probably won't be gone too long. We're so
Go get your salad, boy.
yeah.
Oh, these moral quandaries.
Hmm.
I just looked at
Something
your
about
first
you again.
one, Saban.
I said that as well.
Just quietly memeing behind the scenes. I want to see this.
It's in chat.
That wasn't a choice. It's a series. It's a continual series of lapse in judgment.
It was fate.
Snippy, you can't repress your social security number.
You can't tell me that.
You're an American. You're not traumatized by joining up with the capitalist agenda.
You were born into the capitalist agenda.
Have you know I'm a Greek immigrant?
Oh God.
How do you know what? I'm gonna stop myself.
No.
Oh, you do in fact have language, okay.
Okay, Merz. Really thought I wouldn't have add language Greek.
Yeah?
After saying I'm an immigrant.
You are an immigrant.
I
would
just
have
wanted to
languages
check if you had
English.
thought about it.
The doubts.
All right.
Are
I
they
think,
not justified though?
I think mine
No.
work.
I don't think we
Alright.
should send immigrants back to their country through a boat or a ship. We should make them swim.
You can try. This
See,
one.
now
has
you're
a
You,
sounding
gun.
like-
you swam here from Cuba, swim back.
You see, now you're sounding like an American.
Yeah.
I'm iffy on my
Why
last
make them
one.
swim when you can build a gigantic cannon?
See,
That's-
now you're
that's-
thinking.
Now
no,
you're
no, no,
sounding
no.
like a...
Swim.
No,
Using
because
cheap
Miss
labor.
Andy, that costs my resources, my tax. I want them to swim.
I
It's
mean,
true.
so does it cost our resources and tax to build a wall? We'll just say the Mexicans pay for it.
No.
Yep, Amzal, those are all...
I need to think of worst thing my character
that's- Yes.
has done,
Those are all
and worst
looking
thing they
good.
will- can imagine someone doing. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
I was very iffy on my last one, but I think it works out decently enough.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's add some domestic abuse in there. You never have too much.
I disagree.
So, Merzendi, I was looking at equipment earlier, and I had just one question with it. Could you wear reinforced clothing and Kevlar vest? Just like have the arms and legs of the clothing while you have like the torso of the vest?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Miss Andy, can I just wear a tank? Can I be a transformer?
I mean, if you've got 5 dots and
Can
resources,
I be Decepticon?
If you have 5 dots in resources, you can buy a tank. You can't wear it, though.
Can I buy a Decepticon?
5 dots and
don't
resources.
exist.
Those aren't real.
We're in the world of darkness, Miss
Officially.
Andy. Come on. Don't be stupid.
I mean, they're not for sale to the general public. Let's put it that way.
I was about to
I mean,
say
you
neither are
guys-
tanks, but that's not true.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, even in the UK, they're for sale to the general public. I mean, come on, man.
True,
in
it's
the
just
case.
currently in operation, like main battle tanks aren't, but you can totally buy a World War II tank.
Miss Andy, I need help with the last box that I haven't managed to answer.
Uh, Which
I think it's pretty lame so far. So if you read all my boxes, then there's the one box that's just not answered. So it's got a question. Ah.
I mean, I can see why you would struggle to answer that. It is a valid thing to put in, but you can't, but you don't have to imagine it, or you can't imagine something worse than what's already happened.
I
Currently,
mean, you know, after
not
they
imagine
take
all.
them, what do they do with them?
Then again, if my character saw Green Lantern, they'd have something. You know, the movie.
Well, fair enough.
I mean, who actually watched it? It was a piece of shit.
I opted out. A stun gun? Is that a gun attack or is that a weaponry attack?
Weaponry.
Would be a weaponry attack.
Ooh.
Stun guns are the thing that you have to press against someone and pull the trigger. But the one that's a semi-gun is a taser.
We need
Which is
12
not a sensible naming scheme, but
So
hey.
you can dodge a taser in real life.
Get us sawed up and.
Well, that's why you get a dodge to anybody trying to tase you.
Wait, are we already in equipment?
No,
I've-
but Amzel has jumped ahead.
I think I'm bapped. I think I've currently finished the 5 questions. This is more. Can we get more?
No, those aren't that.
Yeet.
So, from those 5 questions, it's how we determine what breaking points are, and this is where we start talking about integrity. Now, as a 2nd edition human, you have integrity. This is basically how mentally stable are you. Now,
I am very stable.
I
you
thought
can
resolve and
see
composure was
you
that. Oh wait, no, I know. Sorry,
uh,
sorry. I know what you mean now. I forgot
Yeah.
integrity was a thing.
As you can see, it starts at 7. Now, when you cross a moral line or something inexplicable happens, you suffer a breaking point. Now, I need to check in a later chapter about which role it is for breaking points. As a human, when you suffer a breaking point, you roll resolve plus composure modified by your current integrity. So, starting characters, integrity 1, your modifier is +1. But, dependent on what the breaking point is, that can add another modifier. So, for most people, murder is a breaking point,
Most people.
and committing a premeditated murder is a -5 penalty to your roll. For an ordinary person just tracking someone down and assassinating them, that's almost a guaranteed breaking point.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's in self-defense?
If it's
It's a good question.
You-
Self-defense is only a -4 modifier.
Ah, thank you.
Oh, okay.
And which is just the same modifier as killing someone by accident, like a car
Friendly
accident
fire.
or something similar. Yeah. Now, this is one of the things where virtue and vice come in. If you're acting in accordance with your virtue, it's a +1. If you're acting in accordance with your vice, it's a -1. And if you're
So-
protecting a loved one, it's a +2, which I believe True Friend improves.
Wait, but my vice is physical conflict. How am I ever not going to be playing to my vice?
I mean, I told you to try to make it a personality trait, not an action.
Oh, okay. Physically violent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Physically violent.
So what was that about true friend? Sorry.
Yes. So protecting a loved one is a +2 modifier on breaking points. I believe true friend adds to that.
Ah, I see.
I can't think of a thing my character would have forgotten, Merzen. He has an eidetic memory.
Yeah, but what has he repressed?
Oh, repressed.
Just think
Can't
of something.
really repress many things. He's very good at
Yeah,
remembering.
but what you could do is, in one example, you could do something that should never have worked or should never have happened, but it just did, for whatever reason. For good or bad for you. It could be that that was a thing that you forgot, because you never knew why that would have worked or happened, and that could be the supernatural thing.
Yeah. If you get in a fight and you end up killing someone, that's likely to be a breaking point. If you see something unquestionably supernatural, that's another breaking point.
Oh, yeah, that's right. As mere mortals, anything supernatural scares the piss out of you.
Yep. Oh, torture. If you physically torture someone, that's a breaking point with a -3. If you endure it, it's a breaking point with -2. I think. It's weird because it says torture, modifier -3. Enduring physical torture, -2.
So it's, well, yeah, I guess. That's a bit...
Okay, one is doing it to someone, the other one is being
Receiving,
on the
yeah.
other side. Yeah.
You get more of an integrity negative modifier if you're doing it than if you're taking it.
So what I'm hearing is Freya should have lower integrity to start with, considering she likes to torture people.
If you've read my character's question answers, my integrity is probably not very good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The thing is, having bad integrity
glad
is
I
not
made a lawyer.
necessarily a good thing.
No.
Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing either. Since the lower your integrity gets, the less you start caring about. Now, while murder is pretty much a breaking point all the way down to integrity 1, like shoplifting, you go down to integrity 5. You don't care about that anymore. That's just part of your life.
I'm surprised shoplifting stays around for so long.
I mean, you start at 7. And this is assuming, you were raised relatively well and you have an internalized moral code. If you were, bred to be a criminal from birth, then sure, you're unlikely to care about that, but... Yeah, Savan,
Yeah,
found
Merz has complained about it justifiably, but yeah,
It's
like I
so
said,
dumb.
any weapon you can use requires at least 2 strength, which is above average strength.
But also, it's saying that like
No, 2 in an attribute is average. It's just that, I think it's kind of dumb that if you are even a little bit below average, you can't use a gun, which is, the thing that came about and basically eliminated the requirement of being strong to fight effectively.
also the fucking gun examples they give, the ones that require higher strength, the ones that require lower strength in the real world. Like, it's saying you need more strength to use a smaller caliber, like lower recoiling rifle than a like machine gun caliber rifle. What the fuck?
I think the idea for the M16 versus the assault rifle versus the regular rifle is the full auto thing.
But that's, I was gonna say not civilian legal, but it is. But still. So if I'm just using it on semi, does it count as a light rifle?
I'm gonna say yes, because I think the requirements as they're written are stupid, but anyway.
Cool.
So, all of that about breaking points and so on, that makes sense, yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now,
Sweet. Quick question: if I'm a serial
We-
murderer, how's that quantified?
are you actually a serial killer?
At one point in time, I was. At the moment, probably not, because otherwise wouldn't be much of the town left. I mean, it's a small town. I can't like go. Well, this week it's
Oh,
Jimmy. Oh wait,
okay.
Jimmy was
Okay,
one
let me.
population.
Take your integrity, move it
Yeah.
down to 3, and we'll leave it at that. So, if you kill people, if you continue killing people in premeditated fashions and in new and interesting ways, it'll probably go down more.
In new interesting ways. If it's the same way, I'm stuck at 3. But if you do something different every time, Freya, you go for it.
Because you're gonna need legal
Right.
advice.
So, does anyone else think they should have lower than starting integrity?
I'll tell you what.
I'm a lawyer.
If you looked at my my answer to your questions, what do you think my integrity should be? If 3 is correct, then that's good.
As I said, 3.
Cool.
It's you are a mad woman. Right,
I'm just
so
gonna start
with
with
that
six.
settled, fair enough. We'll move on to equipment. So Appendix 1 has equipment. This is page 268. So basically, if something has lower availability than your resources, or well, equal or lower availability as your resources, you can have it up to a up to the point of logic. Like, you can't have 1,000 guns just because you have resources 3.
Was that 260 or 206?
I thought we could only have like
268.
I thought we could only have like one thing at our availability or 1 below, but 2 below we can
That's
have as many as we
making
want.
purchases.
Okay, fair enough.
You, I'm sorry. You don't come into the world naked, but with disposable income. You have bought things in the past,
All right.
so. But do try to keep them appropriate to your character and in the limits of sense. Now, if there's
If
something
we-
you think your character should have that is of a higher availability, you can ask me about that. If I agree that it's appropriate, I'll let you start with it. But don't be cheeky.
What about equal to our our resources?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. If it's equal to or lower than your resources, you can have it. Pretty much.
Jesus, shotguns are cool.
Definitely buying a flashlight.
What does a flashlight do?
Oh, I wonder what a flashlight does. Who knows? You have to look it up yourself.
Alright. Alright, dickhead.
You.
Oh, you walked right into that one.
I meant, does it do anything extra in this game? If you go Dead by Daylight, a flashlight stuns the enemy monster. Does this do anything special?
Yes.
Yeah, a good one could.
Also, it can blind an unfortunate subject. A dexterity plus athletics roll minus defense will put the beam in their eyes.
I'm sorry.
The victim must make a contested stamina roll.
I love how we have no one with medical knowledge.
If the flashlight wielder scores more successes than the subject, the subject is blinded for 1 turn.
I'm sorry, that was really obvious information. I knew that off by heart. That just popped in my head. I should have known that. I'm sorry.
You really should have. It's disgusting that we even talk to you.
Fucking hell. When it says strength, is that the modifier I need to have to use a weapon?
Usually.
Yes. If
I
you've
could've
got
one more
lower
strength.
than the listed strength, you take a -1 penalty.
I wish I had 2 strength now.
Exactly.
Fuck
I
you.
wish I had 3 strength, but I really can't get it.
Wait, this damage. It says 0 damage. Does it mean if I stab someone, it does no damage?
No.
It does
Uh,
the amount of successes you get, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
Yep.
even with firearms, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They just have like something like here. I can do. Give me a second.
I always
here.
forget if
Let's change-
firearms are set damage or success net. Probably because I never use
Everything
guns.
is successes.
Yeah.
Oh, I need one more
Like
strength.
watch this, like that.
So- So if you had a
Maybe.
weapon that did 0 damage and you were untrained in it and you had a -1, that means if you only rolled 1 success, you do like no damage, right?
Wait, I'm confused. The stake
You
must
do a
target the
minimum
heart
of 1.
and must deal at least 5 damage. Does that mean it always does 5 damage, or if you don't deal 5 damage, you do no damage?
To pierce the heart, you need to roll 5 damage.
Oh, you're
But if
looking
I
at
pierce
call.
the heart,
if
they
you-
die.
Usually, yes.
Oh.
But if you don't get that much, you still hurt them. You just haven't pierced the ribs and stabbed them in the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to go for the heart. That means that, like, apart
Well-
from the fact you're using a stake, for God's sake, that's a pretty good weapon.
Well, when you go for the heart, you're taking call shot penalties, and I believe going for the heart is a -3 to 5. I forget
It's
which
3.
exactly.
-3.
Okay,
3.
so that means on top of the defense, you're also taking -3 to the dice you roll. So that's before you even get a chance, and then you have to do a net success of 5, or at least whatever number plus the damage of your weapon to pierce the heart.
I want to use a chainsaw, but I can't.
And you can.
Oh, yeah,
It-
with strength
it's,
1 4.
Yeah, I wouldn't let you use your improvised weapon finesse on a chainsaw because it's a fucking chainsaw.
What do you mean?
You can't
I
dex
can
the
use chainsaw.
chainsaw. Even
Yeah,
though
I can.
even me, the dex fag, would be like, no, that's being way too cheeky.
Haven't you seen what's that game called, Chainsaw Lollipop Girl or something?
I
Does she
mean,
look like someone with high strength?
Anyway,
that game is super anime, and the rule of anime is that skinny arms equal strength.
so, since we're looking at equipment, quick rundown on how armor works. You see how armor has a rating where it's 1 number / second number. So the first number, say let's say a Kevlar vest, regular bulletproof vest. It's 1/3. So that 1 applies to all attacks, and it just reduces the damage you take by 1 flat. The 3 applies specifically to firearms, and it turns what would be lethal damage to bashing damage. So, say, say Caleb is wearing a Kevlar vest. He's shot in the chest, and the attacker rolls 4 successes plus 1 would be 5 damage. Normally, that's incredibly bad, and it would be 5 lethal damage. But because of the vest, it's downgraded to 2 lethal and 3 bashing, which is then downgraded to, I believe... actually, does it degrade... DCL, remind me, does it degrade the highest type of damage
Yeah,
or
that's-
the lowest type of damage first?
That's what I was thinking. I would say naturally, reflexively, I would say it probably degrades the lowest first.
No, it's the opposite. It's starting from most severe. So
Okay.
it would actually go down to 1 lethal and 3 bashing, which still really hurts. But he's not in danger of bleeding out just yet.
I forget. Does the first armor take away lethal, or does it just downgrade lethal?
General armor just takes it away.
Okay. Yeah.
The only thing is, if an attack would deal lethal damage, you always take a minimum of 1 bashing. Even if you're wearing full riot gear, which would just absorb everything, you take 1 bashing.
Also, the second number only counts for firearms, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So that's the caveat for melee. Sometimes if someone's super melee'd up, it's better to go up and try to bash them with a weapon, or your fist even, rather than shoot them with a gun.
Why?
Because it's not necessarily going to be good for you, but it'll be better than a gun, because if they have a bulletproof vest or something, unless you have a powerful caliber, it's going to be eaten up by their armor.
If you
That's
switch
why I'm
And
carrying around
also,
45.
just to briefly touch on armor coverage, it is assumed that attacks hit your armor unless someone is making a cold shot. So if you just have a Kevlar vest, unless they specifically aim at one of your arms, legs, or your head, all bullets hit you in the chest.
Also, keep in mind, since everybody's size 5, if for whatever reason if you take 5 or more damage, you get stunned for the turn, which you can end in a willpower. For taking -3 to everything afterwards.
So, in the equipment section, is there somewhere that lists like vehicles? Like, if I want to just have like a van that I could just drive around in?
That's not in the equipment section.
Is that in the hurt locker?
Is up in the dramatic systems vehicles section, but it doesn't appear to have it does not appear to have availability.
All right. Well, I have,
So
like,
if you
resources.
want a car, then ask me what type of car you would like.
Can I just have like a good old like beat down van that I could live in or something like that since I have resources 3?
I would assume a van doesn't take resources since you can buy a car pretty easily in America.
Okay, so a van. You'll need to note these traits down for me.
Okay. Where, like, is it like a resource or something like that on page 3 or something, or?
Page 3, you just make a new box for your vehicle.
Okay.
Merzendi, do you mind if I take 1 dexterity down to get 1 more strength? Because I can literally use nearly nothing. Or would you rather I stick with what I've got? I can stick if you want.
You can change it if you want. It's part of the point of doing a character generation session is that you can go back and change it if you find out something doesn't fit.
Yeah,
Could you
unfortunate.
explain to me- Sorry, could you explain to me how, with the stun gun, exactly how it works with melee? Because I'm reading it, but I'm not quite sure. So if I get multiple successes, do I only hit them once, or do I hit multiple
You do
times?
1 damage with a stun gun, no matter what, because it's a special stunning thing.
Yeah, stun guns are complicated. Let me finish typing out the van's stats and then I'll get to you, okay?
Sure. I'll try to read it and help you on this. Stun gun, stun. It's a defense.
I'm sorry
item.
for complicating with the van thing. It's just I'm out of town with this thing, and I only pass through things.
Handheld and ranged. Use a handheld. Stun requires a dexterity weapon roll, penalized by the victim's defense. The ranged model uses the dexterity firearms, penalized by the victim's defense. The victim takes 1 point of lethal damage. Wow. The successes subtract from the victim's next dice pool. The darts remain in the victim's body, adding the successes automatically each turn. Adding 3 successes automatically each turn.
So the shooting one's better, but
Can be removed with a strength plus stamina roll. The initial successes penalizing the action. The handheld version, the attacker can attempt to maintain the shot, which takes a strength plus weaponry roll. Yeah, this is a very
Right.
complicated weapon.
could I use dexterity plus weaponry with finesse or not? Because I got finesse weaponry.
Yes. Yes.
If you have a
finesse weapon-
specialization that covers stun guns, yes.
I thought.
Once-
What do you
once
mean?
the accumulates-
I mean the merit. Sorry.
Yeah, but fighting finesse applies only to that one specialization.
Which is weaponry, isn't it? All melee weaponry.
No.
No,
No. Specialization.
It's a skill specialization inside of weaponry.
Yeah. So if you want a weapon finesse, you'd be like weapon finesse knives, and then whenever you use knives, you get to use your dexterity. But if you use anything else besides knives, then you only get to use strength.
That's not how it's
So
written.
when
It says brawl
Yes,
or
it is.
weaponry.
Actually read it properly. I choose a specialty in weaponry or brawl when you purchase this merit. Your character's extensive training, blah 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 blah. You may substitute your character's dexterity for her strength when making rolls with that specialty. And it's a skill specialty in one of those two skills. That's I see how it could be confusing. When you take the merit, you choose whether it applies to weaponry or brawl. That I understand what you're getting at, but it's a lot more specific than you think.
Yeah.
So
Specialties are an actual mechanic thing, and that's basically
is there a list of specialties or?
no. You can make them up, and they can be generally broad. So if you're okay, so it's like specialties. We went over this at the beginning of character creation, but it's like if you have a special weapon, if you have weapon training, and then you have a specialty, your specialty would be like swords or knives or pipes or maybe even improvised weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Specialize in razors.
So if you had specialized weaponry and then your specialty was improvised weapons, anytime you make a weapon attack that involves your specialty, in this case improvised weapons, then you get to use your dex because you have fighting finesse. And that would be the only time.
So I would need to use fighting finesse on improvised weapons.
Yes. And then if you got like a katana or something, then you'd have to use your strength.
Like, that makes the skill a lot worse.
Usually
It-
strength is
it is-
supposed to be the melee attack. If you want to be a dex boy and have good defense and still be able to fight well, you have to take the merit for it and specialize in the weapon.
Yeah, but you use it multiple times as the issue. Let me look.
If you want to use multiple weapons, yes. What you are thinking of as being a generalized weapon user. What you want to be is a specialized weapon user. You want to be like, this is the weapon I use real fucking good, and I get to use dex with it.
Hmm.
So I would just say, in your case, make it specialty improvised weaponry, and then anytime you're using not a real weapon, and you get to use the rest of your improvised weaponry feats, you'll be using dex.
They do a lot of damage.
Now,
don't they?
say what?
Improv weapons do very little damage, don't they?
Generally speaking, yes. I believe Merzendi said that she'd count the crowbar as an improvised weapon, which is a good boon towards you.
Hmm.
So you at least have that. You're never going to get like a sword or a knife. Like most, outside of the Hurt Locker, most weapons that you can readily get don't do more than 0 damage. 0 lethal. Besides guns. Those do plenty. But yeah, outside of like, unless you get to like hunting knives or kukris or actual like broadswords and katanas, you're not going to get any pluses to your damage.
Oh, but I could get a baseball bat and maybe put spikes on it.
I mean, yeah, but even I'm not sure what spiked bat would be. It's probably in the Hurt Locker, which is another splat, and don't know if Merzendi is going to allow that. I mean, I don't know why, but I have to ask.
I'm not. I'm just for now. I'm trying to keep it simple and all from the one book.
All right, so yeah, considering how we're not using the Hurt Locker, a spiked baseball bat is probably 0 lethal.
No, a spiked baseball bat would have bonus lethal.
So probably
A
be
regular
1 lethal.
baseball bat would be 0 lethal, but you know, you add spikes to it. That's scarier.
You put nails on, put barbed wire on.
I'd have to say you'd have to make it a real effective like spike bat, because even a knife is like 0 lethal.
It
Like, you
would
couldn't
need
just, like-
a crafts roll, but yeah,
Yeah,
you could very well do that.
baseball bats are more lethal in real life than a knife anyway, though. Because it's a lot easier to use, and the mentality for people, if you think about integrity, it's easier to hit someone with a baseball bat than it is a knife. People have to think about it, and knives feel a lot more real, and baseball bats have a lot more reach.
But if you're talking like somebody trained in weaponry, you're talking about someone who knows how to stab in vital areas and end a fight with a knife. Generally speaking, you don't end a knife quickly with a fight.
Block a
But
baseball bat.
I
with a
mean,
knife.
yeah, but if you stab someone real good, you're going to cause a lethal damage easier than a baseball bat.
You gotta get close to stabbing real good.
Also, unless you're like generally stronger than somebody, which you are not, Miss Dexfag, generally whacking someone with a baseball bat is not going to cause any lethal damage.
Baseball bat's gonna be all about momentum.
Yeah, but if you're weak, you're not gonna like if you're weak and whack someone with a baseball bat, it's gonna fucking hurt. But you're not like gonna shatter bones if they're significantly bigger than you.
I am not sure you understand how an iron baseball bat works.
Okay, if you're talking like an actual metal baseball bat, but even then you can dodge it.
Actually, wood's still better than aluminum. Because aluminum will dent after the first.
Oh! Oh, it's putting in the weapon penalty because you have shit strength. Okay.
Yes. I'm intentionally using bad weapons.
But
I really
DCL,
cannot get this thing to roll. Weird.
DCL, I've got two strength, so I'm not actually below average.
So you're not below average, but you're still mostly using dex to swing your weapon. You're guiding. You're letting your grace guide your attacks. For now, let's just agree that baseball bats can be pretty lethal. I'd say once you count a weaponry past a certain training point, I would say chances are a knife in the right hands is more deadly than just a baseball bat.
To be totally honest, if I can weigh in here as a GM, I would count a baseball bat as a baton, so it's a 1 damage weapon. Flat.
Okay.
Since that is just there conveniently, and you use it in much the same way. That's...
Wait, so a police baton is 1 lethal, but a baseball bat is 0 lethal.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but that's why you stick spikes and shit on it.
I do have a question on weapons, on melee weapons.
Yeah?
Let me see if I can. Oh, okay, I can't find it. Some of these have a strength. Is that what I need to wield it?
Yes.
Yep, if you have less strength than that, you take a -1 penalty to attacking someone.
Is that just a
It's
-1?
only a -1.
Or is it a -1 for every dot of strength you don't have?
-1 flat.
Okay.
So, we've got Fire Axe here with Strength 3. If you've got Strength 2, you take a -1. If you've got Strength 1, you take a -1.
Okay.
Isn't a fire axe technically an improvised weapon as well? Because it's not meant to be used as a weapon.
You're stretching it a little far at this point.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to stretch things. I'm trying to point out what are we considering actually improvised and what is actually a weapon.
Okay. I have a roll of toilet paper in my room. All right. If you attacking with a roll of toilet paper is an improvised weapon.
I know that. I meant in terms of what.
Okay, in terms of World of Darkness, World of Darkness is saying anything that cannot be easily used as a lethal damage-doing instrument is an improvised weapon. If you're attacking somebody with something that is bladed or something that is really fucking hard, like a metal pipe, it generally counts it as a normal weapon, although you can make a case for metal pipes and crowbars being improvised. Anything else like a fire axe that can easily do some lethal damage to a person if it's swung at somebody without any real effort, it counts as a weapon. So if it takes effort and kung fu prowess to be able to fuck somebody up with it, it's improvised.
Like a spoon or a tea cup or the little saucers.
If Jackie Chan would be using it in a movie to beat up goons, it's improvised.
Yeah, so let's put it this way. If something's primary function is to destroy something, then it counts as a regular weapon. If its primary function is something else, then it counts as an improvised weapon. So a tire iron, it's listed on the melee weapons chart, sure, but I would say its primary function is, working tire nuts. If you will that's an improvised weapon. It gives you, the normal penalty for using an improvised weapon, and your improvised weapon tree style tree applies to it. A fire axe, its main use is putting giant holes in doors. It's a real weapon.
Cool.
Okay. And also, are you still confused on the stun gun? Are you gonna get that, and should I explain it?
Basically, I can't use a maintain part effectively, but I can still stab people with it.
Yeah.
Even without, because it's just the use of it uses dexterity anyway. It's more of a if you want to do
Hold
a
it on
pseudo
them.
grapple.
Yeah, if you want to hold it on them and keep stunning them, that's when you use strength.
But how many lethal can?
Oh, that's some bullshit!
Nah,
What,
fuck
for the
off,
stun gun?
Yes!
Okay, so here's how it works.
Ranged stun guns are
Oh
incredibly
yeah,
bullshit.
that's really good. A range is
yeah.
broken.
Yeah, range gives you 3 successes automatically when on somebody's and once it exceeds 5, well, typically 5 because that's your usual size,
Yeah.
you were just fucking stunned for 10 minus your stamina in turns, which is real fucking bad.
And
I mean, you say it's bullshit,
and do you know?
but it's a stun gun.
Yes.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't even need to roll anything. You get 3 successes automatically. Hey, you're also getting a +2 from the damage of the stun gun.
Well, keep in
You're
mind that
automatically hitting 5.
the stun gun you still apply
Okay,
defense on a
that's-
stun gun.
Yeah,
So-
defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, even on the range version. So
Do you deal damage with it though?
yeah, you deal 1 point of lethal with it. But then it's mostly the fact that you're going to incapacitate someone pretty easily with it.
Yeah, but
I
it's
agree
fine.
with
Yeah,
Saban.
that's-
I agree with Saban. It's a stun gun. It should be pretty good for incapacitating people.
It's just you hit someone once and then it stays in. They have and automatically stuns them the whole time.
I mean, they can
That's how
remove it
stun
with-
guns work.
Yeah. They send like the whole entire like needles directly into him, and
You can
20
remove-
You can remove them, but
You can
It's-
remove it with a strength plus stamina roll, penalized by the initial successes.
Okay.
Merz,
which
Cindy,
kind of
how-
makes sense considering like stun gun is shooting like what not 20? Is it 20,000? It's less than 20,000, isn't it?
It's a
with,
lot.
with the
It's a
with
lot
the
of bolts.
chain, With the chain, it says you can grapple people. Does that mean you can choke someone with the chain?
Yes.
Yes. So the way grappling works is that whenever you try to grapple somebody, you establish it specifically with a strength plus brawl roll, unless you have specialization grappling and weapon finesse. Then you can use dexterity. But yeah, normally it is strength plus grapple, and that establishes the grapple, and whoever rolls higher wins. Now, if you succeed with a 5 or more on exceptional success, you get to choose one action to do early. Otherwise, you wait till your next turn, and then you roll off again, and then whoever wins gets to do an action, one of which is damaging a person by how many successes you rolled.
Is the
And
chain-
if you rolled exceptional on that one, then you get to do 2 actions instead. And there's other things you can do in grappling.
is this like a specialized chain, or is this just a chain?
Just a
Just a
chain.
chain.
Should I ask the obvious question?
Which is
Yes, it counts as an improvised weapon. But yeah, Bob, see that thing, page 3, equipment owned? That's typically where you put it.
Oh, okay.
How do I know how much something costs? Availability?
Yep.
What the fuck's the sap? Is it like police badge?
Blackjack.
yeah, that is specifically blackjack to like stun somebody.
Fair enough.
yeah.
How do I know what I can get availability wise? Because I've not actually like wrote anything down. So I'm not quite sure what I can afford.
As I said, well, what's your character's resources, Dots?
I have no idea. Let's see.
You have none.
But
If
do
you
I
don't
have-
know, you'd have none because you didn't get the resource merit.
I didn't get the merit.
Then you can't buy anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Basically, look through the book, find some things you think might be appropriate, and then try to convince me. You are not able to get anything except the clothes on your back and your tattoo parlor for free. Your tattoo parlor you'll get, because I'm not going to be that much of a dick. Just like the rest of you, you can all have a house. or
How?
caravan or whatever.
Can we have a
I'll have you
car?
know
Some,
Yeah, I have a car and I live out of
Um,
it. That's what I was talking about earlier, Saban.
Mercedes, ever
yes.
since we lost power, lighting in the tattoo parlor, we've been using night vision goggles to get by.
No. I like the hustle, but no.
If you've lost power, you've lost the ability to do tattoos, really.
Not really. It's just like the lighting's broken, that's all. Do you know how hard it's to get new
Uh,
bulbs and things?
okay. Tattoos require some sense of 3D detail.
Yeah,
Also
night
That's,
vision
general
that's
goggles.
electricity.
perception.
So,
No, well,
No, I have electricity. There's just no lighting.
she couldn't afford to put light bulbs in.
Light
But
bulbs
you
are
could
below.
afford tactical nightwear.
so Savan, what type of car would you like?
I was thinking like a Hummer, but this guy's too much of a. Actually, he's exactly the right amount of nerd to have a Hummer.
So a Hummer, that would be an SUV, yeah?
Sure.
I can't even get a car or a bike.
Also, Fred, keep in mind, even
I
though
can steal a
chain gives
bike.
you
Good point,
chain
TCL.
gives you a bonuses on. Well, yes, but chain gives you bonuses on grappling. But unless you have the ability for finesse and grappling is always going to be strength plus brawl.
Yeah, but a chain's a ranged weapon, but I can use it melee.
Is chain a ranged weapon?
I mean, it
Up
range
to
of
the
like.
length of a chain, I guess.
I mean, are there actual
What's that thing?
rules for that in the mechanics?
It's like when you've got that's too weebish. I'm gonna go for that. But
Because I
with
mean,
with the chain, you're gonna hit someone at range. You're gonna fucking like, but you can point blank someone. But the fact
I
that
mean,
you
of course
have-
you're gonna like whack somebody with a chain, but I've never heard anybody effectively using a chain whip in combat outside of anime.
If you scroll down, actually, there's a guy with it.
Yeah,
there's
outside
weight.
of anime.
No, there's a guy
It's,
in this book with using one. If you scroll down.
Yeah. Technically, a chain can reach someone that's a bit far away, but effectively, the chain is still going to be a melee weapon only. You have to get in close combat.
I would say if you're one of the special splats, you get to do super chain bullshit. But it's a mundane human, no.
So, because Saban, most of the time you don't actually have to roll drive.
Ah, that's right.
But you know, if you have to do a big stunt or something like that, then yeah, an SUV is kind of big and not the most responsive thing in the world.
That's fair.
So yeah, you have a -2.
Do I actually really need to like argue for a car when my character would probably just take a car from someone if they wanted one?
You're a real
I-
intimate Uber fan, I guess.
I'm happy to allow someone a car, just
Not a
in
good
general.
car.
It might be a bit bad. Like you can have a compact car for free.
I don't know what a compact car is. Like when I keep my
It's rather
pocket.
small.
It's like a little tiny two-seater thing.
You're gonna have a car. It's just not gonna be the most amazing car in the world.
I use the car for running people over. I don't really care about how compact it is.
It's probably
I
gonna
like
be
the
also
way
bad
it's
at running
planned.
people over.
Yeah, it's gonna be fairly bad at it.
I'm going to see if I can find it. Oh, there it is.
Fine,
I
I'm just
reckon-
gonna be completely broke.
Would my character have a lockpick?
I don't know. Would you?
I think so.
I would have a lockpick.
Wait, Mizendi, I think my character would have fashion. Where this is meant to be.
Like, you could have bought the lockpicks off of me.
Oh yes, yes. Fashion. That's yeah. How well you're dressed.
I think my
I should-
character is.
I should look into that for innocence.
As your lawyer, I can also teach you how to lockpick. I have the knowledge.
Well, my character has clothes like in the picture. Don't really. Do I care about fashion?
I mean, you do tattoos. I don't know.
I don't know how you could not.
Yeah, that's what I
that's-
thought. So yeah, clearly my character's clothes should be considered fashionable for the character.
You're also in a small
Um,
town, though.
Yeah.
I came from outside of town.
Well, why are you in a small town then?
That is in my background, which I can't tell you. I'm sorry.
Fair enough, I guess. If Merzindi signs off on that.
I'll let you have a I'll let you have some fashion, but it's only going to be a +1, and it's only going to apply at
Relevant
dealing
things,
with-
obviously.
when like you are setting gang fashion.
Yeah,
So-
it's like I don't expect someone in a corporate business or whatever we have in this town, or for example the power plant. No one's gonna go, "That is a fancy dressed lady right there." They're probably gonna sort of ear away from my character, not towards her.
Yeah, with your clothes, while they're going to give a +1 to dealing with gang members and gang related stuff, they're going to give a negative when you're dealing with
Literally anyone else.
pretty much anyone who
They
has
can
any
put
ties to the
anyone.
establishment.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in a pub or a bar, I don't think they're gonna negatively look at me. Then again, I've got scars and tattoos. They might look negatively on that instead.
You're just really good at intimidating. It's
Yeah.
God.
Because we have bears in the local establishment, my character actually owns plenty of bear traps, I was told. For local pest purposes, as you know. We keep them near the doors, sometimes near the cookie jar, because it's a real danger of the bears we have in...
You're being
Bristol.
so cheeky, I can see the rose from your cheeks all the way over here.
What do you mean? You probably got fucking surveillance cameras on your ass, DCL. I think my request is completely viable.
If you really think that, I worry for you, my friend.
Special effects of a look. Ultraviolet ink. Talcum powder.
Alexander, that's Amazon, right?
Yep, Alexander Maxwell.
Do you mind if I quickly swing by to page 1? You're not in the middle of typing something?
Nah, go ahead.
Okay, you are trained in it. Interesting choice. Good choice. Incredibly
Trained-
good choice.
Trained in what?
Interesting choice. I
What
think.
about- He's probably a cult person.
You know, I'm also gonna look at that. But no, it's actually, first aid kit.
I have a
feel like
feeling
I
it'd
should-
come in handy.
I feel like I should have medicine, but then I don't need to because I have... Is it expression? Do I need
I don't
expression
have
for
medicine.
tattooist?
Yes.
If you want to be a good one, yes.
Much more than medicine.
Ugh, 1 second. I just swap something then, because I do actually need to have that.
If you want to be a good tattoo artist, you need it. If you just want to have it as a front, I would suggest you take something else, because holy shit, expression
what's-
is useless.
What skill do you use for tattooing? What attribute?
Expression and dexterity.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
that goes
Probably dexterity, expression, maybe. If you're trying to do maybe manipulation expression, if you're trying to do something that's selling a particular message.
Even that, and I'd still say dexterity expression.
Yeah, dexterity is probably the more often used for it.
Yeah, more often, but
If you're trying to be
I can
generous,
think of cases where someone would be able to use manipulation.
I'm just saying, as an artist, I disagree.
I don't know whether I should get rid of persuasion.
Snippy,
Yeah?
do you not own anything?
No.
Hey, Merz.
Okay.
I don't have any merit dots, but there was this one time me and my friend went to a bar, and I woke up the next morning with a tank in my front lawn. That totally justifies me having a tank, right? I'm not pulling a Freya here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. My persuasion is a completely different level
Alright.
to yours, DCL.
Wouldn't it be unreasonable
So-
for me to actually own some lockpicks? It's just cheap.
Yes, some simple lockpicks.
I have-
could let you
I have
do.
lockpicks as well, don't I?
Just a lever, just a small lever.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Freya, do you have any larceny? I would say you have to at least have a dart.
Of course
dot
I have
larceny.
fucking larceny. What are you on about?
Okay, fair enough.
Why would I not have larceny?
I have
None of my
nothing but
skills suit my character.
Because
Yeah.
lockpicking is uses larceny in the first place, so
Yeah.
Still,
Since
have you
you,
seen my
you do
last-
have larceny trained, you can similarly have an analog lockpicking kit. You can't have a digital lockpick.
That's fine. Can I have steel toe cap boots? Because my character has.
I can't because
steel
I'm
toe
broke.
boots.
Those mostly fall under clothing, I guess. So you can have those.
What else do I need? Would
fucking
my character,
job.
Well,
Would my character have?
Why-
I have a job.
yes, your character would probably have handcuffs and similar restraints, like
Yeet. Handcuffs.
handcuffs, rope, all that stuff.
Why don't you get a job that doesn't involve terrorizing people?
I feel like Merzenhammer's fucking projecting her sexual tastes onto my character now. Rope, restraints, handcuffs.
And
next
you're the
is
one
it?
who said she was a sadomasochist, so
I said that she was specifically not a dominatrix.
You get to choose one. You don't get to be one without the other. They are pre-packaged together.
How about your
true.
character says that to my character and see what happens?
I mean, if you're talking about a DCL character, then you don't want to start talking shit to a DCL character.
so yeah. Speaking of you, DCL,
Yo,
have you thought any about what you actually want to make? Are you still leaning towards sheriff, or have you changed your mind some?
it's probably going to be a
Ooh.
sheriff or an information character with knowledge skill checks, just to try to help play a
Because-
supplementary role to the rest of the cast.
The next thing I had been wanting to do was deal with interpersonal connections. How you might know each other. Well, for those of you that are that have lived in Griston for a while. Sorry, Angel. You're. Well, actually, maybe you do know one of these guys. If they haven't lived here for their whole lives, maybe you knew them before they moved out here, and now you're running into them again. That's entirely possible, entirely up to you.
I don't know.
I'm gonna
Close.
give you guys a minute to think about that, and I'm gonna step away for a quick bio.
For a quick what?
Bio.
What's that mean?
Bathroom.
Oh.
Bathroom,
So-
eating.
So, have all of you lived in this town your entire lives?
No.
My character didn't.
My
character
character
no.
came. My character came to reenact hatred and explode the nuclear reactor.
You know, that's
My
actually
character-
on my character's, like, what do you fear the most question? Was that somebody comes to this town and fucks with the reactor.
That's a legitimate fear. That's a good fear.
It's a real legit fear.
That's the
My
real, yeah.
My character came to the town and originally didn't want to be a gang leader. It was more of they just got affected
I
on
didn't-
by hillbillies, then took over.
I didn't want to be a gang leader, Freya said, holding a baseball bat dripping blood as she intimidated a bunch of random hillbillies.
I mean, I just heard strange stuff about the town and came to check it out.
I
I
need
want
to
to say my father was a Greek immigrant.
And you became a lawyer.
a Greek
Yes.
immigrant.
Of course, I became a lawyer.
It's America, the land of opportunity.
No, exactly. I was not. I was just commenting on
I'm
that.
back.
Yeah,
Merzendy,
Should have been a doctor.
Either
Just
that or
my
a
parents
doctor.
so much.
I was smart enough
He's
to
not
be
a
doctor.
Jewish immigrant, come on.
Merzendy. Can
Yes,
I get
To
a
avoid another beating from my mother, I became a fucking lawyer. It's great.
Can I modify my character's clothes so they have a bladed collar
No.
inside? What do you mean? It's perfectly easy to do. You put razors on the inside of the collar. Do you know why people do that?
Why?
Oh, excuse me. Don't scream at me. It's a very common thing done in certain martial arts. It's so when someone else goes to grab you, they go for your collar, they go for clothing, right? And if they grab your collar, they
Oh.
that's what I mean. I don't mean like some
Oh,
sort of
your shirt collar. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought
got-
like a little choker thing, a
No,
choker
no,
collar with
I-
razor
I-
blades
I-
on the inside.
I don't
No.
have to ask you for that. I would just do that if I wanted that, but I don't want that.
I know what she's talking about. I would say no, because that would require rather you knowing somebody to get that done, or you having the craft skill to do it.
I have craft
Okay, then yeah.
What do you have crafts at?
too.
Yeah, that is absolutely sufficient to be able to sew razor blades into your clothing.
I only agree with yours because you are a 4 dot at least dexterity character.
Damn straight I am.
So you probably could make that roll.
I mean,
Because if you're talking about something that would be effective while you're actually getting grappled and not just be like jangled loose, you probably have to be better than like a hobbyist crafter to sew that shit in.
The only other thing is I
and
was thinking.
two is you're good enough that you could get a job in that field.
Yeah, which is it's acceptable. I squint.
The other thing is I've seen before that people have got it on their elbows, but I don't know how they did that. So I don't know how to explain it. So I'm not going to advise
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, now I'm back. Connections. So how many of you have lived here for a while? Like more than
Me.
just a year?
I've lived here for.
C'est
a
moi.
while. I've lived
Me,
here for I think 2 years.
I was born here.
Okay, you have actually lived in Greston your entire life. How sad.
Maybe 3 years.
I don't know.
I don't know. Two
Not
years.
my entire life. I spent my college years elsewhere. There isn't a law school
Oh
here.
no
but-
shit you did. There's not a college at all here.
Oh god, we're really in the fucking.
Went off and became a big city boy.
We really are in the fucking bumpkins here.
Yeah, there's a high school, probably. But
Yeah,
not a
that's-
college.
assuming that's where my character's at. If not, that's a high school student. And for the next town over, because this. No.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, we'll just say there's a high school somewhere.
Could I have reinforced clothing?
mm,
That's meant to be really easy availability.
No.
Or not?
That's a resource dot.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, it's availability one, and given that it covers stuff like biker leathers.
Oh, okay, that's different. You want to have like a biker leather set.
Yeah, you can have reinforced clothing. You can't have it you're gonna have to pick each day whether you go out in your reinforced clothing or your gang fashion. But
Can't have
Biker-
stylish reinforced leather.
What do you mean? That's the entire.
I
Biker leather
know.
looks very
Look.
stylish.
I'm actually on your side because if you're talking biker leathers, that shit always looks
But-
good. But we gotta balance out those merit dots somehow.
Maybe
Yeah.
my
the
fashion.
fact that you have no money, okay? So you are not able to get the nicer biker leathers, ones that actually look good.
Okay, can I have biker leathers then, which are look the same, have the same style of clothing as what I'm wearing, but they're just not as good looking.
Yes.
Cool. Can I have a rate? Can I have a
They're
rate?
not going to give you the fashion
That's fine.
dot, but yeah.
That's cool.
They don't look nice enough to give you mechanical details, benefits.
So
People don't go whoa, but I don't get negatives either though. So you know, the people at the power plant like
So-
me more while I'm armored.
So, as I was trying to say, was that everyone except Amzol that's been here for more than a year?
What do you think? I've been here for a year at least. What do you think, Merz with my background? So I'd say my character.
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I think, like you were saying, like 3 or 4 years. That seems about right for you.
Especially if you want to be like a gang leader or gang leader. You can't just like come up in town and be like, "Bitches, you all work for me now." Everyone's gonna get like, "What? Get out with that shit."
That's where you're wrong.
I mean, unless you're already super connected within a gang, and then you come down to a smaller operation, which then you be getting demoted.
No, they saw my baseball bat skills and they're like, whew, we got stuff to learn.
I mean,
So-
unfortunately, we don't live in anime land where you can be a gang leader offshore physical prowess.
They
gotta
call
know
me
how to
Little
run-
Slugger.
You got to know how to run a business.
Got a tattoo parlor.
So anyway, those of you that have been here, how do you think you might know each other? I
Do
mean,
any of you have
it's-
tattoos?
It's a town, 4,000 people. That's like
I think
1,500
literally everyone knows each
homes.
other.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
we're talking 4,000 people. Oh, hey,
Does
I've heard
any-
about that crazy sociopath baseball bat girl.
I don't think I've.
Oh yeah, I get called out to that place all the time.
do any of you do drugs? Do any of you do drugs, smoke,
As your legal advisor, I have to
piercing,
recommend you don't talk about this kind of
or
things in
tattoo?
public.
If any of those, then yes, you probably know my character.
We probably all share the same one Greek immigrant lawyer. Because
Actually, yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's a small town. Nobody's got money or resources to draw lawyers down here.
As it just so happens, I can imagine Amazon just like, all right, I'm going to talk to my lawyer. He's the only one cheap enough I can afford.
He's the only one there. You're talking about a small town of 4,000.
What?
At
Cheap-
least they got
Bob.
the one lawyer.
Bob, I'm not poor in this. I've got like 3 dots of resources. I'm up the middle.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
richest
Yeah.
person here.
Once
Uh,
again,
No, there's another one with 3 dots. I have 3 dots.
Yeah,
I
but you're
don't
a
know
high
how.
schooler, so that's your
Yeah.
that's your daddy's money.
That's true. Yes.
I may live out of a van, but I am not destitute.
I know. Well, that's how you have a really cheap lawyer. That's
hey Merz, I'm gonna ping you something in private.
Okay.
anyway.
Do you mind sending it over Discord? That's
Yeah, I'm sending it
that would
over
be
to
easier
Discord.
for me. Thank you.
Do any of you know any ways that you might be incorporated with my character? Because it's more likely that you guys do have come to my character than my character go to you, unless you're like really rich or someone important.
Everybody probably knows your character because you're a gang leader in a small ass town and apparently
how many do you
super
have
intimidating.
How many of you have
And-
interactions with my character?
Probably none. From
Do any of
Mine.
you do drugs? Do any of you want
Yeah.
tattoos? Or do any of you have piercings?
I'm a good Catholic boy. I don't have any of those.
Okay.
I would probably come to you at some point to drop a card.
What did you say, Bob?
my character has visited. My character has probably visited you for something.
What might that be?
Totally got a tattoo. He didn't chicken out at all. Nope. He totally
Did you
got a tattoo. He's just not
did you-
gonna show it.
Did you chicken out? Did you?
Yeah, he
Or did
totally
you-
chickened out. But he might also buy weed off you. That might be a thing.
Essentially, would it be hard for my character to their gang to try and monopolize the cigarettes in the tobacco in the town?
Impossible.
Ah, feels bad.
Yeah.
That tobacco it's just legitimate. You
Yeah.
cannot undercut the actual tobacco industry while still making a profit. It's too massive.
At best,
I
you
mean,
might
if
have
I,
some scheme going on with one of them.
What I meant is that if I don't know, it would have to be a bigger place. I was gonna say, if the gang was to intercept any sort of tobacco coming into the area,
Mhm.
and therefore be the only sellers in the area of tobacco,
The big companies would have definitely reported it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not off. I see American small towns as being like far off.
Maybe like
Nothing's
20
ever there.
years ago, but not anymore.
Except it's tobacco. That's
Like people would
Just-
uh,
Right.
At best, you probably run in like a protection racket with like the one fucking gas store that sells tobacco, and you extort them for money.
I could do that, I suppose.
yeah.
yeah,
I could do,
yeah.
I could do a protection racket on the pub and bar as well, because I'm sure that people, they have fights in bars as well. Because that happens anyway. Anyway.
It probably still happens now if it's a small enough town.
Also, I pinged you some more things, Merz.
Fair enough.
Oddly enough, poor time, and the legal system has fucked over a lot of the things that used to be fun in older times,
Merz,
like punching people out in bars.
Could my gang have a fighting ring? Or could one of the pubs in the town have one? Or would that be too far out?
I feel like that's more like a big town thing. Like, there's just so
Yeah.
few people here.
Yeah, in a small town, chances are, unless there's like a super rough and tumble small town where like all the bikers go to fucking relax on the road trips, you're probably not going to have like a fight club established.
Yeah.
Or
I don't
maybe
know.
you could, but it'd be like very
It's-
small time.
It could be
Like,
the
that's
weird.
why I was
but-
suggesting you were like working with hillbillies instead of like the mafia, right? Like,
Right.
you're
You're
out
not-
in the woods growing weed. Like,
You're
that
not going
sort
to be
of
getting like
business.
you're not going to be getting very exciting like dark gritty secret crime stuff in a small town because there's just not enough people.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
And there's
Everyone
not enough.
already knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
In Swindon we have like over 60. I think it's like 60,000 people or 100,000.
Yeah.
At best, you're running some small time op that the cops rather can't mess with because you have too much protection, or it's just not worth getting into. But you're not going to be like underground mob extorting stores and also like drug ringing
Yeah.
stuff.
No problem. I think it's good to ask now than it is to assume things.
It's fair.
So DCL, you're like police or sheriff or something like that in this town, yeah?
I am thinking. Well, I already pinged it. I might as well just say it. I am thinking of delegating myself to background supplementary role, since there are 6 players, including me, if I include myself, and like all of you are new except I think maybe you and Maxwell.
Nope, I've not played World of Darkness. I've just
I
read the
have
book
played
a
World of
little bit.
Darkness.
Okay, so all of you are new. So rather than trying to play a concept that's going to be like trying to jockey for spotlight with everybody else, or just doing a usual DCL character who is somebody really good at combat, I could play a supplementary character who would have skills maybe to help along shore up the faults of whatever people are inexperienced with, and also offer help to advance the story.
Though I would just point out for you, my DM style, usually it usually involves a whole lot of party interplay, like not necessarily conflict, but a whole lot of the in-character dialogue will just be between you guys. Won't have any NPCs in it. And while for this, because of the horror thing, there will be some NPCs. I do normally keep it quite limited.
Anyway, the reason I asked DCL is because I was thinking for contact-wise of why I mean come to the town. If you're the sheriff, maybe you've heard some strange going-ons, and you've met me in the past or so. We're acquaintances. You called me to this town to investigate.
Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe playing like the town's weird hermit, and once the freaky shit starts coming down, he starts trying to warn people, but everybody thinks he's crazy. But maybe you guys are like, wait a minute, no, I think he's got something here. We've seen some
Oh.
weird shit.
That still works. You're a fellow seer of the truth.
I still think you're
Okay.
crazy. But I think
I'm
you're
just looking
crazy
for
because
a reason for me to
people-
be in the town other than I've
Well,
heard
all I'm
strange
saying
going-ons.
is Alex Jones tried to warn us. Frogs turn more than just gay.
God.
That is the only reason that they let black kids into the high school, because they were worried that if they didn't, Obama would turn all the frogs gay.
That
We're
sounds
talking a small
accurate.
town of 4,000, so yeah, sounds
Look, if we
accurate.
didn't put them in the school, they'd have to go out in the streets and start robbing people.
Small town, what streets?
Yeah, and my gang doesn't need any competition from the black folk.
Man, them black folk, they're gonna run us out of business and take our jobs.
But if they
Our
stealing from
gang
everyone-
jobs.
If they steal from everyone before we can steal from them, then we have to steal. We have to find the black people who are stealing. Stick them all in school, then less of them will do it.
We have to
See,
improve the
Sasha-
school so the black people won't take our jobs of thievery
See?
and stealing.
Sasha agrees. Or
Their
Taka.
culture lends them a natural advantage.
Wow.
We can't beat them in being gang members.
This is why my character
I love
steals in broad
this.
daylight, because in
I'm
the
a-
dark, you guys have advantage. We can't see you.
So,
But yeah,
so
It's why I need the
back
night vision.
to
yeah.
back to connections, please.
So yeah. Right now, I'm thinking maybe being the town's weird old hillbilly or whatever, who knows things but nobody listens to. I'll see. I'm gonna have to flesh it out with Merz a little bit just to make
I'm
sure.
be sad if none of you have a chainsaw, because hillbillies should have chainsaws or axes.
Well, I'm pretty sure Bob already has a chainsaw.
I don't know.
I
No.
definitely don't have a chainsaw because my character is not a hillbilly.
Yeah, I don't have a chainsaw either. I'm not a hillbilly either.
So, speaking of your character, Saban, you said most people hate him?
Yeah, I figure most townies don't like anybody who works at the nuclear plant.
Or has an intelligence above incest.
Merz,
mean-
I have
My-
an important question.
My character doesn't dislike them. They have a lot of money.
Have I paid off my student loans?
You're a lawyer in America.
Um,
Yes.
Yeah, but he's gone back to his hometown.
Yeah, obviously after he's paid off.
What can they actually pay him? Like potatoes?
I mean, that's after he's paid off his debts, obviously.
I mean, he could always.
He worked
What?
in New York for 6
Um,
months and got filthy rich and came back.
If my
Literally.
character
How old is Harold?
32.
Then no, you have not paid off your debts. You
What are you talking?
I'm-
Look, I understand American debt is insane, but if you're a lawyer and you haven't lived in a small town all your life, you paid off your debts like 3 years in.
I tried. Not everyone's this fortunate.
He's only 32. He hasn't gotten to have his 3 years at a proper firm yet.
Fucking you
He's-
get
Proper.
If he's
firm.
been living here for more than a year, then
you would get
yeah,
out of,
he
you would get out
got
of law
out of law school. He tried to be an associate and then ended up moving back here when something fell through.
If you went to law
Uh-huh.
school in America and you went to college as soon as you could, you would be out of law school at like at most like 26.
But if he,
Let's just say I was
I
very
was going to say,
unfortunate.
if it wasn't such a small town, then you could have been more cooperative with my character. But because it is a small town, I don't think my character really needs legal protection.
Like generally speaking, you don't go to law school for more than like 6 years, right? I'm not crazy on that, am I?
True. But
Is
at
it
the same
bad?
time, law school is much more expensive than normal college.
Yeah, which generally speaking, if you get through that, you're going to have some sort of job lined up for you
'cause
as a
they
lawyer.
don't give you, no. You get a job straight away. If you don't get straight away into a job, you get an apprentice. Or they put you like they give you the job, but you're a coffee bitch for like a year or two. Before
Not if
actually
you
get
went
do
to
the job.
school for that shit.
No, even then, it can still happen because if you go to, especially if you go to a top state firm, a really good one, because all the good lawyers take everything. You're forced to shadow them, and they won't pay you the full amount until after you're doing everything.
Well, let me put it this way. At least from last time I was in school, which was only like a year ago.
A year
part
ago.
of part of the requirement
12.
to even graduate. Oh my god! Part of the requirement to even graduate was doing an internship to line up a job. And if you're talking like a law school, which costs a lot, chances are you would also be doing something to help you line up a job. So you wouldn't be like obviously the top shot fucking like lawyer making millions.
All right.
Okay.
What if he had something lined up? He
And then
got
fell
his
through.
job, and then immediately like turbo fucked it up and had to leave.
Okay. Well, if he did that, then he should be like 26 or something.
But he would get out of law school around 26, you said.
Yeah, if he went when he was 20, and then when like stayed in it for like the 6 years straight, he would be out when he was 26. Have like something lined up, because you're talking about a lawyer. Like lawyer jobs you don't like flounder on those. If you have a law degree, you generally have something lined up for you after waiting. It's like engineering. Like if I had finished, I would have things lined up. I wouldn't just be sitting on that degree.
Actually, not really. One of my friends just finished going to college for electrical engineering. Do you know what he's doing now?
Sitting on that degree. To be fair, I'm in Texas, right next to Silicon Valley, so maybe I'm a little biased.
Yeah, he's currently like working at a factory right now, pushing like one button at a time.
Yeah, if he lives.
It's also like with him only being 31, 32 for Harold to have been back here in Griston for as long as he says, he hasn't had 3 years at a big city firm.
Okay.
Like if he was in his late 30s, then yeah, he absolutely would have been able to pay off his debt. But something happened. He came back here, and this is a small town.
Wage.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
90% of his job has been one person from the town suing
Divorce
another,
lawyer.
and him and the single other lawyer in the town just having a small argument.
They
And
probably
that's
talk
that.
about how they can extend it for as long as possible, since this is the only work they get. And they need
Probably.
it.
And then they have to take turns being public defender.
See, what I reckon
it's
happened
great.
is that Snippy went to work one day. He logged on the internet, thought incognito would be enough, didn't realise that work internet was very heavily policed, and then went on Finaxo.com. That's how he lost his job. He
I
didn't
believe
understand what
it.
NSFW means, so he was just... It was all over at that point.
But yeah.
God.
So
So then next, done you. Well, so next person, with DCL not committing to an idea yet, Angel.
Okay.
So you've been talking about hearing some strange rumours that might have brought you to Griston. What sort of thing might that be?
I don't know. Strange occurrences of stuff that doesn't add up. Whatever kind of spooky kind of tales about the town.
all literally started from me
Yeah,
on my
well,
laptop.
That's really what I'm asking you. What spooky tales are there about the town?
I don't really know. I've heard some strange stuff about the old mine, the one that's closed down. Supposed to be some weird lights and sounds and all that.
You could argue that you might have heard rumors that there's a gang leader who looks like a zombie or something. Because if you look at my character, if you see her at night, if someone ran out of town straight away after seeing her at night, they might have thought that she was some sort of zombie.
Other than that, I imagine strange lights and sounds that don't quite make much sense kind of in this little town, like in the forest and stuff. I'm trying to be vague enough, but I also probably want to say like whatever rumor that's going to guess really started on this spooky adventure.
What if you're an investigator? Wait, no. Stop.
I mean, I kind of am.
Yes.
I mean, you kind of. I was thinking more like official terms, but then I was like, wait, no,
Work
that's
for the
dumb.
government.
Because then you'd have a reason to go around and actually officially interviewing anybody who could possibly know anything. You know, kind of play it from not Twin Peaks. Unless Twin Peaks has Actually, I've never seen Twin Peaks, so I
Twin
don't know.
Peaks, like one of the main characters is an FBI investigator. So
Yeah, because the only thing I know about Twin Peaks is from like the osmosis bastard child that is Deadly Premonition. So,
I mean, to be
That
honest, FBI
does
agent
make
could
it-
work, really.
Yeah, you're a trained observer, you've got a decent income. You could very well actually be a federal agent, but
Yeah, and that gives-
starting
let
to
me just,
see a little too much.
yeah, and
Yeah,
that gives you
let's
more.
change that concept to FBI agent maybe seen too much then, I guess.
And that gives you more leeway
I'm-
to be somebody who people actually pay attention to, and then maybe when shit goes down, you can be like, "Well, I'm a trained professional, guys. Let's gather together so we don't get fucked here." Because the main thing I would say about this group is I see no reason for the cohesion so far. Like, why would this group
And
come together?
That's part of the point of this bit of a discussion. Like, they've got your general relationships, but I want to try to tie them together into something.
Yeah.
Which really doesn't help that you still haven't settled on what to do. It's,
Well,
Like I said, I'm probably gonna be crazy beard guy who knows too much but nobody listens to.
What
Alright.
is what's Savin's character? 'Cause I don't actually
that
know
mean
what
I'm
he is
a boy?
for interest.
Savin is playing a nuclear engineer. He works up at the big plant.
So yeah, I'll probably be conspiracy theorist and get like all the skills related to occult and magic knowledge.
I mean, I'm pretty good at occult.
Yeah, but I'll probably max out because DCL is the man of one-trick ponies.
But if
Like,
So
give me a second.
the town hates it's did you say the town hates the people who work at the nuclear plant?
I'm
that was what
pretty
Savin
good
was
at
suggesting.
occult.
Yeah,
That's the
since
thing. Then, it
when
could
the
be that, like,
nuclear plant opened, the coal mine closed down. Like half of the town lost their jobs because without the coal mine, there's no coal plant. It just got really fucked over.
Could my and this is not trying to like get more power for my character or anything, but could my character potentially have a protection racket for the people who work at the nuclear plant? Because my character doesn't really care about who does well and who doesn't do well, but one, it gives them an income other than their actual own job, but two, they recognise that they want power for the town, because coal's not really going to do it. Whereas nuclear power is actually good for the town. That could be a
Savin,
way that a way my character could know Savin and other people who work there.
Yeah, I feel like that might be a thing. Like, pays a little bit of money to make sure that nothing happens to the house and the wife while he's at work.
Because my character's not.
It's probably not
actually
like
from the area,
protection
so
from
they-
physical violence so much as like vandalism, though.
Yeah. Peace of mind more than anything else.
and here's the question: Wet, do you actually provide protection from regular people, or do you just provide protection from some of your low-level minions?
From regular people as well, because my character, as I said already, they're sadist, and maskers say they like getting into fights. So if a regular person was going to it, that's one of the reasons they like doing what they do. So their thugs wouldn't go into it because they'd be too afraid of the gang leader. And as in turn, she organises them and makes sure they actually get something done, rather than being retards who fuck their sisters all day long.
In fucking someone all day long doesn't sound like the act of a retard, it sounds like the act of someone with too much money to burn. But the sister angle, yeah, it's questionable.
For skills, it's 1175, right? No, 1174.
Yep, 1174. So, yeah, have you decided on, like, the shady merchant man?
Maybe shady merchant / crazy hillbilly man.
Alright, so, what's your character's name?
I do not know.
If your character was good at crafting things, my character would know you.
I'm tempted to say Old Man Steve, but I feel like I traumatized Saban.
I want to know why?
Because I made a stupid character named Old Man Steve in a game once.
Fair enough.
I think that was what, your second or third character in that campaign that just immediately died?
Just immediately.
Okay, so for now I'm just going to write you in the notes as DCL.
I'm gonna use old
Bob, I
man.
am incredibly sorry, I completely forgot about you.
No, what?
So did Bob,
I-
apparently.
Shit, I was going through people's, like, checking, yeah, I've got notes about this person, and then I just realised, wait, I'm only just starting the fifth, oh god, Bob! So yeah, DCL, I'll give you a minute more to think, Bob.
Old man Steve.
Is it old man Steve?
Yeah.
Cuss. Okay, good.
I got. Bob, what is your character's general reputation and relationship to Griston?
That's a complex one. Decent one. Yeah, I guess he's a hand. I guess he's the early handyman stage of life, I guess.
Okay, so what, is it like mowing lawns, fixing fences, like simple yard work, or is it more advanced?
All right, I have a pretty high crafting. Let's say it's a bit more advanced than that. I can go into. That's probably my day-to-day stuff. I can do more advanced stuff with pipes and cleaning lawns and doing like weird artistic stuff. Not great at it, I might add, but make it function.
So, general handyman, sometimes specialist. Okay.
I mean, that's basically a summer job, or what he does when he needs it.
Yeah. Then yeah, what? So that's what you do, but what is your relationship with people in the town?
I know, young, sort of. Yeah, young, not punk. That's not the word I'm looking for. Lazy young person. That fits. Just
Well, that's describing you.
okay. What's the relationship with the town? Good.
Yeah.
I don't
So
think
people think well of you?
Are you the local good boy?
We all know you fucking
Yeah.
did all that graffiti behind the school, you little rapscallion.
What Ms. Andy also means is, what's your relationships to the party and each individual? And
Uh,
what
Oh.
they represent?
That was going to be my
next.
next line of inquiry, but
Yeah. I don't know. He generally doesn't do very much. He's a bit.
so folks tend to think decently of him, but sometimes
He definitely he does stuff at his own time. So I can see how some people might not like him. Is that?
So folks tend to think decently of him, though sometimes wonder where he is. Probably
Yes.
in bed.
Yeah. Probably, he overslept again.
How does that tie into the other party members, particularly the permanent residents of Griston? Like, you mentioned that you buy weed from Wit, but what about the others? Like,
Let me see.
have you maybe done some yard work for Caleb?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yep, makes sense.
What do you think he would have done?
take a massive shit on his lawn.
No, like, did you need a bench made? Some
Well,
some molding, like carpentry type stuff.
Did you need the gutters cleaned?
yeah, I
Lawn
figure this
raked?
house we have was probably like a fixer-upper, like whoever used to own it probably ditched it in the housing crash, so yeah, just stuff like general renovation, getting it, back to a livable state after maybe some squatters lived there for a couple years. That sort of
Okay.
shit.
Yeah, yeah, that seems like something. I would like to add. He doesn't have any sort of license, so don't expect it to be 100% up to code. But
As long as it's livable.
okay, he can work with that.
So I've put down in my notes here, it needed reflooring and the garden entirely redone.
Mm-hmm.
So officially, you totally didn't do the plumbing,
No,
right?
correct. Yes. Uh, okay. I do have to add DCL. Does old man Steve, does he make moonshine?
He probably makes the best damn moonshine in the whole fucking town.
Don't say that to fucking the gang. They probably won't appreciate that.
Hey, fuck
mean,
you.
that-
It's not your fault you make second-rate shit.
I'll fucking burn you.
I'll have plenty of moonshine to pour on the wound.
Pour on the fire.
Okay. I've probably been. I don't know. I could see me doing something for old man. Either doing something for old man Steve, if not, just sneaking to his house with with a girlfriend or something to well, you know, get liquored up and then have fun. Go canoe.
Steve, is that something you allow? Is it something you encourage? Young couples coming in, getting some drink on.
I mean, sure, as long as they don't do anything on the carpet.
Oh no, there's none. This is
How old are you, Steve?
Old man Steve.
How old, though?
the hospital burnt down with his birth certificate. He doesn't know.
Let's just for the sake of not getting penalties, say like 50. Old, but young enough
that
to
is
be
pretty
spry if he
old.
kept- young enough to be spry if he kept himself in good shape.
So, what did you think when the plant started up?
Old man Steve has full dexterity.
Well, that depends on rather if I had a vision of monsters and freaky shit happening, or if I was just too drunk, blackout drunk off my ass to remember the plan even being established. I don't even know if I know there's a plant up.
I'm fairly certain you know that there's a nuclear power plant. Yes.
Okay, being
that's-
serious, being serious. Nuclear power plant. Don't really have any opinion on it. It's a nuclear power plant. You know, sometimes the radiation makes the Wolfman come out, but other than that, everything should be fine.
Damn Wolfman.
Yes.
Alright.
Well,
Damn wolf carries off our priestesses.
Goddamn Wolfman. That's why we have furries in the town.
So, guess back around to Caleb for a sec. So I've got you tied to Alex in some way, and tied to Wit. What do you think about old man Steve? What happens when you guys run into each other?
I probably try to avoid him because he's weird.
Not,
Caleb's a very scientifically minded individual, as you might guess, and this
And so
guy's
is Old
just
Man
spouting shit like the Wolfmen are coming to take our priestesses, and it's guy's just
I
like,
probably see him crossing the street and go, "Hello, Caleb. Make sure you're ready for when it happens."
yeah, and then he
What
just
is-
walks a little faster.
You'll know what I mean when it happens.
Alright.
What's your relationship to my character? The crazy old man.
I had to tattoo the date on my forehead once so I wouldn't forget it.
The date of the day that happened.
Exactly.
Okay.
Beautiful.
On the forehead? Really?
On the forehead. You can't normally see it because of the shaggy hair I have over myself, but I would never forget that date so long as I'm looking in the mirror and remember it's under there.
oh my
My
god.
character,
And
my
I
character-
guess, Wit,
character-
do you do face tattoos?
Wit does scarification, tattoos, anything, body mods. However, she would have requested that he took a shower first before coming into her establishment. The
Does
smelly old
it-
crazy fucking natural man walked into her establishment spouting shit.
Excuse me. Excuse me. This musk
you.
is specifically designed to keep the vampires away.
Yeah. It depends. Do you want the date tattooed on your forehead, or do you want something else tattooed on your forehead?
How do I know you're not a vampire? Probably gonna need you to eat this clove of garlic.
I'm not sure how far that conversation would have went, unless Wit was feeling particularly aloof.
I'll pay you double.
Or to eat the garlic, or to fucking tattoo you.
If I say yes, will you do both?
Wit takes the garlic. She comes back later on with a sandwich.
Good enough for me.
She's not eating just garlic, she's just cooked with the garlic. That'd be the best you would have gotten if she didn't just throw you out.
Good enough.
Sit on a chair. Weep. The Sandfisher goggles come on.
She charged you premium.
Alright. So, Alexander. How often do you think you've been to Griston? Do you think this is the first time, or what?
He went to the bathroom, I think.
Still? I thought
No,
he was back.
No, so we get to unknown things. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. I don't know what.
Alright. Yeah. Yeah, that was only 5 minutes ago, right? He's still gone.
You do Snippy.
Yeah, indeed, Harold. So, you're pretty much everyone's lawyer.
Yay!
Yeah. You and the one other representative, cover the entire town. So, what do you think about some of these nut jobs?
Well,
Well-
I try to interact as little as possible with the old crazy man. If the old crazy
Okay.
man is around and I'm with any of my acquaintances, I probably switch to Greek.
Which I have as language.
Oh, fuck!
Really?
I'm tempted to take the merit for it just because of that joke.
That'd be amazing, and nobody knows you know it either.
I squint at him, and then walk away, and he questions every time if he can understand me.
If I can suggest something, if you're just worried about spoken languages, take multilingual ahead of linguistics.
Okay.
Multilingual gives you 2 languages, but it's only spoken, while linguistics lets you speak and read 1 language.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
I probably don't know much about Caleb.
I can see why. It Caleb is mostly a law-abiding lad, right?
Yeah, mostly.
Fucking
Like
nerd.
maybe I've like been caught speeding once or twice, trying to get home, and
Hey, I
I've.
can help you with your
But-
taxes too.
You don't understand.
Oh well, then hell yeah.
I do Caleb's taxes.
There you go.
Don't. That's a bad idea.
Uh, I am
I reckon-
not familiar with the federal agent on the van.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
No, I can't think of a
How-
possible way that would be.
mm.
It would be though. In suits.
What do you think about wit? Criminal.
Oh wait. Oh, he's a very good customer.
Isn't wit a lady?
Yes.
Oh,
Doesn't matter.
Oof.
oof. Well, I have
Yeah.
many thoughts on wit, but I refuse to voice most of them.
I wonder why.
Wit is he has 2 legs and 2 hands and a torso with a head attached to them. He's
Okay, so
with
what
a
I'm
legal
putting
definition a
down
human being.
is that
But
Harold
wouldn't-
has a folder on wit, and while he hasn't represented her, there are concerns.
What are you
Look,
gonna say?
Wit has a reputation, okay? And
Yes.
thanks to his reputation, Wit now has
Her
my card.
reputation.
And I am prepared.
Which is the girl's name? As well.
I'm also keeping an eye out on the police station. If Wit ever comes in, I will be the first guy to crash through the interrogation door and remind Wit that he has the Fifth Amendment to fall back against.
She-
And everything and anything you say will be used against you in court.
Alright. And
Exact words.
the young kid, Alex Macduff.
Well,
Have you even met him?
depends. My fathers might have paid him to do the long, but I don't think. I would know
Actually,
the
that's a
kid.
question. Do you own your own house, or are you living
No,
with your
I
parents?
have no money. I live with my fucking parents, and they both disapprove.
God. You really did something bad in the big city, didn't you?
No comments.
Real quick question: how does medicine work again? Can that actually heal people?
Yes. First aid can be done as Dex plus medicine. It can heal bashing damage immediately. Lethal and above takes longer.
Okay.
Just because I went to law school didn't actually mean I studied.
Look, I'm not gonna say we don't have a file on
Did
Harold.
you pass
but
your bar exam?
Totally.
We may have
Yes.
a file on Harold.
Just took a while. I might have stayed a couple of years, and my
Alright.
grades might be shit,
Do you
but
think
I had a
Okay,
great time,
but-
and that's all that matters.
But it does sound like you haven't had much personal experience with Macduff. Okay. And
All right.
moving on to Alexander.
What the fuck are your stats?
And, do you think this is the first time you've come to Greston, or have you been called here before by other weird things?
It's probably the first time in this small town. It's not exactly the biggest place and not a lot goes on, but when you hear something that does go on, it raises questions that need answers.
Fair enough.
Look, I'm gonna say this now. I need stealth and dex max so I can be the crazy old man who pops up in
Jesus
places where nobody
Christ.
sees.
A 10? You're rolling 10 dice at that.
And he's
Oh,
rolling
man,
like
and
9 for occults.
You're so young, my friend. But no, I'm being serious. I want to be the old man who you guys turn around for some reason, and then he's there spouting crazy shit at you. And you're just like, where the fuck did you even come from?
Don't even spout the crazy. Just gently whisper into their ear.
Exactly. Yeah. Fucking Savin knows what's up. I can't help myself. If I can
So-
find an excuse for it, I will max it.
I'm just saying, it's a lot of dice and investment.
It's fine.
So, Alexander, let's say you've been here for a couple of days. It's been your first time in the town, but you've been here a couple of days. You might have met some of the more, or heard about some of the more vivid personalities, like probably not Caleb or Alex, or probably even Harold, but Old Man Steve, Wit. You've probably heard about those two a little. What do you think about them?
That old man.
As an outsider, you probably don't know for certain that Wit's a criminal. I'm just gonna say that, but
Well, the old man definitely has something. I don't
If
know
anything.
what quite yet, but it definitely requires more investigation. He's got an odd knowledge of things. On the other hand, that wit person, I'm not sure what to think of them. I've not heard well of them.
Hey, you. You're an FBI agent, right?
Do you
That is
think anyone-
correct.
Do you think
You want
anyone
a
would
flamethrower?
I
do you
do
think
not
anyone
want a
would,
flamethrower.
I would have flamethrower.
I think
think
you want a
anyone-
flamethrower.
Do you think anyone in the town would actually say openly negative things about Wit, though? Where it could be heard?
Depends
they
on how
probably
much.
wouldn't say openly negative things, but they definitely wouldn't say positive things.
Also,
So-
Depends on
to
how
an
much of an
outsider.
iron rule you have. Keep in mind, you're dealing with a small town. Oftentimes, if you're bad enough, the communities may not talk shit to you, but they're definitely banded together in how much they hate you. Whether they enact on that or not is dependent on how much you make them afraid of you.
But not only that, though, if you think about it, the way Wit looks is actually perfect for someone who works in tattoo store anyway. If a bit extreme, it's still what a tattooist could look like.
I mean, yeah, but usually that's with tattoos and not like sewn on skin.
That's not sewn on skin, that's scarification.
All I'm saying is that I've not heard well about you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Also, I'm just gonna say this now. Like offering scarification in a small town, you probably have a very small clientele for that. Like
Yeah, but
maybe
that's
two people.
more of a that's more of a personal pleasure for Wit. It's not more of a she cares if someone actually wants it or not.
Fair enough.
Because you don't get anesthetic when you do tattoos, you know, or anything like that.
Anyway, is there anything more you'd like to say, Alexander?
I think I've done enough for what I've known, what I could possibly know in a couple of days of actually being in this town.
Alright, so just gonna show you the little handout. These are the notes I've scribbled. If there's anything on there that looks wrong, let me know and I'll amend it, but I tried to run it by you when I was noting it.
Seems good.
Yeah, I think it works.
Okay.
All right. So what can I get again with resources 5?
What
Jesus
the fuck?
Christ!
Basically anything you want within reason. If it goes too far, then it's gone too far, but
Do you have a tank hidden
Resources
in your
5
garage?
is basically billionaire levels of money.
My God.
But
Buy a battleship.
speaking of garages, I'm gonna have to interrupt you doing your equipment purchasing for now, DCL, because
enough.
this is the stage where I need you guys to fill out the rest of the town.
You can fill out the rest of the town.
I mean, There are more things in here than than a sheriff's office. I'll just change
I
that.
hope so.
Actually.
Where's the pharmacy?
I think we need a gas station like in the middle of
Clinic.
town.
Clinic
Like
pharmacy.
smack dab in the middle of town.
We definitely need a tattooist parlor.
I'd like to have a house.
Oh, yeah. You guys should have access to the little paint tools.
Where?
Top left, the little sidebar you have. I'm not sure how far down it is, but it should be a little, either a square or a little paintbrush.
I'm really
Just
I'm really tempted to just
use that, make a mark on the map, and then put a note down what you think that should be.
How can I
So,
get rid of all
Are
these
there
fucking
houses
people?
like in this area?
How can I get rid of everyone's picture or hide them?
Godfrey, you
Okay,
are so quiet.
top right, the little cog. Click that, and then scroll down a bit. Player avatar size. Either set them to small or names only.
So, is that St. Crispin's a Catholic church or which?
Presbyterian.
Alright. Does this town have a Catholic church?
No, these are the only two churches: the Presbyterian Church and the Southern Baptist Church.
So
The
normal.
Wow, that seems-
others, there are very few of the other denominations such that they don't actually have a church.
Okay.
Kind of.
Second question. Is there like a little local run motel or someplace where I can pay to be able to stay with my van at for the town or
Yeah, almost certainly.
I'm kind of tempted to put my tattoo parlor bang smack right next to the sheriff's office. But I did. That's, I think that's really realistic, but it'd be funny. Just straight up go AL now. We should, but it depends how in depth you want to be, because even if it's a small town, we should have clothing stores and shit like that as well.
I don't think you have a clothing store. You have Walmart. Like everything you buy in the town, you just buy at Walmart.
Okay, this is America, that's true. How about
And
you
we're
guys do
very
this,
happy to
man?
have finally gotten a Walmart too.
Angela, can you try not to have the names of stuff over the top of roads?
I can try. Is that no? Not the no, it's snapping. isn't
Hold
it?
Alt.
Okay.
Alt lets it be put where
Is
you
that
want
better?
it.
I'm gonna
Yes,
leave Matt
thank
filling
you.
it to you guys, because I'm not quite sure how American towns work.
Well, I mean,
So what would
What-
probably be the case in this town is there's quote unquote downtown or old town, which is this big central street here, or this one, whichever, which was originally erected when the town was founded like 200 years ago. It goes right through the town, all the major businesses are along it, and then that's it. There might be like a Walmart at the end of town where they had enough
Maybe.
space to build a lot.
then I would suggest the slightly thicker road that has the sheriff's office and goes via the town hall and St. Crispin's.
So yeah, this is everything retail in the entire town is on this road. Like literally everything.
Including the tattoo parlor, I guess. Unless I deliberately want to be out of the way.
Let me see. Where's
Also, I don't think this got answered. Can there be houses like out here, or does the housing stop at the gray?
The housing mostly stops at the grey.
Okay.
There are some towns out in the country, but they are few and far between. They're not really in Griston itself, they're just in the county.
Okay.
Yeah, so this big central one... really, that's all of the shops.
uh a good bit of them. The other ones after that are sort of yeah.
And there might be a couple of like little mom and pop joints out of the way, but basically, yeah, it's just the
It-
one road. Like I used to live in one of these towns, right? Like you had the Starbucks and then or not even Starbucks, but the local coffee shop that's been there for 50 years and the like 3 or 4 other stores. And then the church is one on either side. And then if you wanted to go to any real shopping, you got in the car and you drove half an hour to Plano.
Could I have my the tattoo parlor on top of the coffee shop? I want to have appropriated the coffee shop.
Um,
My character loves.
it sounds reasonable to me. What do you guys think?
I
Some
genuinely
of you
can
actually
barely
live in this
hear
part
what
of
Frey's
oh,
saying.
Oh, I said it's okay. My character has a tattoo parlor on the. Sorry, you talking, Snippy?
I'm still trying to think where my parents' estate would be.
Oh, I was saying, could I have my tattoo parlor on the floor above the coffee shop and own both?
Yeah,
That my character
potentially.
I don't
appropriates
think there's probably really even two-story shops here.
No, I think most, at least some shops would probably be 2 stories if they're on the main road.
Yeah, 'cause I
Right
want,
now,
I
Because
want the,
typically,
this is-
when the town was built, the people who owned the shops probably did live above them.
yeah, that makes more sense. So my character's like made she lives on the floor above, but she's got like a quarter or half of the part of the upper floor will be the tattoo parlor.
Yeah. So yeah, like again, you're living in a building that's probably like at least 100 years old.
Yeah,
And
she's got
Was
good crafts
just
though. She's
plopped
probably had it
down
done
here
up
by
there.
some pilgrims forever ago.
and mark down where you think that should be for now.
I don't know where that is. Wherever the street will be with all the other businesses, I guess 'cause that's what Savin said it should be. I would like to have had it near other people's houses because I think it's a better place to have a coffee shop. But if it should be on a street with every fucking other business, then it should go there.
Yeah, like remember the scale of this place. Like everything is within like a mile and a half, even if you're on the outskirts. So
That's
if
true.
you have a
Everything's in
car,
walking
then
distance.
yeah, the
Even
main
walking
street
distance.
is just like 2 minutes away.
I walk a mile to get to the bus stop every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
It's like what, 10 minutes max?
I suppose a good question would be like, where do we have that one gas station?
I'd say
That
kinda
would
like-
probably be near the edge of town.
Yeah,
You think so?
yeah.
The combination gas station,
Farmers
truck
market.
rest, yeah, farmers market,
I'd find
chop
it easy
shop.
if you guys put everything down and not to like be lazy. I can put in where I think the coffee store would be, if you guys could agree, and then I could put in where the hillbillies are their drug crap. Because I'm not very good with
Oh.
American towns. It'd be very different from what I imagined it to be.
And I was just gonna put it down like here.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does Steve just like live in the foreman's old house of the coal plant? Maybe he lives in part of the mine that was on the surface?
And that whole black line up there is the road, the road slash path leading up to the mine. The actual entrance is on the lighter grey part of the mountain. It's a decent ascent.
Oh, one known fact about Wit is that if Wit's actually working in the coffee store, which she never does, but if she is, she never gets angry while she's working in the coffee store, and she doesn't allow any violence in there.
So, can we have a Walmart, or is this town too bumfuck for that?
And I ran the maths earlier. It should have 4,500 people. Maybe a little less. Do you think Walmart would bother with that?
I think
I
Lidl
mean,
would
it's a
bother, but I
Walmart. They're
think we're not
literally
in Europe.
everywhere.
They are literally everywhere. Like, to give you an example, in this one county of Piketon, there's probably just as many, maybe a tiny bit more in this. It has a Walmart.
Fair enough. Then yeah. Where would the Walmart be?
Probably like way out at the edge of town because like they couldn't build it in town. It's too fucking big. So it'd be
It-
like out here somewhere
s-
probably.
Somewhere still along this main street, maybe over here, maybe over in
Yeah,
this
like somewhere in this bullshit area.
somewhere that's just still along Main.
So this is a thing in the UK. I don't know if it is in the US. But over here we have our supermarkets, like Tesco and Sainsbury's. They often operate gas stations out of the same overall area as they do the store.
Yeah,
so
they
like,
do. Yeah, they're
we could have like the gas station on the north side of the highway, the Walmart on the south side.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that makes sense. That's usually how it is other here. At least I've seen.
Yeah.
You generally want big name shops right across the gas station or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, someone go ahead and put that down.
Sure, I'll do it.
in Belgium, in a lot of towns, there'll be bakeries and a couple of coffee stores sometimes as well. The really good ones, in cute little villages and in the towns even, where the people houses are, rather than just in the actual town city. And there'll be a couple of those near where people just live, because they know that they get a lot of customers for it.
And I would say the ones that you're putting down for your homes, please leave them in your actual Roll20 color. So for Saban, that is
Oh.
bright pink. For Amazol, that's the
Oh,
orange.
hold on, let me change my roll 20 color to something I won't hate. There we go.
Okay.
Oh god, no, that doesn't work at all. Bright pink it is then.
There you go.
No, leave the text in white, but the little box symbol.
I absolutely did not change that box, but alright.
Yeah,
How
so
do you
like
guys-
this.
Well,
How do you
no,
spell
you put
that?
it in you put it in red. I changed it to pink because you had pink.
How are you guys drawing arrows, by the way?
I'm using the ruler tool and no snapping.
I don't like the new ruler.
Bright pink is the color I think of when I think of Saban.
I
Because
am
of Helia's big,
colorblind.
because of Helia's big print white row. Nah.
Do you know what?
Okay,
That's
enough with the
entirely
arrows.
Yes, please, guys, stop. Yeah, Saban. I would like the text to be white, but the little box used for noting the place to be the color.
Okay, I
So,
heard
yeah,
that backwards.
You can have your dark green if you like, rather than your pink, but
No, I can't have my dark green actually. Shit.
Very hard to
I mean
see.
you can.
There we go. It's
We-
lime
There you go.
green. It's fine. Good
Okay,
enough.
yeah.
I go neon yellow.
Please don't.
Also, whoever put
Never
the
could.
gas station there, could you fucking capitalize that? Can I have a conniptions?
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna decapitalize
Oh,
where I live
damn it.
now.
Let's see.
Shift
Alex,
key
did
is
you
your
have
friend.
it?
Read that? What about the gas station?
There we go.
Hey. Nothing has changed.
There's 2 gas stations now.
Why is there an apostrophe there?
Because his name is Gas.
No, that would be Gus's station.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let
Gas
me.
is an asshole.
All right.
It's
I like
actually
Yeah,
that.
you
everyone
rival-
gets
just-
Gus.
You can
Gas
just
station.
click on the actual gas station and should be able to change it
Yeah, double
no,
click on it.
or double click on it.
Nope.
Are you on the text tool?
Are you the person who created the gas station?
Nope.
Oh.
Well, then there's why you
Then
can't
no, you
change it.
can't.
I know, that's
Then
why-
just leave it to me.
Okay.
How do you guys all have like little character icons and circles?
That's because I set my token in the in the actual character sheet in the bio and info. If you edit it, you can click the avatar and make it what you want it to be.
I don't actually have a token set up, so
I've got that done, I guess.
Yeah,
Sort
if
of.
you have art, I have a little program called Token Tool that just makes tokens.
Oh,
Yeah.
if you can make a token of mine, that'd be pretty cool, I guess.
Sure.
I already
you-
have.
Oh, okay.
I was just. I'm gonna put them in over the next week. Um. I'm not doing them all right away because I don't know when you are or aren't editing something in your character sheet, and I am aware that it sometimes messes it up. So.
I'm not editing anything, but yeah, cool.
Sometimes people do. Sometimes people have to.
Yeah. So chat brings up gun shops.
I mean, Walmart.
Yeah.
There's a
Just Walmart, or would there be another on the old town road?
There might be like a hunting shop, but Walmart also probably just drove them out of business.
Yeah, Walmart's probably driven a lot of people out of business in this.
Like
I mean, it
a
could be a
town this
pawn
small,
shop.
yeah, it's just if you shop, you just go to Walmart.
Not for coffee. Not for authentic
I mean,
coffee.
like if the Walmart has a Starbucks in there, they probably have started going.
They don't have a Starbucks in there because when they tried, those workers came home with broken limbs and fingers, and no more business was done on that day.
Well, I'm confused.
Wow!
Do you own
I'm really glad I told you to have Integrity 3. It's...
I'm confused. Do you run a coffee shop or a tattoo parlor or a gang?
Yes,
Yes.
she does all three. She apparently owns the building that the coffee shop and the tattoo parlor are in. So
I really
yeah,
feel like this character needs to have resources like 2 or 3 to manage to have all this shit.
Yeah, really.
I'm sorry, what am I meant to do?
Take away some of your other merits, and so you actually have money and resources.
Mm.
But I don't have any money because
I'm going to let you do it for now. Yeah.
You run the store, but
Because of operating expenses.
Yeah, operating expenses. That's why I've got no money. I can't buy anything.
Which is actually why there is a Starbucks at the Walmart. Because they are cutting into your overhead, and you, the criminal underworld, are in danger of going out of business.
Walmart does not discriminate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking kill
Walmart
them.
really. You know what? You could be a gang member and work at Walmart.
Yeah.
You could be fucking.
Yeah, when they drive you out of business, you just go work at Walmart.
They could be the Zodiac killer. You could be the Zodiac killer, and they'd still be like, "Welcome to Walmart. Here's your fucking."
It's like,
Hey, you know what?
like this town probably used to have a gun shop, and then when it ran out of business, they just took their inventory, went over to Walmart, sold it to them, and the guy who worked at the gun store works at Walmart now.
And you know your Integrity 3? You know your Integrity 3? You didn't get that from killing and torturing people. You got that from working at Walmart.
I will agree. I have suddenly thought about murdering people working in retail.
Well,
Actually,
Because of horrible things.
I am going to slightly veto that. Because of the FFL licensing.
Hmm?
You do have an FFL dealer in the town.
Walmart's an FFL dealer.
Are they?
Yes, they are
I
now.
can I can absolutely go to my local Walmart and buy an AR-15. I'm not
If you're
kidding.
wondering why gun problems are such a big deal in America, that's why.
Heck.
wait.
I thought you had to it had to be a specific individual.
No.
Nope.
No.
Wait,
Okay,
I
then.
want to clarify something quickly. Costa in America is shit. I've been to America. I went to New York for 2 weeks, and I've never had coffee worse.
That's because you went to New York. New York's a piece of shit.
Everything
New
in New
York
York
City.
is shit except pizza.
How is New York City shit?
It's
Because we
a
just is.
300-year-old cesspit.
It always has been and always will.
New York was never
Wait,
nice.
Yeah, but we're in bumfuck town. The Costa coffee ain't gonna be any better.
No, it's not. It's still gonna be shit, but
Okay,
So
so
I have a
unless
fighting
you were professionally trained in coffee, or you went out of states to learn from a country that's really good in coffee, and you're American, you probably don't know what good coffee tastes like.
I serve dope ass tea from British.
And
Yeah, maybe.
yeah, like 2 people go and drink it.
Yeah, exactly. If
It's
you're
It's
trying
also
to,
quite likely that a lot of the people here, not having sustainable jobs, can't
Yeah, they
actually
can't-
afford your prices. They
Yeah,
have to
probably.
drive out to Walmart.
They can't
And,
afford my authentic coffee.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why you're going out of business.
No, because to be fair, I get business from the nuclear power plant people. I break even.
yeah, all 10 of them.
Barely.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're selling like really good coffee, maybe Caleb, like that's how Caleb knows you. He just like goes and buys coffee there.
She scares the piss out of me, but if you had this whole grain coffee, this natural blend with 6 spices, I don't know how coffee works.
Which a different pairs when she's in the coffee shop.
At the coffee shop, that is when she has found peace.
Is the interior of the coffee shop like very zen? Has it
It's
got
like-
some feng
it's all-
shui going on in there?
It's like really authentic. It's very black and white.
But moving on slightly, what? This town needs at least one bar. Probably 2 or 3. Where would they be?
Probably on the edge of town, because at least if it's a modern bar.
I mean, it's probably like an old, like, Joe's or something like that.
Wouldn't there be a bar quite
It
close
should
to
be
a
outside of
Merz in the
town.
centre?
On the road.
Yeah, but there'd be one.
There should also
close-
be a
there'd be one
diner.
in town as well. There'd be one in town and one out of town, and there'd be a diner.
Mm.
Diner one should be.
There'd probably be a
Right
diner next to
along
the gas.
the road.
There would probably be a diner next to the gas.
Yep.
There are usually diners near that gas.
I'm gonna suggest the diner might be at the next junction after the gas station, up here. Especially after the nuclear power plant opened. That's right on the route for the people going to do that job to get breakfast at.
Perfect. Joe's Steakhouse. I hear no objections.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, there should be.
Joe's
Yeah,
Steakhouse is a.
yeah, that works.
Perfectly American steakhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah, it's Joe's at that junction. But yeah. Anyway, I was hoping some of you guys who were saying the bars should be near the edge of town would have put down some bars.
Okay.
Okay.
But
Oh, yes,
it's an
you go
important
ahead.
decision. I cannot put down a bar just like that.
Oh yeah,
So-
The bar is a secret
chat brings up a
place.
very important point. Where's the McDonald's?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, there might be 3 McDonald's.
There's probably like
3.
one across the gas station or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's
over
in the
here.
same shopping center. All right, I'll add that in.
Yeah.
Oh, I was putting it right next to the town hall.
I mean, yeah,
There's
that's
probably-
also fine. That
Yeah.
that's one of the McDonald's.
It's one. Yeah, exactly. You have like one
Even
across the
in
gas
town-
station, one in the middle of town.
Even in a town of only 4,000, there needs to be at least 7.
At least what? 7 McDonald's.
At least 7. 7
Well-
McDonald's. That's the minimum. Bare minimum.
Well,
Yeah,
do you guys
yeah,
have-
that's
well,
Yeah, like-
Do you guys have a Papa John as well? Something.
Again, like my foreign friends might think this is a joke, but like in America, Walmart, McDonald's might have be right next to each other. Sometimes McDonald's might be next to a McDonald's. They don't care. They're everywhere.
They really
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
They-
What about
they
what about
really
Dunkin'
fucking-
Donuts? Do you have Dunkin' Donuts in small places?
Not in small places, no.
no.
Dunkin' Donuts have really nice coffee. I found when I was there.
Yeah, we have a Dunkin' Donuts here, but we also have like 3 McDonald's around it.
The size.
Alright, wait,
the
wait.
size-
Oh god,
the size of the
Mickey's
drink they
and
give-
Murphy's are that close to each other?
Yeah,
Yes.
that seems appropriate.
Yeah.
No. A real
Mickey's
question
and
is,
Murphy's.
this is
The
a
Irish are
this is a
expanding.
low income town. Where's the KFC?
Mickey's
Oh.
and Murphy's is where the real war goes on.
Well, if you if you had a KFC, I'm gonna start losing customers like Caleb. Is Steve black? Because if he is, I'll lose him too. This is not fair. You can't just add a KFC there.
I
Yeah.
mean,
It's a
There's
small-
the KFC.
All
Oh,
right.
of course, that's on the same road Caleb lives on. Intentional.
Look,
Totally intentional.
I'm trying not to snap. I can't put fuck it close enough.
tried.
For what the? Oh,
The
yeah.
name.
Hold alt.
I've done it for you.
To be fair, at Merzendi, I don't think my character would care that much if they're not making a huge amount of money, would they?
they would because you run a gang, and running a gang is based on how well you can pay people.
No.
I mean-
But if my gang is, if my character's breaking even, I don't think my character doesn't have that many motivations.
I mean, if you're running a gang, you're a motivated person. Even if it's just a small gang, you at least have the gumption to be like, "Fuck you guys, you're gonna
I don't
listen
think
to me."
I don't think you get what I mean because you know my character's backstory.
Where's the police department?
It's the sheriff's office.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't have
police.
We don't have police. We have the sheriff.
What is wrong with you people?
Oh,
I mean,
actually, do you think you'd have a dedicated fire department?
No.
No.
No, you
There
don't
would
think
be
you
like
have
a
one?
volunteer fire department that's probably like next to
yeah.
the sheriff's.
Also, let
And
me.
you
I don't
have to
know,
pay
I
the
don't know.
volunteer fire department or they won't come put out the fire on your house.
I have 3
Wow.
fire departments. Right.
People probably go to Wit's gang for that sort of thing. As a
What,
more
for
No, like
Fire?
legit.
No.
There are volunteer fire departments around here, and if you don't pay the fire department, they will not come to your house. Or rather, they
Yeah,
will
see-
come to your house and pull you out, but they won't put the fire out.
Yeah, you might as well at that point you might as well pay Wit's gang to do it instead.
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
much.
that's only if the gang is like if you've gotten that much to the point where it's just like, oh, the gang's the communal place where if you really need something, you go to them. Once again, depends on what kind of gang you run.
I'm gonna
So-
say I'm hearing a lot about the gang that you're spacing out really far. You got a coffee shop, a tattoo parlor.
No,
Your gang's all over the place.
The tattoo parlor and the coffee shop is purely wet.
Well, yeah,
gang
but
doesn't run
that's
any of
But you're also
If
saying
you're-
you're
running a gang would be a full-time job on its own. So, also, even if you're talking about like having no motivations to
Jesus
Ow.
Christ.
to break even, I mean, put your mic down.
I dropped my pen.
Oh,
Mute your mic
she
before you.
she dropped it. Is what she did.
I didn't just
I'm wondering
drop
where
my.
you-
I don't have a mic, do I? I don't just sit here with a fucking microphone into my mouth.
I mean,
I
some
got
people do. Anyways, my point is, even a sociopath who cares little for the emotions or goals in life
Okay,
would
let
at
me
least
rephrase.
consider getting.
I think you've misunderstood where it's the coffee shop. She's taken over what used to be the coffee shop because it closed down, and now and then she'll open up for vanity because she likes doing that. But it's not an actual coffee shop establishment.
Oh,
I'm confused because I thought
wasn't
this was.
what I
No.
understood about it either.
No, because I said when she's there, she's very rarely there, and no one else runs it. That's why she has the
Oh.
upper floor. For
Well, how does she?
Okay,
how does she
so
pay for the
what,
electricity?
the coffee place is a hobby?
Yeah, she just owns the building and she just got rid of it.
That's something you
So
need resources
the-
for.
So
Yeah.
the job is the gang leader, and you
Yeah.
you do tattooing and coffee
Tat-
as hobbies.
Tattoo gives her money as well, but the coffee's just a hobby.
Yeah,
It's not
I know.
really-
I'm gonna.
We
Okay.
should need
Well, I mean,
resources for that.
I
Obviously-
really. Sorry.
Yeah, this is getting a little far. Having
Okay, no
all
problem.
of that going on.
It can just be a tattoo parlor thing. Cut out the coffee shop, no problem.
Yeah. If you want to say you have a tattoo parlor shop on the side to like launder money and that's what you do as a hobby, that's at least more believable. Like if you have
Yeah,
just
that's
a
fine.
spare coffee shop that you own, that's resources and a lot of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
no
f-
problem.
I feel like you
That's
should be
fine.
having resources at some point with all this.
Yeah, just the tattoo parlor, then that's not a problem.
Loco Chico's bar. Oh,
What the
dear.
fuck?
How many fucking
Really?
bars?
Loco Chico.
Oh, that's a Ram that's listening in. Hello.
Hello.
It's also
But yeah, so I'm looking at that colour. That's Bob.
Yeah.
That's where most of the town's black people live in this little area.
Little area?
What do
Wait,
you
wait,
mean
how-
most of the town's black people? You're
Well,
talking about a small town. You probably
Yes,
have like
but
They mean
like
Negroes.
Oh,
the
the-
like 100 houses that have black people in
Oh, hold on.
I
We need
went
to move the
with-
KFC.
across
Yeah,
on
move
mostly
it down here.
across these. But it's
Also-
because back in the day when the coal plant was operational, that's as far into Griston as the coal fumes got. And when it got to the black people, nobody cared.
Oh, are you
Also, I will-
are you
shut
in
up.
Old Coal Town?
I want to say, Snippy, if not for the fact that your country was already declining in poverty, I'd actually be mad at you for saying Negro. But considering how you're probably poorer than most of the black people I know, you're allowed.
Yeah.
No,
but-
I want to ask something. How come Caleb's not there?
I was
Because
waiting
I'm
for
upper middle class.
Sure, thanks.
yeah,
How did Caleb escape?
I
He
moved
works at a
here.
because he
nuclear
moved
plant.
into the town.
I don't know if this is accurate
To
enough.
quote Django, he's not 1 in 10,000.
Also,
Yeah, pretty
college.
So you're
Yeah.
telling me that wherever you are is an Old Coal Town?
Yes.
Yep.
Hmm. I was about to say,
It's in the mountains of the southern U.S.
Mountains
So it's
of
in
southern
Tennessee.
U.S.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
an odd
It's
one.
in Tennessee.
Is there a small distillery in town?
That's a good question.
Right, we
Should
can't
there
have
be?
3 bars and a distillery. This should be like 1.
I was about to say most rural places are very, very fond of their local brews.
I'm gonna be honest here, Saban, and maybe this is me being a little anti-American. But would the little bit of the town that has the black people in not have a bar of its own for the black people?
You mean a moonshine place?
There wouldn't be enough black people if you're talking about a small coal town.
Yeah,
Like,
like...
there-
Wait, are you telling me there's like
you
50
don't-
black people or something?
You don't
Ignore-
have a ghetto in a small town. There's literally just maybe there's a sprinkle of black people, and it's hey look, it's the black
And-
folks.
So you're gonna say
Yeah.
there's not even maybe
The town I was basing my population demographics on have 6% African Americans.
Yeah, you have the small sprinkling of black people randomly about the town, but you don't have like a big enough population to have the dense populated black area. You don't
Yeah.
have the ghetto where all the black people are, or the neighborhood where all the black people go to live. You just literally have them everywhere.
Yeah.
you have,
Fair
you
enough.
have like roughly 300. That's enough to warrant 1 bar down here.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
if for
I
whatever
just saw a
reason,
church
like,
and
there
just thought,
happens to
hey,
be a
that'd be a cool place
congregation
to
of
fly.
them here, what probably happened is there's, like, another church, like, down here somewhere, and that's, like, the community
You
center.
mean this church right here?
Oh, holy shit, yes, that exact
Are you-
church.
Don't you have a Loco Chico's bar?
That's what I put in because I saw a church and you know what? Sometimes they put bars right next to churches. This is the South.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was mostly questioning the Hispanic-themed name.
I just added that up. Fuck, it got re-renovated. They're redoing. They're trying a new thing.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, it's entirely possible, like, there's some Hispanics
They're
who
trying
moved
to do
into
like
town
they're trying to
into,
do like a
this part.
Tex-Mex thing.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say, because we're on the subject of Wit needing resources, what if Wit needed Old Man Steve to be her supplier since he's got resources 5?
That's what I was, that's
Why
what,
the
that's what I was gonna say at
fuck
the
does
start.
Old Man Steve
That's-
have resources 5?
That's what I was going to say at the
Because
start.
Old Man Steve is the
Did
Resby
Old Man
former-
Steve used to own the coal mine? Did he sell
Old-
it
That's
to
Old
the
Man a lot of
nuclear
sense.
people?
This
Old Man
this is-
Steve has a very rich and colored history that no one knows.
This is why I asked, like, that's why I asked DCL when he, like, what was his chain to Wit? Because he said he's a merchant. If I could try and get something there, but always says like, I wanted to tattoo something stupid on my forehead. I'm like, well, okay.
Well, okay, I mean, if you
I
want to
mean-
go, that's your prerogative. You have to come to Steve. Steve doesn't need you. You
No,
need
you came
Steve.
to me. You came to me.
I came to you for a tattoo. You came to me for life itself.
This is kind of funny because you call me an old man. My name is also Steve.
What? I didn't mean that.
Wow.
No, I think I'm the only
Fucking
person.
wow.
I did
Alright.
not mean that. Old Man Steve is just the mean name that I come up with for all my fucking decrepit characters with the screw loose.
Thank
Wow.
you, DCL.
Old Man Steve is
Wait, two-
resourced 5. He's the Resi 4 merchant, and he's going to be mostly played as a background character. Since,
Alright,
What are you buying?
alright, so
Is he old money or new money?
Yeah, but what does Steve
Right.
actually want? Because Wit would have to give him something to be able to get resources.
he's, He's Steve.
while we're still building the town, what might there be for in terms of nightlife? Is it just these
No.
3 bars
No.
or what?
nightlife.
There
does
is
not-
no nightlife.
What?
I
You
mean,
might have a local strip club. One.
Yeah, like
No.
you might
I mean, I
have
could-
old fuzzy holes down here outside of town.
And even that would be rare because the old chaste Christian people who live here would want to chase that out of town.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright,
I could-
I'm gonna
I mean,
put it
do I hear
right
protection racket
here,
money?
and I'm gonna call it Hooters.
All right. Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's the local
That-
strip club. Absolutely.
All right,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
works.
Yeah, that's as risque as you get.
Yeah,
I
okay,
could
yeah.
tell you a little bit about like cold region culture if that would help you out a bit.
No, trust us, we got 2 people who live there already.
Oh, really? Who
We
else
got
here?
this unlocked.
Who else here are coal crackers?
Well,
I don't know about
Where's
coal
the-
crackers,
Not
but Bob and I are
technically, no.
Tennesseans, so
Tennesseans, yeah.
Is it
Ah,
US
son, I am descended directly from coal crackers.
Why is Hooters like a mile out of everything?
Because that's where the churches want them to stay.
yeah.
You are
yeah.
within walking distance but out of sight range.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
like just 2.8 miles away.
Yeah, that's
while.
like an hour's walk. And most people have cars. It's the US.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're not American, so a mile is a big distance to you.
Oh yeah.
I was about to say,
Uh,
even when I was fucked up, a 5-mile walk was just a relaxing afternoon for me.
I can walk 5 miles, thank you very much. It's more of a, would someone walk 5 miles to get to a strip club and then walk 5 miles back?
No, they would
Yeah.
get in a
You
car
don't
and drive.
underestimate-
They'll get in a
don't
car.
underestimate blue balls.
That's my point.
That's like maybe a 5-minute drive there.
If you're American, you have a
My
car.
point is, I don't drive, so I walk everywhere. So if I have to walk
Yeah,
5 miles somewhere, it's got to be worth it. I'm not to walk there for no reason.
Right, but no
But
one here
that's what
walks
we're
anywhere.
saying.
Even if they're going like from Caleb's house to McDonald's, which is like a mile away, you get in the goddamn car and you drive there.
Yeah, but
If
we
you're
don't
American-
drive McDonald's, is she?
At worst, they'll get on like their bike and go, which is much still quicker than walking.
If you were
So-
American, you have a car and you
Yeah.
drive.
I'm just gonna hop out of the car
Alright.
because I'm not really adding anything to this.
See you later, Em.
After you drop in.
Take care.
But if you have any questions or anything, just give me a shout in like voice or something.
Okay.
Were there Greek people in the coal cracking town?
There were no
I
Greeks.
agree.
The Irish would
Good.
kill you.
Good.
No,
That's-
if this
Oh.
place, if this place was anything like where my dad and my granddad grew up, the Irish ruled the place, and if you're German or Eastern European, you were beaten if you walked on the main streets.
The fuck?
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
This is a
That's
little.
Mhm.
This is a little more to the south than
If you were
Pennsylvania,
anything,
but,
if you're anything
yeah.
but white, you were beaten if you showed your face on Main Street.
Well,
No
it's
ratchet
2018,
establishment.
so they,
I remember the
it's too-
signs.
Oh wait, this
It's
is
too-
modern.
Anyway,
But I was about to say, if you still have
Rim Lake.
Mickey's, if you still have Mickey's in the other place, then yeah.
Can I ask,
Mm.
what... Sorry to interrupt, Merz. What would Steve actually want to
Great.
give resources to Wit anyway?
I mean,
why
what
are
do
you
want?
asking me?
Yeah,
Ask
I
No, no, no,
did.
no,
DCL.
no, 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 I was asking him. I said sorry to interrupt because you were talking. Wait, like,
Okay.
Okay.
because DCL never replied to why I asked. Because he said, "Oh well, I've got resources.
Well, what do you want?
Resources.
Steve can get you what you need.
But what would you want?
It's your gang. What do you think you need to run a gang?
Never mind. Forget I asked. It's fine. I'm not doing this. I just want to know what would Steve possibly want from Wit or a gang. You
Money?
can't tell me. But she would need money.
Yep.
So
He's like
uh,
an investor.
How
Oh,
does it work?
Old man Steve can give you a lump sum of cash, and then you have to give him a cut later on.
Old
And it's
man
Old Man
Steve's
Steve.
payday loans.
Everyone knows Old Man Steve. You can't... even you cannot get away with hurting Old Man Steve.
Alright, fine. See, this is why I asked Merzendi, which I didn't ask, but at least Merzendi comes up with something. GTL just turns the question around on me. What do I want from you? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. What do you want from me?
Alright then, so, we've got a couple of bars, we've got a couple of districts, we've got some fast food places, a line of stores, a big drugstore, and the Walmart. Is there anything that this town is missing?
A gym. Do you have gyms
No.
in America?
Not in
No.
small.
Not
It
in
might
this
be just
place.
like one of the tiny stores on the main street, but. Let's see.
There's
What
a
about-
shed with
What about
with like
Oh wait, hold on. I know something this town's missing. My verisimilitude. Where's the
you
old
guys are-
railway that nobody uses anymore?
It's,
Imagine, like,
never made it through this mountain pass.
How did this
people
town
know-
get here?
Oh, simple. They brought
Cthulhu
the,
said.
they put the coal into carts. They carted it 30 miles down what's now the highway to where the railway actually reached.
Oh fuck. Alright, well. I guess the only other thing this place needs is like a water plant or something. Or does
Chat
it
points
just...
out schools.
No, that's fine.
Yes, of course.
No,
Oh,
there's
yeah, that's
not
right.
actually a school.
I do
got,
have
like,
to go to
a
high
school.
school here.
Look,
Okay,
all I'm
that's
saying is
good.
education is second priority for most Americans, so it makes sense that we wouldn't care about it too much here.
But yeah,
It's got, like,
a
an
source of
elementary
water
and a
and I
high.
guess like the 3 schools for the 1 through 4, the junior high, and then the high school.
You sure
How
you
many
still
of
wanna-
those can be combined into one?
The
Junior
junior high,
high,
and the
high.
high.
Okay,
But they
so
would all be like right next to each other.
Yes, they're
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
next to each other. And then the junior high schools
So
come over
what-
and beat the, grade schoolers up for their lunch money.
Okay, so a
Literally.
grade school and a high school. Okay. I'm gonna put them a block away from each other, but
That sounds about right.
yeah, that's
Mhm.
It's probably like
So,
that block is the the stadium for the sports balls that they,
They have a
both share.
stadium. You are being generous.
Well, no, this is
Quote
this is
unquote
the
stadium, which
Quote,
is to say like the soccer.
metal bleachers. Yeah, there's metal bleachers.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's metal
And-
bleachers.
And one light that's ran by a generator that they wheel out.
Mm-hmm.
So you
There's not
said
even
that,
there's not even paint on the field. It's just sort of we assume it's
so to ask the question again. You said we're only gonna limit like the equipment to this core rule book, right?
yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I mean, if there is something from another book, because I know you have read a lot of the other books, especially Hurt Locker, if there's something in there you think you should really have, then just let
I mean,
me
it's
know.
more-
I'll probably say yes, but
It's more to the point that with Resources 5, there's almost literally nothing in the book that I cannot just secure with no trouble. There's a few things that are Resources 4 that would actually take me a little bit to secure, but not much.
Do we have an airport in the?
No,
No, absolutely not.
that's
the
at
entire
least 5
county
hours
doesn't
drive
have an
away.
airport.
You gotta ask, Gotta ask.
We probably don't
Yeah,
even
so I
have
think-
like a bus line. There's definitely no taxis or anything. Uber was probably a godsend for this place.
Oh yeah.
So I think with my 5 resources, I'm going to officially delegate
point.
myself to background character.
How often do we get a lot of tourists here at all? Or people
No.
passing through?
Never.
What would they come see? The coal
The
mine?
best fucking tattoo parlor.
It's
in
not that
this
they're
area.
coming to this place; it's they're going through this place to something.
Yes, what I mean. If they're going through it,
They probably
People
just
might be going
drive
through there.
around.
Yeah, they stay right on the highway. They'd see Joe's, the gas station, the Walmart and McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like
Wait,
they
I'm next
might
to
stop at the
McDonald's.
gas station, if that.
That sucks. If people,
Our biggest export is energy from the nuclear power plant. That's
like,
it.
Mm-hmm.
If your tattoos were good enough to the point where
but people, the thing is, it doesn't matter if they're good enough. If it's a small town, people would have to speak about it.
well, yeah,
they
but
would-
it's also a small town, so nobody stops to listen to the people who are speaking about it.
No, but it would have to be people who leave the town who'd speak about it.
Which is no one, because you're talking
Yeah.
about a small town of 4,000. So the type of people who get tattoos would not be the type of people who would leave.
Right. The thing you got to understand about this sort of place is that 99% of the population is born here, lives their entire life here, and then dies here.
That causes loads of inbreeding eventually.
Yes,
Well, why do
the
you think
inbreeding
that's
is a
such
real
joke?
thing.
Which is why this town will eventually die out.
Yes, and especially in the modern day, like, all of the kids are leaving this town and never coming back, ever.
Yep.
And
those
then
kids-
in a generation, this place will just be dead.
Those kids are probably going to college before they can even get a tattoo, and then would be getting a tattoo wherever they go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So then I've put down a water treatment plant on the same main road that leads up to the nuclear power station.
Makes sense. Probably good at some mountain water.
I could
Yep.
give the kids tattoos.
That was
before
my
they go to
thinking.
college.
Yeah. Because the main thing, Frey, is you can't
So-
make your character too competent at what she does, because if she was that good, she'd have no reason to stay in this small bumfuck town.
True.
Oh, she has some reasons from what I read.
Okay, if you have
about it.
character story,
They're fucked up reasons.
that's a little different. Like if you're here because it's like, oh, I'm a serial killer, and it's easier to get away from the sheriff department than it would be forensic science departments in big towns. That's a reason. Not to say that everybody probably doesn't suspect you, considering how you walk around with like half leather hanging down your jaw.
So, if this is all you guys think that this town should have, then we need to talk about some NPCs.
Okay.
Well, I just want to make one more note. Do we have a doctor?
Old
No.
man Steve.
Like even just like a little clinic or
That would,
something?
I feel like that'd probably just be in the sheriff's office. Like, they probably have a medic, and then if it's serious, you go to another town.
Yeah, that's the main question. Like, if somebody gets hurt in this town, where do they go?
The drug dealer.
Like, my guess would be there used to be, like, a medic shack at the mine that people would use, but now that that's closed, you just get in the car and you go to the next town.
Yeah,
Mm.
I feel like that is something we should address before we moved on.
And maybe a couple of the older women in town are informal midwives.
Yeah, and, like, half the people in this town could probably stitch you up if need be, but...
Yeah. Wouldn't be a nice job, wouldn't be real clean, but
Yeah,
you'd be
scar real
stitched up
good.
and you wouldn't be getting sick. Yeah. So,
You're gonna die.
I want to talk about some NPCs. The bar proprietors, the person in charge of the motel, that sort of thing. I want you guys to define them.
We just lost Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Lovely.
Bye bye.
Is Bob gone proper, or is he just roll 20?
Just roll 20.
Funny.
Bob is also muted, so I do not
Bob?
know.
Sounds like his internet died.
Yep, definitely sounds like that.
See, it's a possibility. But, in that case, so let's start with the owner of Motel 6.
All right.
Steve. No,
I mean,
I'm joking. I'm joking.
you probably do own like most of the
Well,
land. here.
okay, let's make a little in joke now that with Resources 5, Steve owns most of the town, but nobody knows it. The people who do think it's a joke and it never comes up.
Yeah, you own the land, but like you have some people that are leasing it off you.
Yeah. Steve might have like a deed to the land and then never cashes it in or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with for that. As for like the hotel motel owner, I'd imagine probably some middle-aged old woman that gets like a kick or really loves to house people up or something like that. You know?
Oh wait. Okay, sorry, retroactively real quick. I know what I want from what makes sense to want from Freya's character.
What?
Information.
About the town?
Yes, I need your eyes peeled open all the time. You tell me anything, especially if it's weird. In exchange, I give you what you want.
Yeah, cool, I can do that. No problem.
Okay, so Motel 6 is a middle-aged woman. She gets a kick out of taking care of folks. What else about her?
I reckon
She
she's
is
a
a MILF.
workaholic. She's a work. Fuck off. She's a workaholic.
She's a very talkative person. She likes to go on and on and on. She knows
She
a
likes-
good lot of gossip about the town, you know? Just that kind of person.
She likes to talk a lot. She likes to work a lot as well. She can't keep herself still. Wishes to be cleaning up or tidying up or something.
She only likes to work a lot because she's in a small town. There's nothing else to do.
Maybe people go there for like breakfast in the mornings and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait for
when
walk
there
out.
are, like, the two McDonald'ses, a KFC, Joe's. Really?
Yeah, but maybe someone doesn't want to eat liquid grease and
I mean,
diabetes.
yeah, and KFC is not
You're
really a
You're
breakfast
talking
place.
about America. Liquid grease is the staple food.
Not everyone's UDCL.
No, I'm speaking as an American.
Okay, what about all the old grannies? Do you think they want to go to McDonald's to eat?
Yes. I walked in.
I mean, the old grannies work at McDonald's.
Eat
I'm
it.
putting down that she runs a small breakfast grill on the side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that works.
that could work.
Alright, so middle-aged woman gets to kick out to take care of folks. Talkative, sweet, a bit of a gossip, always working around the motel. She runs a small breakfast grill on the side. Anything else? Anything to put down? Like,
Wait, goes there
is
for
there
breakfast.
anything negative about her? Or is she
Uh,
just, this paragon of talkative loveliness?
She's
She cannot keep a secret. She just has to spill it out to everyone.
Oh, really? I was gonna go with like overbearing. She wants to take care of people more so.
I mean, I feel with the gossip and very
We can
talkative
have
that
both of those.
yeah. I mean, like if she's gossiping and talkative and talks to everyone about everything, she probably can't keep a secret very well.
The worse off you look in her eyes, the more she wants to take care of you. She just sees people as like fucking injured animals.
Alright. That.
Look at fucking Savin trying to put a sexual tin on her.
Look, when you're in a small town, you don't have many good options. You take what you
Fuck
get.
off, DCL.
mean,
He's
she could-
right.
He's right.
She could very well be a bit attractive. It would be more in her personality that about her being just so outgoing, so nice. Because, I mean, a woman owning a place like this, in a place like this, she's in the twilight of her life, right?
I'd imagine so.
Let's say she's 61. Next NPC.
There's definitely like a greasy 50-something redneck missing half his teeth who owns the gas station.
Oh yeah.
He does all the car repair work in the
Alright.
town. Has a big tow truck,
So-
wears like blue jean overalls.
No, sure as well.
You're gonna
No,
have to slow down a little so I can note it down. So
Okay.
gas station.
Make sure not everyone's a paragon, like the fucking motel owner.
So greasy hillbilly.
Yeah, greasy hillbilly wears like blue jean overalls and has a tow truck. Should that be Alex's dad? I mean, yeah, maybe.
Blue denim overalls.
Thinks women should be
Tow
heard rather
truck.
than seen. Thinks women should be seen rather than heard.
Yeah, he definitely probably
Oh,
beats
yeah.
his wife. Let's be
Okay.
honest.
And
You have
his
to have
kids,
at least one wife beater in a small town.
all
Yeah.
7 of his kids.
He probably hates the fucking probably hates Wit with a passion because she's female.
Yeah.
And in a position of power.
Yeah,
Seems fair.
actually.
So wife beater has 7 kids.
He's probably literally pulled a shotgun on the guys who come to date his daughters.
Only because he wants to.
Loaded with the with
Okay,
Loaded
so
with rock
the hammer
salt.
back.
I just want to say, you say you're like getting on us when we talk about like the sexy MILF hotel worker, but then as soon as the dad's involved, you pull and also fucks her daughter, and
I
no
never
one
said
says
that.
shit.
I never
Oh
said
no,
that.
yeah.
You
that's
applied
the
it
part.
heavily.
I
Wait,
never said
who
that.
Who said
who
I
did
didn't hear
that?
that part?
When we were talking about when Saban was talking about like pulling a shotgun, anybody who wants to date a daughter,
I
Freya
never
was
said
just like,
anything.
because he wants her.
I never said
No,
that.
no.
I didn't hear that, but yeah,
I heard
believe
it. I heard it.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Fuck off. Besides, it's probably
So,
true. He's a hillbilly.
But Saban didn't
pulls a
say that. Saban
shotgun on anyone after his daughter.
I was simply getting into apparently what American culture's like from what
He
Steven
probably
told
has an extremely mean, like, big pit bull or something that he also beats.
Oh yeah, he's got like a Rottweiler or something like that.
Yeah, Roddy.
Okay, who's eating their mic?
Freya.
Fuck off, it's not me, you can't hear me. My phone
That's
is on
Bob.
my desk.
Oh.
I'm
Oh,
on
what?
my...
What? I just
Do you
put
see
my.
the flame?
I didn't say anything. I just put my head to my cheek.
I know, dude, but
My
microphones
thing's
can
not even
be microphones can be fucking sensitive, and
My microphone does not give
Okay.
distortion.
on. I'm doing the.
Stop.
Yes, please.
What?
We hear
Oh, okay.
that.
I don't know what I'm doing, but okay.
alright. So, got a pack of Rottweilers, half tame at best. Anything? Is there anything good about this guy?
He's really good
no
at his
one's
job.
all evil.
And he's the only one in the town that does the job.
What's it?
Everyone really quiet.
Yeah.
I thought my internet went out for a moment.
Yeah.
We made this guy a total trash bag. It's not, all right,
So-
what's the good point?
so-
but-
Real
yeah.
good mechanic. He can make a car sing the anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, he pumps gas like a saint. Don't cheat nobody.
He's
Yeah,
also probably
honest
like
to a fault.
super patriotic and like fought in both Gulf Wars.
America.
He was absolutely like a tanker or something.
Oh yeah.
And that's how DCL found the tank in his front yard.
It's just his tank.
Alright, alright. So tell me about the sheriff.
Good man,
Let's see.
stern man.
Sheriff's Big Daddy in this town. This like
He-
big 6 foot tall, like heavy set, big belly, big mustache, like handlebars, sunglasses, wide brimmed hat. Has a like really obnoxiously large 6 gun.
He probably hates the presence of a gang in his town even more.
Yeah.
Whoa, yeah, everyone with a gun apparently hates the... If anything,
You
should be
run a
happy.
gang. People hate gangs.
But
It's a
that's
common
right.
thing.
Yes.
But he doesn't do anything about it because there's less crime ever since Freya came to town. I mean, sorry.
If anything, the only reason why maybe he has a hard time dealing with the gang is maybe you're the daughter of him.
What? No.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wit
And
is
it
not
would-
the sheriff's daughter.
And it would be interesting if she was, but it wouldn't fit.
That would clash really badly with her background.
Okay, I don't know your background, which is why I suggested that.
So, Sheriff Big Daddy in the town, 6'10", real moustache and big man hair, wide brimmed hat, but sounds of it, he carries a 44.
Yeah. All of his deputies have Glocks, of course, but, Big
Glocks.
Daddy's got his big gun. Big iron. Listens to Johnny Cash, like,
Yeah.
blasting out of the patrol car.
He fully embodies the walk softly and carry a big stick.
Alright. So what's he like when he's not on the job?
Ooh.
Or
What do you mean? He's always
is he ever off the job?
Always
I
on the
feel like
job.
no.
No.
Yeah, he's probably always on the job since he's like one of the only law enforcement things in town.
You know what? He and his deputies only have to cover 800 human beings each.
Yeah,
If
I
you're a
feel
small
like-
town sheriff and you've got a big problem, you're always on the job.
I feel like he tolerates the gang because the gang isn't typically the advocate for violence. And
I feel like that's not what a gang does.
Also,
Yeah.
you specifically said, like, breaking Walmart workers' legs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
specifically, you advocated violence.
That was back when I had my own coffee shop.
Yeah.
I did.
But yeah, if
Wit is violent, but she doesn't typically advocate for the gangers to be pointlessly violent. 'Cause
I
it's
mean,
not
you-
good.
You probably wouldn't have many people to be pointlessly violent too. Once again, small town.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But the thing is, gangs are typically more violent if there are. That could also work.
So
but gangs
how
are more violent-
about I put it like this? Like, he wants to take down the gang, but he can't afford the showdown that it'd bring.
Yeah.
And he hates that fact. Like,
He wants to cowboy it up, but he's a little too smart for that.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, please, cowboy it out.
Yeah, like, this guy fantasizes about, like, walking down the main street, which is just suddenly covered in sand and tumbleweeds, and just challenging Wit to draw down.
Just even have a gun. Doesn't even use guns.
Yeah, but in
Oh,
his
that would make
fantasy,
my
she's
day.
got, like, 2 big-ass revolvers and, like, a big black cowboy hat on.
He's probably
Please.
got like the entire town as well, like people up on the roofs holding
Uh-huh.
rifles, all pointed all down that one entrance.
Oh,
Yeah,
tomorrow's my
yeah.
dream.
So yeah, you know this guy watches like 100 westerns every year. Just has a big John Wayne poster somewhere in his house.
That's fucking terrible.
Now, this isn't something you guys would know in character, but I want to know the sheriff's dark secret. Because everyone has one, even the man who is always on the job.
He's horribly porn addicted.
That's not
Okay,
really a drama.
he
mean-
has 1 terabyte hard drives all packed with Amazonian footer porn.
The porn has to be legal.
I didn't know the sheriff was Bob. I was gonna suggest like, he's got his pretty little picture wife and his kids, but he's also
I
like
was gonna
balls
make
deep in
pedophile.
like 3 other women in town,
I mean, that works too.
Yeah.
and everybody. Actually, no, nobody knows it except those women, because he's real good about keeping secrets. Wonder why.
Couldn't imagine.
Deep down, he doesn't love his woman.
No,
he
he
can't
doesn't.
love anyone.
What about
The only thing
He
he
Deacon?
loves
just
is his
spends his
job.
seat on a half a dozen young girls each year.
What if rather than that, his deep secret is that he actually just wants it? he makes it part of his passion that only wants to be the big daddy of the town. He wants every female in the town to see him as the big daddy, as part of his authority.
I like the other
No,
ones better.
Alright, other one then.
Remember, this is the world of darkness. It has to be a little more dickish than that. And yes, we're gonna call him Sheriff Bob Harper.
Uh,
I support the name choice.
Also, what is the name of the woman in charge of Motel 6?
Molly.
Full name?
Hmm.
And if you say Molly Harper, then I'll be really sad.
No, she's
pretty
Molly May, clearly.
I was gonna say Molly Madison, but I didn't want to go for the obvious alliteration.
Alright, Molly May. And who's the arsehole in charge of the gas station?
He's Gus.
Yeah,
just Gus.
Yeah,
Gus.
just Gus.
Gus.
Just
Just
Gus.
Gus. Nobody bothers to learn his real name. He's just Gus.
Alright, alright. Then, next, Mickey or Murphy? Which one of
Whoa.
those do you think has a more successful bar?
I mean, they could be like
Roll a 1d2
brothers having a
points for me
blood
to
feud
choose
over
Murphy.
like
Oh,
who's got the better bar.
Like, one of those bars has been in the family for, like, 50 years, and then the other guy got pissed off and started his own one down the street.
Which one is the family bar?
I reckon Murphy's the family.
Yeah, Murphy's.
Yeah.
Yep.
perfect.
I reckon Mickey's place brings in more of the younger kids and the newer generation.
Mm-hmm. Because it's new and it's hip.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I reckon he's got he's a bit more trendy.
Yeah, he actually has, like, a Wi-Fi hotspot in there.
The only one in
conditioning.
town.
The only one.
Don't forget their conditioning, it's very important.
Alright, so... First off, tell me about Murphy.
I mean, Murphy's probably been dead for 50 years, right?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
This is like
Okay,
Murphy's
then-
great-grandson running this place.
Is this
He
like
might also
Murphy
be
the
named
Third?
Murphy, but...
I reckon the guy in Murphy's
Okay,
bar is
who-
called Murphy Jr.
No. What if it's sheriff's? The sheriff's wife.
Murphy...
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
For the sheriff's wife.
That would be interesting. Would be kind of sucky for her, but interesting. So what would her name be?
Should be called Murph, still.
It's
I know,
not
Bob was the
really
name of
an
your first
androgynous
girlfriend.
name.
Her. Alice?
Alright, Alice Murphy Harper?
Yes, yeah. The
Perfect.
sheriff, yeah. The sheriff married into it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So what's she like?
I think she secretly knows her husband's cheating on her all the time and is, like, super sad about it. But also keeps, like, a bright, cheery face.
Oh, I was going to say she's a total witch.
That works, too.
Just mean-spirited. Like, you're like, yeah.
Alright, yeah, maybe there's a reason the sheriff cheats. It's 'cause
Yeah,
she's
but-
literally just Satan incarnate.
It just looks like
Sheriff just meets Zane one day. He isn't afraid of him. Asks why. Because I've been married to your sister for years.
So she knows about Bob's infidelity, Sheriff Harper's infidelity. She keeps it on the down low, but
It just makes you.
she's a real old school bitch. Like, what does she think about race?
White is right.
Oh my
I feel
god.
like the sheriff's take on race is more interesting, but
What's the charity?
I mean, yeah. Also that hit me.
I mean, like DC. I think the only person here who should answer that is DCL.
I mean, I should be the only one to answer that. At the same time, I don't want to. Now,
And
if the
this is
sheriff,
why I was going the sheriff's wife rather than the sheriff.
now if the sheriff is a good man, it's 2018. We could totally swing it as maybe he's like the subtle kind of racist, but he's not racist in the way that it matters. You know, he's just not like the perfect woke paragon.
Why does every cop have to? Yeah, whatever.
Because you're talking
it's-
small town America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're this is literally where that would happen the most.
Yeah.
And it's South America as well.
We are not South America.
Or Southern
I was-
America.
We're Southern America.
God, I hated that.
Oh.
We have to make that distinction. It's just the fucking worst.
So, what I've put in for Sheriff Harper is he doesn't hate black people, but he still remembers his daddy called them boy, and it's a hard habit to break.
Oh man, that's gonna be so annoying. I'm glad I'm a background character, so I won't have to deal with that shit.
Oh, well, Saban's black
true.
in the game.
Have fun
It's-
with that. I'm pretty sure you won't have the instant trigger I will due to real life experiences.
And DCL, if I ever go too far and start making you uncomfortable with this shit, just tell me and I'll tone it down, okay?
Takes a while to get me into the uncomfortable zone, but it doesn't take too much to get me into the annoyed zone. Boy is definitely one of those that's just like, ah, god damn it.
What do you mean? I call you boy.
No, you don't.
If you were in like
I mean,
text.
we call DCL BOI, but
Yeah.
that's different than
Different-
boy.
That's,
That's
a different.
different than
Yeah.
boy.
We don't call him boy.
Like,
I don't
okay,
think
so
people
here's
actually
also the
say
other
that.
thing. Unless you come from those zones, like, you don't have the embedded subtle racism to pull it off.
I don't know, if I call you boy, it's not because it's racist. It's just
Yeah, because you're England. I can't even feel a whiff of it from you.
Right. Moving on. Let's continue
I-
with this. We're getting late.
It is
Okay,
really
okay.
late.
Yeah, I'm putting it down for verisimilitude, but if it gets to be a problem, just say, and we can drop it. I don't want it to be a problem. But anyway, so yeah, Alice. What about her? So she's an old school bitch. What does she think about other women in life? Like,
I mean, if she knows her husband's been cheating on her, maybe she just is starting to like hate and or be jealous of any younger, more attractive woman.
They're all out to get her.
Yes, she's becoming progressively more paranoid.
As she should.
Yeah, because she might not be wrong.
Is that one also banging my husband? I bet she is.
and what about her is actually decent?
She's a great mom.
really. What about Mickey? I don't think he agrees.
Is that her kid or her brother?
Her half brother.
There you go, the real black sheep.
Alright.
The real question is, what does the sheriff's kid who's joined the gang think about Mama? Because you know she's got to have daddy issues, but
I don't know if this gang, at least in a way that it's being portrayed with Wit's character, would have been around that long. But it's hard to say, really.
Wit's only been around what, a couple of years?
Yeah.
well, she just got out of high school or is still in high school and is looking to stir up some
Actually-
trouble.
To be fair, if it's been around for a couple of years, then it must be fresh in some of their minds how violent it was at the start, because there would have been a gang sort of, I don't know, warfare, because it's quite a small place, but there would have been a fight for a takeover.
There would have
think
been a
it would-
gang in the first place. You would have been creating one.
No,
I
there
mean,
was probably like
right.
the coal miners union or like some actual
been some
hillbillies
sort of,
up in
like-
the mountains growing, pot in a huge farm.
There
Yeah.
would have been
well,
something.
was
An
probably
equivalent.
like 10 miles north of town, like northeast. There's a showdown, shotgun blasting, and everyone who died there is buried in a shallow grave and is officially missing forever.
Yep. There used to be a particular mine shaft, off in the distance here, and then they just kind of opened up a couple boards and chucked the bodies in and closed it back up.
Yep.
Ooh, that'd be a cool place for ghost stories to have started to show up in town, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Damn straight would be.
yeah. I can see how that might tie in with Alexander. So, tell me a little more about Mickey. He's only a half Murphy, but
He's definitely Irish.
Now the question is he an actual black sheep of the family?
I reckon Mickey's gay.
Ooh.
well. It's another reason he split up from his family.
Because
Well,
they're
so
all
might be
absolutely
2018.
Bible thumpers.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's why I think Mickey's bar is a huge success, because whilst he's not openly gay, he's really trendy about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mickey, Alice's half brother, Irish on his mother's side, gay but still in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a difference between being in the closet and just not telling anyone.
Yeah, that's probably it. He's not openly gay, but he's definitely gay. And everybody knows.
And I think the gay people in the town go to his bar as well.
Well, what gay people?
The
like-
5 of them?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The five
But-
of
but
them.
but anyone who's curious or has thoughts about it might feel more safe in his bar.
Okay, the other 3 of them.
Still people.
That's
I mean,
8.
yeah, it's just not much of a customer base.
I think
No,
what
no,
it
but
is
more
all
people
the
go there as well.
younger people in town
Yeah.
go there too.
Yeah.
I think a lot of young
Because
people go there.
he's not
Yeah.
a stodgy old, gay bashing misogynist, and they have internet connections to realize, oh, hey, maybe my parents are wrong.
Wow, exactly. If you're talking about young people being out of the norm, chances are they're going to be leaving town the first chance they get.
Yeah. So these are like the kids who got held back in high school, maybe, or maybe it's not like a proper bar. Maybe it's like it has a bar in it, but it's also more of like a grill or something like that.
Yeah, something that younger kids can get there as well, like 16-year-olds and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm going to fuck off real quick because I'm hungry and need to get food.
Well, I hope we'll be done by then. But, we'll
Yeah.
see you maybe later, or maybe another day, I don't know.
If you're still awake, how long are you going to be awake, Merz?
I'll be up a little while, but, we'll probably have the world building stuff finished by the time
I'll
we're
ask
back.
you some one-on-one questions when I get back.
Alright. So,
All right.
Mickey's has a grill. Probably has a little dance floor, not a big thing, but it's something, and that definitely wouldn't be at the big Murphy bar.
Yeah, the only culture Murphy's has is the old jukebox. That's also been there for 50 years and hasn't updated its song track at all.
Alright. Now, what makes Mickey a dick? everyone is in some way or another. What is it about him?
Nikki hates people who pretend that something they're
Mickey.
not. Mickey, sorry. Hates people who hates and is quite savage towards people who pretend to be something they're not. Verbally, not like physically. How about that?
Like, he might just be verbally a dick to anybody he thinks is like a hypocrite, like the sheriff or his sister.
Yeah.
Even if they're not.
So, Mickey can't abide hypocrites or anyone he thinks is one and abuses them. He's driven out a fair few folks with that, no question.
Mm-hmm.
What an asshole. Is he racist?
I wouldn't have said he was racist if he's got
No,
somewhat
he's
positive
worse
art.
than a racist. He's a violent leftist.
Good. Good.
We got what, one church? I thought most people said loads, but at least it's
Oh,
the
no,
proper
no,
church.
there are
There's
two.
two.
Oh.
The Presbyterian Church, which is St. Crispin's, and the Baptist congregation.
What's the difference?
Someone explain it.
What were the
I
two?
have typing to do.
They're just
Yeah,
both
sure.
Protestants. There's not really much difference.
Different denominations.
They're both Americans, fuck.
Alright. So that's those
Let me
two
illustrate the
barriers.
differences.
Talking of the church. Are any of your characters particularly religious? Do any of you actually attend church?
Devout Catholic, but there's no Catholic church, so don't worry about it.
My parents forced me to go to the fucking Protestant churches, you bastards.
You Protestant heathens.
I think Wit would only go to church for a laugh. She got nothing better
So
to
these
do.
are the differences. That's church number one, and the other one's church number two. Any questions?
Then I guess I'm just gonna look at saving here.
Yeah.
Which church do you think Caleb would be more drawn to?
So I was gonna say I don't think Caleb himself goes, but I definitely think his wife goes to the Baptist congregation. She definitely gets up in her Sunday dress, goes down there, sings, comes back, and he politely makes an excuse every week. Always feeling a little sick or something.
That's still a definite tie to one of them, so why don't you tell me a little about the Baptist minister?
Let's see. He's probably like a black guy in his late 50s, early 60s. Probably a real fiery fellow. A real pillar of the community insofar as, the black community can go, or his particular congregation. My general understanding is, at least here in the South, most African Americans are Baptists or Southern Baptist. So that's probably where most of them go to church, and that's where they have big Sunday meals and stuff. It's probably a pretty nice place. Definitely very warm and welcoming.
Now, is he welcoming to everyone? Or just the black community?
I think he wants to be open to everybody, but probably not really.
So if Wit went to his church, what would he do?
I mean, probably cast her out as the devil. These are people who genuinely, like, 110% believe in the devil.
Then again, I guess with how my character looks.
Yeah, your character
Yeah.
looks like a Satan spawn, so...
Wow, that's rude. They look different.
Just calling it how he sees it.
Body scarification isn't that bad.
It's pretty up there.
Yeah. Of course, actually, given that this is World of Darkness, maybe he is like turbo fire and brimstone, and maybe he's a little right. Maybe there are demons in our midst. Maybe allowing people like Wit to stay in this town really is, draining on all our souls, leading us all further towards damnation. We need to cast out all these, city folk with their sin and greed.
I'm also city folk.
Yeah, you get the fuck out too, Greek. Doesn't matter if you were born here, you're still a filthy foreigner.
How does he feel about Catholics?
Definitely wants to throw you out.
Also, now he's taking a much darker turn.
Because I remember this is World of Darkness, aka
Oh
Silent
yeah, I was
Hill.
gonna say like. That's I showed a picture by the way of what the scarification would look like as an example.
And I retain what I said.
That's fine. But it doesn't have anything against people with color. Doesn't really care what color people are.
So,
Greeks are not dark skinned, goddammit.
what I've put down for him, black man, late 50s, real firebrand. Stands up for black people, speaks with their voice at the town hall. He holds meals at his church every Sunday.
He's allowed in the town hall.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 2017.
he is.
I thought they can like confine to their area with the KFC and the.
Jesus. No.
And he's warm and welcoming at first. He tries to let everyone in, but he and his congregation are a little reserved from most of the town, and freaks like Wit are right out. But in sermons, he gets carried away. He talks about wanting to throw out city folk, immigrants, Catholics, all those devil-loving evildoers.
I love this.
So,
I mean, we're not really
how does-
devil-loving. We just say that there's 3 parts of God.
So how does he deal with black people who are in Wit's gang, if there are any?
Well, if someone has willingly taken the mark of the beast, then they are one with the beast.
The mark of the beast. Wow.
Here's the thing. One of the Greeks is literally a lawyer. Devil's advocate.
Which is why you should be
So
thrown out
it
of
fits so
town.
well. It fits so well.
What's that? Sorry. I didn't hear what Snippy said.
Alright, so that's 6 big deal NPCs. Saban, at some point, I'd like you to DM me how you're about Caleb's wife.
Okay.
Like what she's like. I know you've already sent a token, but stuff like that. But yeah. With those done, I think the rest of the NPCs I can work with myself, and yeah, next time the game will start properly. So, thank you guys all for showing up. I hope making a World of Darkness character has proved to be less intimidating than it initially seemed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, about that. I made the character approximately 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I may have made mine about the same time, really.
Bastards.
Well, so long as you found it relatively simple and easy to do, then that's good.
Well, Savin, your character's
If you were able to do it 2 weeks ago by yourselves, then, well, evidently it's not a big scary deal. And I hope across the next 4 sessions you guys will find playing in it is not too bad either. So, unless you guys have any questions, I think we can call this to a close for today.
Nope. Next week, we find out what's going on in this spooky little town.
I will
And
die.
until then,
What date?
bye stream, bye
What date's the
YouTube.
session?
See you guys later.